The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Singleton.
Good morning, Commissioners. Before we begin, I believe there's an appearance to announce.
May it please the Commission, Dakey, I appear for the State of South Australia.
Thank you. And Mr. Free's not with us today.
Ms Seckler for the Commonwealth Commissioner.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
If there are no other matters, might I introduce the first witness for today. He is William Carney, OAM JP, and he's in the witness box now. Mr. Carney joined the Army in 1972. He was told by his recruiters that he had a good chance of getting the posting that he wanted, which was to be a field engineer. But he didn't get the posting and was instead assigned to train as a clerk. He was promoted to corporal in 1979 and medically discharged in 1987. His transition to civilian life was unsatisfactory. Among other things, he and his family had to live with his in-laws, 6 people, 3 generations in a 2-bedroom house. Mr. Carney makes the point that his story is not exceptional, but that perhaps is the important point, that it was not exceptional. Mr. Carney gives evidence today on the basis that it is evidence of his perceptions, what has sometimes been described in these proceedings as lived experience evidence. And it is evidence upon which findings will not be urged against other people. It is, so far as I've just summarised, evidence of his ADF service and transition, which occurred decades ago. In that sense, it might be said to be out of date for our purposes, but it does have this important purpose. The narrative puts us on notice to check whether these problems still exist and how they are being addressed today. In the 1990s, Mr. Carney became a volunteer advocate, helping other veterans to obtain their entitlements from the DVA and helping to support them through and during the process. Advocacy-related issues will be the main focus of his evidence today. Might he be affirmed, please?
Do you, William Carney, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Could you tell the Commission your full name?
William Allen Carney.
You would have heard me give a very truncated reference to some of the experiences you have had. Is there anything in that that you want to correct or add to?
Not really, no.
Thank you. I'll ask the operator to display today's tender bundle so we can attend to the formalities. Commissioners, you'll see a tender bundle of 6 documents. I tender all of those documents. Document number 1, which is the unredacted statement of Mr. Carney, will be tendered on a confidential basis, the other document. And number 2 will be an open tender. That's the only document that will be displayed during today's hearing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Singleton. They'll be accepted as exhibits on that basis and allocated the next lot of numbers.
I'll ask the operator to display the first page of the redacted statement. That, for the record, is WIK 000 0001 0001. Mr. Carney, do you recognise that that is the first and covering page of the written statement you've made, save that it's got 2 black rectangles to hide your address and signature?
Yes, I do, yeah.
And are the subject to some clarifications that we'll come to in a moment, are the contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and ability?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
I'll ask the operator to display page 11, paragraph 60, subparagraph D. You'll see you've made a handwritten correction there. Does that handwritten correction say, veteran law?
Yes, I couldn't. I'd written in there military case law, but don't see that has any. My knowledge on that is very, very limited.
Yes. This is a reference to the law of the entitlements, such as compensation that veterans can have. If the operator could go to page 12 and look at paragraph 65, the submission mentions here, sorry, the document here refers to a submission. Was that a submission which is marked WK3, which is on the tender list? That's a submission that you made in late 2015 as a part of the process that led to your selection as the first chair of the Capability Management Framework Group within the ATDP, which we'll come to later.
Yes, that's correct.
Finally, no, not finally, but if we could go to page 18, paragraph 103, just in the third line there, there's a reference to serving members who have reached ceiling rank. Should that ceiling be CEILING? And it's a reference to officers who have reached the point in their career where they're not going to be promoted any further.
Well, yeah, or had decided that for family reasons or whatever reasons to look for a more stable, family-friendly career.
Yes, and if time permits, we'll come back to the idea that you're suggesting here. If we go back to page 1, the last clarification, not a correction, your occupation is described as a retired volunteer advocate, but could you just explain just how retired are you?
If my wife had her way, it would be very retired. However, because of my reputation, people keep asking me or will approach me and ask me for advice, and that happens very regularly. I would say sometimes as often as 3 or 4 times a month. So, yeah, I am retired in that I'm not actively doing VRB cases or anything like that, but as far as giving advice to veterans, it happens regularly, very regularly.
Later on, I'm going to ask you for your insights into a number of matters relating to veterans advocates in particular. You wanted to make something clear to the commissioners and the public about your views being individual.
Yeah, look, these are simply my own views taken from my own observations over the last probably 25 years that I've been doing advocacy. And I will point out that I was working in a rural area where there were certainly no other advocates around, but we were very limited in our resources. Different advocates working in different areas would have possibly had or probably had different experiences.
I'm going to briefly turn to a couple of aspects of service in the Army, just because it's chronological, even though you wish to focus on advocacy. I'll ask the operator to display page 3 of your statement, and in particular to zoom in on paragraphs 14 and 15. You mentioned that around the 13-year mark you started to experience spinal problems, and in the next paragraph you mentioned that really around the 3-year mark you had been assaulted and suffered a knee injury. Firstly, what's the current status of those 2 injuries?
Well, I've had a knee replacement about 3 years ago, so I've now got a metal knee, and my spine is the same as it. It's never improved. It's just a source of constant pain. In fact, it's aching a bit now, which it always does. It's just,
as you mentioned, we didn't go to the documents, but just to summarise, you mentioned later in your statement that around the time of or a little after your discharge, you put in a claim for compensation with ComSuper.
Comcare.
Comcare, sorry.
Yeah.
And they accepted that you had a degenerative lumbar disease, but that for all purposes of compensation, it had resolved by the time you were discharged.
The day after I was discharged. The injury being present on the day of discharge, but was healed the day after.
Commissioners, the official notification of the determination is in the papers, which have been tendered. But from your point of view of the way it still feels in your back today,
Oh, yeah.
and it's not been resolved.
No.
If the operator could display page 5, paragraph 25, which I think is a typing mistake by me. So what I wanted to go to, we can take down that mistaken reference by me. Could you just tell the Commissioners the effect on your career and particular potential promotion of being injured?
Yeah, the Army had tended to have a view that if you had medical problems, then you could kiss any chance of promotion goodbye. And that was made very apparent on my confidential report in 1986, where the commanding officer wrote that the sole reason that I wasn't being recommended for promotion was the fact that I had medical issues. And it was quite, when I read the report, in fact, leading up to that time, there was no consideration given to the fact that I was having medical problems, like I was still being deployed to the field. I was still expected to do the same job that everybody else was doing, and the limitations that I was experiencing were not taken into account.
And I found what I should have said, page 5, paragraph 24, if the operator could display that. One of the, perhaps not obvious to everybody, effect of not being promoted is reflected here. Your colleagues had been promoted.
Yeah.
So what position did that put you in?
Well, when they said that, sorry, we made a mistake, you shouldn't be in recruiting in Melbourne, that was after I'd been there for about 4 months.
So you'd been reassigned to Melbourne to the recruitment office.
Yep.
Which you found to be quite a good posting
great
for your
job,
purpose.
yeah.
But then you were told it was a mistake and it was back to Puckapunyal.
Yeah, back to Puckapunyal, yeah.
And when you got there, you're in a different social
Well, what
type
they were
situation.
offering me was they said, you won't be promoted. In fact, your chances of promotion ever are 0, but we've got a posting in Puckapunyal that you can have, and you'll remain there as a corporal until you finish your time. Now, at that time, I had a number of friends at Puckapunyal, at the Armoured Centre, and they had all been promoted and were socialising in the sergeant's mess. So even joining my peer group at morning tea was an impossibility. There was just that barrier that you could not go past. So I would be basically restricted to the younger recruits that came in, certainly people that I had no common ground with.
Right. I now want to move towards your specialty, if you'll accept that term, which is advocacy on behalf of veterans. Part of the route to that was you made your own claim.
Yes.
I'll get the operator just to display page 9 of your statement, and if my note's correct, I'll get it right, and it'll be 49 of 50 of the paragraphs. In the context of your own claim, you got some advice from a major. What was the advice, and how good was that advice?
I was sent down to Tullabudgera to manage the school camp down there, and I struck up a conversation with one of the parents of the group that were in there, and we found that we had a common military background, and in the conversation he pointed out that he'd basically been through the same process I was going through, and he said, I'll give you some advice. He said, learn the rules. You've got to know the rules. And he said, but don't let them know that you know the rules. And I said, well, why is that? And he said, because they will think that you're structuring your case to meet the rules. So there'll be that will go against you. So I took that advice and did everything I could to learn about veterans law, bought a copy of the Act, did as much research as I could do to find out exactly how the system worked, and that made it a lot easier.
Now, the advice to learn the rules, that's the first piece of advice.
Yeah.
Relevant to your later work as an advocate.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
Was the second bit about not telling the DVA relevant to an advocate who's regularly doing this kind of work?
Well, I wasn't an advocate at that time.
No, but later on, it's
Yeah,
not
yeah, but-
applicable to an advocate, is it?
Yeah, not really. One would expect that an advocate would know the rules.
Yes. All right. Now let's get into your actual experience as an advocate. And I just want to focus for a moment on your work as an advocate in individual cases, as distinct from your work in the system and the structure later on. If the operator could display page 11, paragraph 61, you introduce here the concept that the advocate is a project manager. Can you explain what you mean by this and how important it is?
When a veteran or the veteran and their family come to see you, there is potentially a whole host of problems. There may be conflict in the family. There may be the veteran may have problems at work. All of those types of things. So the first part of the process is to identify exactly what the nature of the particular issues that this veteran is confronted with and what this veteran's partner is confronted with. So as an advocate, it is a really good idea to be able to work out exactly what the issues are that they're dealing with, prioritise your dealing with those issues, and then start working through, but letting them know, and this was a very important thing, was to let them know that they are no different to anybody else. Their military service is a very unusual experience, and certainly if they have war service or operational service, that it is perfectly normal to have an adverse response to getting shot at. So you would have to lay all that down for them and then start working through, like, was their discharge correctly handled? Could they have been discharged medically rather than administratively? And then what happened after they were discharged? Did they have trouble in the workplace? And you would prioritise all of those things and then work out which way or how you're going forward. So it wasn't just a simple matter of filling out a form and submitting that form to DVA and then receiving a decision some weeks later or months later, or in this day and age, years later. It was a case of how are we best going to help this person through the process?
And how much of, once you've settled in as an advocate and you've had a feel for the rules, how much of your time in any given case would be spent on just doing the narrow concept of filling in the form, dealing with the DVA, and how much of your time would be spent with other issues?
Probably filling in the primary claim form would take an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Filling in the lifestyle rating form or the lifestyle questionnaire. I used to get the wife to fill in the questionnaire or the partner, because they knew the veteran better than anybody else. And quite often the veterans would be a little bit unhappy of what their partners had to say, but we dealt with that. All up, I suppose the paperwork would take about maybe 2.5 hours. If the case went on to the Veterans Review Board, it may take an hour or a couple of hours researching previous case history or case law, federal court and high court decisions that revolved around the particular subject you were on about. That may take a couple of hours. The Submariners one that I did took me a full day of research. That was a submission to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. So you could put up to probably 20 hours on a complex case and very little time on a simple one.
And in terms of being a project manager, is a part of the role that you were performing or you think should be performed by an advocate getting the right medical or psychological or housing or income supports? Is any of that part of it?
Yeah, Yes, we were very fortunate that we had a strong relationship with our local GP. Now,
Who's the we in this
there
context?
was myself, the person that was the state president of the Vietnam Veterans Association at the time, and my secretary, who was also a volunteer. She was amazing. But we would have to make sure that all the ducks were going to be lined up in a row, because if you got one duck out of the line, then that could affect the case further down the track. So, yeah, can you just go back to the question again?
Well, my question was about distinguishing the narrow process of the claims process itself, filling in forms, getting the medical evidence that might be required by the DVA, getting service records,
Yep.
all the work that goes into actually making a claim. And on the other hand, supporting the veteran who may be struggling with the bureaucracy, struggling with other aspects of life, may need financial, housing, employment, medical and other supports. Did you involve yourself in supporting them in life at the same time or not?
When we're going through the claims process, we would try and choose the psychiatrist that the veteran would see. We would make arrangements for them to see a counsellor, a local counsellor, through the Vietnam Veterans Counselling Service. If they had, I never really came across one that had housing problems, but basically what we would do is try and make their life just a little bit more comfortable. Bear in mind that going back to psychiatrists, there were psychiatrists that were veteran friendly, and there were psychiatrists, or one psychiatrist believed that veterans were trained to deal with post-traumatic stress disorder, so the claim should not succeed. They shouldn't be submitting claims because they're trained to deal with it. And it was a bit interesting. But yeah, quite sometimes those other services would be more time consuming than the actual claim process itself. Like, it wasn't unusual to get a phone call about 2 o'clock in the morning where you're saying, hey, I'm just not coping with this. Should we withdraw? Or, yeah, I'm just not handling it well. So you would talk them down through that and then try and go back to sleep yourself.
And do you consider it a necessary or an appropriate or a not necessary or an inappropriate part of the advocate's role to provide these other supports for veterans at that time?
When I first started doing advocacy, I was approached by the Vietnam Veterans Counselling Service to become a volunteer area rep as well. Now, those two roles meshed into each other in that you were providing day-to-day support to the veteran as well as the advocacy support. It was unfortunate that after about, I think it was 2 or 3 years of doing this, VVCS just shut that program down and they walked away from it. That left me in a situation where I had about 12 to 15 veterans that were relying on me for that sort of support, where I was receiving no support. So instead of having a process where I would debrief fairly regularly or just go and talk to one of their counsellors about what was going on, that was shut down. So we had to, but we couldn't shut it down to our veterans. They still needed that type of support regardless of what VVCS thought. And to this day, I can't understand why they shut it down or where they even got the advice to shut it down.
Now, you've started as a veterans advocate back in the 1990s. You were also, was it back in the 1990s that you also had this role with the VVCS?
1997 or 98, I think.
So you got that dual, for as long as the program lasted, you had a dual role. You continue, at least as a veteran, in the veteran advocate space for the next 20 years approximately. Did you see any changes in the experiences that veterans were having in the claims process and other surrounding issues at that time in their life over that 20 years? Were there any big changes, or is it much the same?
As Veterans Affairs started to privatise, things became a little bit different. Like in the level 4, which is the Administrative Appeals Tribunal.
So that's a reference to level 4 of advocacy training and qualification.
Yeah. Well, as a level 4 advocate, I was used to dealing with the external review team at Veterans Affairs, but they closed that team down and privatised it. Now, the level 4 advocates or the external review advocates at DVA were really a wealth of knowledge, and their focus was to ensure that the veteran received their just entitlements. Whereas with the legal firms that they used, there seemed to be a little bit different, a little bit of a different culture. And I'm not sure that I can put my finger on it, but it became a little bit more difficult.
If we can just focus on the experiences and the lives of the veterans.
Right.
Earlier I went through a list of possible issues that a veteran might have.
Yeah.
And you said yes, but not housing. You didn't come across housing as an issue. If that list applied in the 1990s, is it the same kind of issues that are facing them in 2012 or 13, or would the list be different?
A lot of anger, and that's a consistency right across the board, a lot of anger.
So is that a consistent issue through time or just through all the veterans or both?
Both. And helping them deal with that anger. That created problems within itself, especially for me. And what DVA didn't see was that when they rejected a claim and we had to go through the appeals process, when the veteran got the letter saying your claim has been rejected, we then as advocates had to deal with that anger or assist the veteran in dealing with that anger. And that in itself was just another little challenge. So when I'd approach the delegate and say, why did you make that stupid decision? They weren't seeing what I had to go through as an advocate to help the veteran deal with that. They would just be the brunt of a little bit of my anger.
And what methods let's just focus on the late 1990s and then we'll make a comparison to see what changed. Back then, you speak of a letter. DVA sends a letter to whom? To the advocate or the client?
Both.
And does the advocate get any other warning of an adverse decision?
No. So it just turns up in the mail. Now, because we only operated 1 day a week, they might get the letter on Monday. It might arrive in my postbox on the Monday. The veteran may get it on the Monday, and I physically wouldn't see it until I went in on the Thursday. So I would get this phone call out of the blue where I had a very angry veteran on the other end of the line that wasn't happy with the decision. And I'm going, oh, okay.
So as of the late 1990s, an issue in some cases was that the veteran would get a letter out of the blue. The advocate didn't actually know that the letter was coming and is not in a position to manage or support the veteran at that moment. Let's come into the mid-20th century, the 2010s, 2015, that sort of period. Anything changed?
Not really, no.
And so I'm trying to get just a sense of any differences in the experience of veterans, some of which are not DVA related, some of which will just be transition related and other issues that veterans have, whether you noticed any major changes in what they're dealing with compared from the 90s up until more recent years.
What made it hard from my perspective, when we were dealing with Afghan, Timor, that generation of veterans, it became a little bit harder because we didn't know what they'd experienced. And there was no training that we could do, or even without sitting down and talking it through with them after they'd gone through the process and had calmed down sufficiently. There was no training where we could actually find out how we can relate to these people. So it made it pretty difficult. And some of their experiences, especially the first blokes that went into Timor, some of their experiences were quite unique. and we didn't know about it. So when they'd come and tell you their story, you were learning as well. So it made it that little bit harder to relate to them.
Since that, so you've actually dealt with veterans who have had a variety of experiences. East Timor, you've just mentioned. Did you deal ever with Afghanistan war
Same
veterans?
thing applied. We didn't know anything about what they were going through.
Did you find that veterans who had been on different deployments or in different wars or peacekeeping operations actually had different issues? And the only way you learned about the particular ones relating to any given deployment was actually from them?
That's right, yeah.
Has that changed as far as you're aware?
To my knowledge, no. I'm not sure that it has. We used to run what we called Warry Days for DVA staff.
Sorry, what was that?
We used to run Warry Days.
How do you spell Warry?
W-A-R-Y-E, I suppose. I've never tried to spell it.
As in the war? Combat?
Yeah. Combat days, yeah. Right. And what that would involve was I had a friend that had served in Northern Sahara, Bougainville and Timor. So I arranged for her to go down to, and being female, it was a little bit different because Veterans Affairs had never seen a lot of female veterans. So we arranged for her to go down and tell DVA what her experiences were. And she took with her a number of photographs. This girl was only about so high, but she had a photo of her putting her pack on. And what she used to do was put the pack on the ground, put her arms into it, rock herself from side to side, roll over onto her knees, and then stand up. Well, showing DVA those photos really answered a lot of the questions for the claims assessors. Then we had another veteran who had different service experience come in, and he brought his pack with him, his full pack, and he said, lift this up, feel how heavy it is. So that gave the DVA staff that were there on that day a little bit of insight into what military service, the finer parts of military service that we don't tend to talk about, just because they're not interesting to anyone.
So who organised the Warry Days?
That was done by the advocacy trainers, the TIP trainers. We would organise it. We would arrange for the people to come in, and their costs would be met out of the TIP training budget.
And was the purpose of the Warry Day to teach DVA staff something of the life of the soldier, or do you deal with sailors and aviators? One
of the people that attended that day was very early on the scenes of an F-111 that went into the ground. Apparently down near Taree, I think it was. And the staff were amazed because they were asking questions like, we're getting a lot of PTSD claims from people picking up pieces of the pilot, but there's no record of them being there. And when he explained to them that when an aeroplane goes into the deck, the paperwork is inconsequential. They just get there, clean up the area and do what they do. Well, the staff found that to be beyond their comprehension, that there couldn't be or wouldn't be a process that would satisfy their requirements.
So the point here is that when a plane had a crash or an accident, the priority was not paperwork for the DVA, it was clearing up the mess.
Yeah.
Which I take it, the point then becomes the veteran doesn't necessarily have neat paperwork to present to the DVA.
Exactly.
You mentioned the TIP program a short time ago. Let's turn to that and its success of the ATDP. Now, TIP is Training and Information Program. Mm-hmm. It's a program for training and giving information to advocates, is that right?
To advocates, yes.
Who ran it?
It was sponsored by DVA, but it was run essentially by volunteers.
And it was later replaced by the Advocacy Training and Development Program.
Yes.
That was a new, but had a similar purpose. What was the
ATDP came out of the Rolfe Review. Retired Brigadier Bill Rolfe did an assessment of TIP to find basically could we do it better. And as a result of his report, they then established the ATDP.
Now, having got that broad context, let's just go back to the tip and what you were telling us about Warry Days. Firstly, were Warry Days particular to Queensland where you were working, or was it a
As
national
far as
scheme?
I know. I don't know what the other states did.
Did they continue until the time of your retirement?
No, they just petered out. Nobody seemed to be interested in them, and they just stopped having them.
When you say nobody, do you include that the advocates who were organising the days were not interested?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And nor, what about the DVA staff? Were they interested? As
Well,
far as you could tell, I appreciate.
That's a discussion that I wasn't privy to. But I suppose had DVA have asked for it, it would have happened. But it's not really a question I can answer.
All right, that's thank you for that stringency, which is appropriate. When you say nobody was interested, what about you? Did you think they were a worthwhile program?
I had been removed from TIP at that time, or just before that time, because the state chair of TIP didn't like some of the things that I was suggesting. Like he was dead against competency-based training, and I had suggested that we run a program at the local University of Queensland for undergraduate doctors, because I had found that one of the bigger problems we were having was that the GPs didn't really understand the DVA process.
All right, we'll come to that in just a minute.
Yeah.
We'll make that our next topic. But let's I just want to get a bit more detail on the Warry program. It went for a while. Just what was the period that the Warry program?
Around, I think they started before my time. In fact, RSL State in Queensland developed, I think, were the outset, was the start of it, and that was in the early 1990s. And I think it went through till about 2000, 1998, 2000, that era.
All right. So let's turn to your idea about doctors. I'll just get the operator to display a bit of your statement. It's page 10 of your statement and paragraph 57. We've redacted a couple of names and details here. As you know, we're not naming people, but you may see it on the screen as well as in your paper copy. Just to explain to the commissioners what your idea is and whether you've developed the idea since.
In about around 2000, 2001, around that era, we had a young medical student came up from the University of Queensland to work with our local GP. A requirement for their time was that they had to do an assessment of a medical process, and Cherbourg Aboriginal community was just down the road. What a lot of them used to do was go out to Cherbourg and do a study of what was happening out there. Graham, the local GP, decided that had been done to death, so he asked me, would we host this young girl for a week? She could work with us and learn about how...
I'll just identify who this, not a name, but the young girl, was that the medical student?
She was a medical, last year of medicine, I think, at UQ.
Right, all right. Yeah. So you were asked to do something for this young woman. What was it?
Well, what we did was, it was fortunate we had a psychologist there that week that used to come up and use the facilities to deal with veterans. And he took her in and she sat in on a couple of interviews. I spent a day with her driving around the rural area to where veterans were living so she could get a bit of a feel for what was going on. We sat down with her and took her right through the claims process, like from the initial veteran coming in right through to lodging the claim with DVA, exactly what we did. We showed her how the GARP, the Guide to Assessment of Repatriation Pensions, how that book worked. And she was just absolutely amazed that there was this whole area that they knew nothing about. So I then went to TIP and said, we need to develop a program where we can go into the universities and talk to young undergraduates and explain to them how the process works. At the same time, I approached Ken Donald, who I knew from RSL conferences. He was the chairman of the RMA. He was also the chairman of, or the senior, whatever they call them, at the University of Queensland for medical students. So I put the concept to him and he said, great idea, we should do that. The then chair of TIP said, no, we're not getting involved in that. And that was when he started to say, look, Carney, we really don't need you as part of our team. So the whole thing died.
All right. Now, just in terms of so the essential idea was to have a bit of the medical course at university, explain to students something of veterans. What sort of things would you have put on the syllabus?
I would have put on the syllabus things like the video You're Not in the Forces Now, the DVD that is, to my belief, one of the best training or best aids that advocates had.
You mentioned your statement
Yeah.
video by Mr. Fothergill.
Yeah, yeah, he was a Vietnam veteran, infantry Vietnam veteran, and was also a psychologist. So I'd expose them to that. You would explain to them how the repatriation card system worked, like the difference between a white card and a gold card, which my current GP didn't know there was a difference until recently. And when I was at Wandai, there was a GP there that believed that the gold card was hereditary, that the wife of a veteran would automatically get one on their demise. So there was a lot of those sorts of issues that needed to be clarified. We needed to teach them how GARP worked, how that system worked, and to understand the book. So when they're filling in the assessment forms, they understand what the department are after from that assessment form. We also needed to explain to them how the Repatriation Medical Authority statements of principle worked, so that they would understand that it's not just, oh, he was in the army, so therefore his left toenail, ingrown toenail, is going to succeed. So they needed to understand all that.
And your concept back then was that this might be taught at universities to undergraduates.
Yes.
Do you see any reason why such a course could not be given to practicing medical practitioners who volunteered to take the course?
I discussed that with my local GP about a fortnight ago, and she held up a pile of papers and said, this is what I get from Veterans Affairs. I get so much information, I never get time to read any of it. So I think time would be the limiting factor there. Right. Even though she works 10 hours a day now, so she's not going to, it's going to make it hard for her.
Now, eventually the TIP was replaced by the ATDP.
Yep.
You explained that was after the Rolfe review. You were in some way involved in both, and in fact your statement mentions that you became the inaugural chair of one part of the ADTP.
Yep.
From your perspective, what changed from one regime to the other? What were the differences? What were the improvements, or what got worse?
The Rolfe review identified that there was a strong need for competency-based training. Now, with TIP, you would run a course, say you were running a basic pensions course. Someone could turn up, sit at the back of the classroom, sleep their way through the 3-day course and enjoy some really good morning and afternoon teas, go out on the grog with their mates of a night time, and then pick up the same certificate that everybody else got. They may not absorb one skerrick of information. With the ATDP, it became competency-based, and there was resistance from certain aspects within the TIP people, the TIP trainers, for the move to that, to competency-based training.
So now just let's make sure we understand what competency-based training actually is. Does that mean there's an exam to check competency?
Yep.
Did it change the content of the course that was actually delivered?
Not really. not really. You were still, a primary course was still a 3-day basic pensions course, but there was a greater emphasis on mentoring and on-the-job learning. So there were goals that had to be met. Once they were met and it was identified, then the primary claims advocate was able to then work more independently.
That sounds like it's an improvement. It was
I think
actually
so, yeah.
an adoption of something you
Yeah.
supported, competency-based training. Were there any problems with ATDP?
There was initially, I felt as the chair, there was a strong resistance from the people that were involved with TIP. There was resistance to coming over to the ATDP, not resistance in coming over, but resisting the new process. The first thing that I said was, look, we've got to work out exactly what resources we have available, and we have to distribute those resources to make sure that they're where they're going to suit the best need. Now, for instance, Townsville had a number of data projectors, a number of laptops that were sitting on a shelf in the office. It took me a lot of saying, look, we've got to bring that stuff down to Brisbane, we've got to make sure it's suitable for purpose, and if it needs updating, then we need to update it. If it's too old, then we need to dump it. The only way that I got that stuff back to Brisbane was I was visiting my in-laws in Charters Towers, and I drove down to Townsville and collected it myself. Even after 6 months of asking, can we have this stuff freighted down, nothing happened. And that was just one of the little barriers that were put into place. I asked for a mobile phone or to be made available to the chair of ATDP, which was myself, the deputy chair and the national training manager, that the three of us be given a mobile phone. That never happened. I asked for a laptop to be allocated to each one of those positions so that should I get run over by a bus, the incoming or the deputy chair just picks up my laptop and he's got all the information that I was dealing with at his disposal. That also never happened.
Your statement makes some suggestions for the future. Perhaps we could turn to a few of those. I'll ask the operator to display page 18, where the heading recommendations appears. And if we could zoom in on 100 to 104 at the bottom, 2/3, just a little bit bigger. And then if you, Mr. Carney, look particularly at 103, this is where you summarise the idea that some people whose career in the ADF might be coming to an end for whatever reason. You mentioned the ceiling rank that we've already dealt with. What's your proposal here? Who would benefit?
Look, I don't know whether it's still current or not because I've been out of the army for over 35 years. But a battalion had a colonel and so many majors. Now, my understanding was that it was very difficult for all of those majors then to proceed on to colonel. Some of them had reached their ceiling rank. In my day, we used to call it breathing.
Breathing?
Breathing, B-R-E-A-T-H-I-N-G. They would make major by breathing. If they stayed upright and breathing, they would get there. But beyond that, there was significant challenges, I suppose. My suggestion was that people who had reached their ceiling rank and their military career was then going to be just postings around to fill positions, maybe we could offer them an alternate career, and that career being in veterans advocacy. And if we established a training program by which in their last year of service, or if they decided that's the way they wanted to go, that they would be able to do an advocacy training course, which would cover things like recent or pertinent federal and high court decisions, significant AAT decisions, and how to prepare a case for the AAT, how to prepare a case for the VRB, dealing with primary claims, all of those sorts of things that they would need to know. A study on communication, anger management, how to deal with a very angry veteran. If we were to provide that training, then the person could transit out of the military into a career position, which for some people would be very attractive.
You mentioned the possibility that such people might ultimately become VRB service members.
Well, there is a position on the board. The board is 3 members. There's the principal member, and there is a service member. And the third one could be a lawyer, a doctor, or a psychologist or something. But there is supposed to be a military member, a person who has military experience that could advise the other 2 members of what military service was like in relation to this particular claim, or the claim that the veteran that's sitting in front of them. So they could provide a little bit of insight. There's no reason why a person that was a practicing advocate could not acquire the skills to adopt that role.
There are no doubt more formal ways of getting this information, but seeing we're talking about it, let me just see if you have any insight. Do you have any knowledge of how many of the VRB service members have had training or experience as advocates before they got to the board?
There is only one that I know of. Sorry, two, yeah. There's only 2 that I know of, but my exposure was only in Queensland.
Yes.
And I didn't do a lot of cases to the VRB, probably 20 over my entire life. Most of my cases were resolved at either the primary level or external review. I only did 15 or 20 to the AAT, so it wasn't a lot.
All right. If we just look at page 19 of your statement, of paragraphs 105 and 106, you actually have some commentary on the VRB, and you also mention some overseas models for consideration. And you start by noting a Productivity Commission recommendation that the VRB actually be abolished. You appear to disagree with that idea. Could I just ask you why you oppose abolition of the VRB, if that's your position, why you would keep it?
The VRB is a platform by which a case is able to be put. If we do away with the VRB and go straight from the internal review at Section 31 of at the department, we're then going straight on to the AAT. The VRB allows us to review the case and put forward a submission as to why it should succeed, basically testing the waters. Now, since the VRB have adopted their alternate dispute resolution, I found that all my cases have been resolved at that level. And I see that as a great platform to test the waters.
You've suggested that one improvement that could be made, based at least on the experience that you had at the time, was some mechanism for the VRB to be notified of why decisions might be overturned by the AAT or by settlement, which is even more difficult to detect, and also downwards, VRB notifying people below.
Right through the whole system. If I take a case to the AAT and it's resolved prior to hearing, the board at the Veterans Review Board, they don't receive any information at all that the decision that they made was overturned. It just doesn't happen. So they can continue on, and more importantly, why the decision was overturned. So they can continue on just making that decision that is in fact not correct. Now, the same thing applies from the Veterans Review Board. If the VRB overturn a decision, the primary delegate that made that decision is not advised unless it happens to come back to them for assessment. So what I'm suggesting is that when a decision is overturned, those that are involved in the process of making the decision be advised, and be advised of the reason. That hopefully will increase their own education and knowledge on the DVA or the act, the relevant act and the systems.
turning to the future of advocacy for veterans in the context.
Mr. Singleton, before you go on with that, is there no system of reporting decisions or making them publicised amongst the community?
Not, to my knowledge, not other than that if a decision appears before the Administrative Appeals Tribunal and a decision is made there, they're then published in the OSLI.
Yes, but the VRB decisions aren't circulated.
No.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've heard of a number of different ways in which advocates are employed or even not employed, and I'll just mention some just for context. We hear that some actually make a living out of being advocates through taking a commission or a cut of whatever's awarded. Some are employed, for example, by the RSL. Others are volunteers and not remunerated at all for their work. There's a variety of different ways in which people are operating as volunteers. Do you have an opinion on whether or not a properly qualified advocate should be paid for his or her work?
I think going back to the original thing about transiting out of the military into an advocacy position, I think that should happen, and I believe that compensation advocates should be a potential career position. Voluntary advocates in the welfare role, the system would just collapse if they weren't there. The people that do the hospital visitations, go around and have a cup of coffee with Mary every Tuesday because Mary's a very lonely widow. Those sorts of people are so important to the system that we can't do away with them. Helping Mary go do her grocery shopping, all those sorts of things that volunteer advocates or welfare advocates do have to continue. Moving compensation advocates into the paid employed area is probably going to allow a greater control of their knowledge base. We can work out a training program, we can work out what they need to know. There would be proper assessment and management of those people. Now, people that are volunteering at the moment, I can't see any reason why, if it became a paid occupation, that they couldn't apply for the jobs.
Can I just get your opinion, if you have one, on the practice of taking a commission or a cut of the amount that's eventually awarded by a delegate?
I don't like it. I have a standing joke with one of my clients that she owes me $1.83 for a claim that I did for her, and she's watching at the moment, by the way, and that's been a standing joke, but I don't believe that a volunteer advocate should receive a commission. There's a difference between a commission and meeting out-of-pocket expenses.
Yes, and there's a difference between a commission and being a paid employed advocate too.
Aye.
Finally, do you have, from me, there are going to be potentially questions from others, I'll leave them some time. Do you have any comment on the idea that the government should establish a body that, like legal aid does for other kinds of cases, like some overseas models have, where they are employing advocates, training them and so on, to provide a service for free to veterans, but they are paid advocates?
There has to be an effective management process. I honestly can say that I haven't put a lot of thought into what that process would be. I can't see why there would be a problem with having an established process like legal aid. But as I said, I haven't put a lot of thought into it, but I can't see any reason why it wouldn't work. And I can't think of a better model.
Thank you for that. Commissioners, I might yield to you to see if you have any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Mr. Carney, thanks very much for your time today. I have a few questions. Sorry, I haven't got my thoughts in order very well yet. I just wanted to ask you said that veterans had a lot of anger.
Yep.
And that DVA didn't see that, and you described how for example, you had to deal with the anger at a claims rejection, but the anger was there, I'm assuming, before the rejection of a claim or just after?
It's one of those things. The army takes young 17-year-old kids and teaches them in how to be soldiers and teaches them how to be aggressive. They have to be aggressive to survive on the battlefield. But there is no process that I'm aware of for undoing that. So when they leave the military, they still have that aggressiveness with them. The unfortunate thing is that the civilian world doesn't like aggression, and that can then transform into their anger because they don't understand why they're not fitting back into this system. So they then probably become angry about it. And we as advocates, that anger is already there when they come to see us.
So how can I ask how you dealt with that when you had angry veterans?
Really good question. You just got to play each one as you see it. If they're really angry, let them work through and do their shouting and ranting and raving, and then just sit there, and when they're finished, okay, now we're going to focus on the issue. I used to say to every veteran that came in that my role is to deal with the facts of their case as an advocate. I can't deal with the emotional stress as well. I don't have the capacity for that. So you deal with the emotional stress, I will deal with the facts. And we would have that delineation, but it didn't work. You had to deal with their anger quite often.
But in essence, what you're describing is a process whereby the veteran was allowed to actually express what they were feeling and perhaps feel heard. Yeah, okay. You talked about different operations, different theatres of war having different issues. Could you perhaps just elaborate and give me some examples? So I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah, the girl from northern Iraq, northern Sahara that I had a lot of dealings with, she had a rape issue that she was dealing with, and not her, but that occurred to another person. And she wasn't very happy with the way the military dealt with that. So her issue was different to a bloke from Afghanistan who was a little bit annoyed that they'd fired RPGs at him. So you had to be aware of the difference and how you were going to approach those people,
Okay.
or how they would approach you, actually. Yeah.
Can I ask, Mr. Singleton was asking you there just at the end about a model where government, for example, might have an agency that provides advocates. One of the models that we saw when we were overseas was just that, and they were primarily lawyers. Do you have a view about whether you need to have lawyers in this space?
You certainly need to have a knowledge of legal and judicial processes. My suggestion originally was that we look at a diploma type course for those people that are transiting out of the military, that be the level. But I think the system we have at the moment, where you have a volunteer such as myself, who's done a one-week training course at the University of Canberra, being pitted against lawyers at the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, is a little bit unfair. I would see that higher up in the food chain, there would need to be lawyers to perhaps administer the system and take on those more complex cases.
Okay, so in that model then, where you've kind of got a stepped level of training, do you see there's still a role for kind of volunteer advocates or not?
In something like it's a difficult question to answer. You could have a volunteer sitting at the desk beside someone who is being paid to do exactly the same job. I could see there would be a difficulty there. And just going back to your previous question, if we use people that transited out of the ADF into that sort of role where they had done a diploma type course in their own time, obviously, and then started working, some of those may look at it and say, all right, I'm going to pick up this ball and run with it, so I'm going to start doing my law degree. So there would certainly be a number of people that would look at that opportunity and perhaps work with it.
I guess I'm just wondering whether in terms, and because this is obviously an area of significant interest to the Royal Commission, in a model where you had, for example, someone like a retired military person who may have done a diploma, and then you have some lawyers, whether there's still a place for the volunteer advocates, and as you say, perhaps difficult to sit beside someone and doing the same job and one being paid and one not. But the other side of the coin is potentially a sense that those who have, up to date volunteered their services might feel like they've been pushed out. So I'm just trying to get your sense of the balance there.
It's a tough one. It really is a tough question. I volunteered as an advocate because it gave me a sense of purpose. I was 42 years old, essentially been thrown on the scrap heap, and I had seen a lot of other veterans who had gone through the same process and found that a bar stool was very accommodating at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't want to go down that road. So I felt that I needed a sense of purpose, basically, as well, to be a role model to my children. So, I suppose we all do it for different reasons, but I find it a very difficult question to answer.
Okay, no, thank you. I appreciate you offering your opinions. Just one last question. Your experience with Comcare, as I think you described it, with your spinal injury having been deemed to have been resolved one day after discharge, I appreciate that was quite a long time ago, but is that something that you've seen in all of your years of advocacy, that others have had a similar experience?
I've never seen another one like it, no.
Right.
I think Veterans Affairs took over the contract for Comcare and administered the safety, rehabilitation and compensation legislation. My understanding was that when the Comcare staff came over and worked out of the DVA office, there was some disharmony between both parties, between the Comcare people and the DVA delegates. But I can't say that I've ever seen another claim like that one.
Right, so that was a pre-Durka claim?
Pre-Durkee, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Thanks for your evidence, Mr Carney. I want to follow on from Mr Singleton's and Commissioner Brown's questions about alternative models for advocacy on behalf of veterans. The one we've heard of in most detail is the Bureau of Pension Advocates in Canada. I notice you're familiar to some extent with some Canadian legislation. Let me describe my understanding of it to you. As I understand it, in the first instance, the veteran can lay a claim with their equivalent of DVA, either personally or more commonly through a volunteer at the Royal Canadian Legion who's familiar with the processes and can help people lodge the claim. If the claim succeeds, all well and good. If it doesn't, there's an appeal to an equivalent of our Veterans Review Tribunal and or the AAT, and it's there where the Bureau of Pension Advocates kicks in, and they're the equivalent of a legal aid body funded by the Canadian federal government, but seen as independent from their DVA, so that, as I understand it, what would happen in the appellate tribunal was that the BPA, Bureau of Pension Advocates, would take it on and no doubt would have probably a government lawyer on the other side. So you still have the volunteers and advocates at the primary level, but the lawyers at the appellate level. Do you have any views about a model like that?
One of the most dangerous people in the whole process is the person that fills out the first primary claim form. What they put on that claim form exists for the life of the veteran. Now, it is very important that the case be right from the start, because it is nearly impossible to undo damaging information that has been, or potentially damaging information that's been put on that claim form. The person that starts the process has to get it right. And as it goes through the process at each level, they really have to know what they're doing. There are so many times when I've received a 137 report and I've said, what idiot did this? And then ask the veteran why they signed a particular statement. And they invariably say, oh, well, the bloke in wherever that I saw, he told me that's what they wanted to see. Now, you can't undo that. So it's very important that the person who starts the process is well educated as to the needs of that process. I know there is a number of volunteers that are extremely competent that are practicing at the moment. I also know there are some people that are oxygen thieves that are practicing at the moment.
And that's a problem area.
That is a problem area, a big problem area.
We know about.
Yeah.
Assuming you try to attack that by better training and qualification.
One would hope so.
Yeah. What do you then think about the model I described to you?
Again, it's something I haven't put a lot of thought into. I think I would like to see employed and managed people all the way through the system. But there is nothing to stop a volunteer if Harry, the retired soldier, wants to be represented by Trusty the Kelpie, it's his call. You can have anybody.
What I'm talking about is a publicly funded legal aid service.
All right.
With lawyers, presumably against government lawyers.
Oh yeah, that would be a big plus. But at the primary level, yeah, I think I would be offering an opinion outside my expertise.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. You've raised some really important issues, and this is probably not really a question, but just a couple of comments. I think you've raised some significant issues, and you've validated our thought processes about a bunch of issues that we're looking at the moment. The issue of GPs being aware of military issues and veteran issues. The UK have a program that we are considering at the moment where a number of GPs go through a short, sharp program, and then they become accredited as being military specialists. And in fact, a lot of people who are going through medical training in the first instance are now in the UK are actually, they have a component in relation to military awareness. So it's an important issue. The issue of advocates, which we've discussed at length today, as Commissioner Brown said and Commissioner Douglas, we are looking at the Canadian model where they have a pensions advocacy bureau of professional advocates, lawyers mainly, and they have an amazing success rate, and obviously the veterans are treated well by people who are dedicated to that service. None of them take a cut or anything else, obviously, but it certainly seems to be a good program that we're going to have a look at. It has been visited before by Australian authorities, and but nothing happened. So we're hoping to look at that again. In relation to the VRB, and I guess as Commissioner Douglas highlighted, the absence of lessons learned or consideration of decisions that have been handed down, particularly where they've overturned decisions, is something I don't think we were aware of that, but we're certainly going to have a look at it. And then finally, just in relation to ex-service organisations, we're well aware of the issues, and you've mentioned them in your statement, you've mentioned them today. There's no easy answers to some of these issues, but certainly in terms of the ex-service organisations, we have been heartened that they have come together 2 or 3 times usually facilitated by the RSL, but they are heading towards agreement on many issues, hopefully, in particular in relation to an overarching umbrella group that might represent them as a united front when they're dealing with the media, the public and government. But they're very important issues. I just want to thank you for your evidence today. I want to thank you for your service and, validate your thoughts that you're not alone in having gone through these dreadful experiences very early after your retirement. Mr. Singleton, are there any other matters?
One matter arising from Councillor Brown's questions, if I may. Commissioner Brown's questions. The Commissioner raised with you, as I had, the issue of dealing with the angry veteran, and you gave some additional detail. Have you ever got to the point where a veteran was so angry or abusive or for some other reason you said, I can't deal with you, you're blacklisted, don't come and see me again?
Yes, once.
Once. In how many years? 20 odd?
Oh, 25, yeah. It was obvious that he wasn't following our advice. We had said to him, as did the GP, as did the psychiatrist, that he needs to be hospitalised for a period of time. He came into the office and he was right out of his tree and went through the anger thing. When he stopped, I said to him, mate, you have to make a decision. We can't continue dealing with you until you're prepared to deal with yourself. So you have to make a decision whether you are going to follow your psychiatrist's advice and admit yourself into Toowong Private Hospital, or you're not. Now, if you decide you're not, you may now leave and we can't do any more for you. He stormed out, came back about 10 minutes later and said, yep, okay. I don't know what I would have done if I'd never seen him again, but...
Sorry, okay to what?
He went to hospital.
Right. And did you deal with him after that?
We did, yes. Successfully, I might add.
Those are the evidence, the final bit of evidence. Might the witness be excused?
Certainly. So you're excused from your summons to appear today. And again, we just want to thank you for your evidence and the preparation of your statement. I know it was a significant effort.
Thank you.
With many pages, but thank you again. If there's no other matters, we'll adjourn briefly for morning
Thank you,
tea.
Commissioners.
All right. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn until 10:45. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Sheptower.
Thank you, Commissioner Caldas. Commissioners, this session's witnesses are Ms. Chantel Bowen and Mr. Adam Monkhouse. Commissioners, as you know, the Honourable Jeff Brock MP, the Minister for Veterans Affairs in this state, was due to appear here this morning. However, as I mentioned during yesterday's opening, the Minister has been unable to attend for personal health reasons, and we again wish him well in his recovery. Commissioners, Ms. Bowen is the Director of Veterans SA, which is the lead South Australian government agency for matters relating to Veterans Affairs. Minister Brock is the responsible Minister for Veterans SA. Mr Monkhouse is South Australia's Acting Director of Health Services Programs and lead for the Veterans Health portfolio across SA Health within the Department for Health and Wellbeing. Ms Bowen and Mr Monkhouse are already in the witness box. May they be affirmed.
Do you, Adam Monkhouse, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Do you, Chantel Bowen, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Operator, can you please display the tender list? I tendered the documents in the tender bundle in the manner they are described in the list.
Thank you. They will be accepted into evidence and allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, aside from some introductory matters, there are three broad topics that I propose to canvass this morning. Firstly, an overview of this state government's veteran strategies and community consultation conducted thereunder. Secondly, the services provided to veterans in South Australia with a particular focus on health. And thirdly, the relationship between the federal and state government and their agencies in relation to veterans issues in this state. Commencing with some introductory matters, Ms Bowen, you are the Director of Veterans SA. Just briefly, can you explain what Veterans SA is for the Commissioners?
Yes, Veterans SA is a small state government agency that is dedicated to the advocacy for current and former serving members of the Australian Defence Force and their families. We work across all levels of government with private industry and with ex-service organisations and associations to advise, inform and educate on the unique nature of military service as it relates to the uniformed member and to their families, and provide information and guidance on the value and skills that this cohort of people can bring to the community. We also play a role in sharing information about services, supports and programs that are available to veterans across the state of South Australia. And we provide ministerial advice to the Minister's Office and the South Australian Government in relation to veterans matters, as well as administering and distributing grant funds and providing secretariat support for the Minister's Veterans Advisory Council.
As I understand it, Veterans SA is not a service delivery agency and so does not provide services specifically for veterans or their families. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how many people, including you, are employed within Veterans SA?
So including myself, I have a dedicated team of 5 people.
And Mr Monkhouse, am I correct that SA Health is the brand name for the health portfolio of services and agencies responsible to the Minister for Health and Wellbeing?
Yes.
And what does that portfolio comprise?
So the SA Health portfolio comprises of 10 local health networks. So they are the service delivery agencies for public health services in South Australia, as well as the Department for Health and Wellbeing, which is the government department responsible to the Minister, and some other agencies such as Wellbeing SA and the Commission on Excellence and Innovation in Health and SA Ambulance.
And you are the executive lead for the Veterans Health portfolio within one of those departments, and that's the Department for Health and Wellbeing.
Within the Department for Health and Wellbeing, I have a responsibility for providing policy and programs in veterans' health.
Thank you. I'll now move to the veteran landscape in South Australia. Am I correct in saying that prior to the 2021 National Census, there were gaps in South Australia's understanding of its veteran profile?
Yes, so for Veterans SA, we were operating on the numbers provided from Department of Veterans Affairs, and that was solely people who were DVA card holders.
So just pausing there for a moment, is the difficulty with that gap that if the state does not have a thorough understanding of the profile of its veteran community, including where veterans reside in this state, that it cannot have any certainty that the services and funding that is being provided is actually responding to the most pressing needs of those veterans?
Yes, I believe so.
And has that difficulty with data in part been overcome by the figures from the latest 2021 census?
Yes, it has.
Operator, can I please ask you to display doc ID SAG.5000.0001.001 at .0005, which is the state's voluntary submission? So this is what the census data revealed for South Australia, and I might just highlight a few points. 47,852 former or current serving personnel live in South Australia. Regional veterans represented 32.8% of all veterans in South Australia, and the unemployment rate for previous serving members in South Australia was 4.3%, so a little higher than the national equivalent. Is that correct?
Yes.
So including family members of veterans, what does the state presently estimate to be the number of people in its veteran community?
Taking into consideration that some people may have chosen not to identify in the 2021 census, we are estimating, including families, that the veteran numbers in South Australia are in the vicinity of 100,000.
Can I ask, was any of the data revealed by the census surprising to you?
The number of veterans actually residing in the state was quite a surprise, yes.
Had the state, and I understand from your earlier response that DVA provided some information to you, but had the state prior to the 2021 national census undertaken work to gain a more complete understanding of its veteran profile?
Not to my memory, no.
Are there any barriers to collecting that information?
Now, do you mean?
Or perhaps if I ask back then first, were there any barriers back then to collecting that information?
May I answer? I think that one of the barriers, as identified before, is that not all veterans choose to identify as a veteran, and that on admission to a service, so whether it's a health service, education, any type of service that the state government provides, there's not necessarily an opportunity to identify as a veteran. So, for example, asking the question upon admission to a hospital, have you served in the ADF? So that's one of the ways in which we could improve that data set to gain a greater picture of those people who are attending services but may not have been specifically categorised or marked as a veteran.
Is that something that SA Health is looking at doing?
Yeah, SA Health has had a focus on trying to identify veterans at the point of service previously. We've done some work over a number of years to look at electronic medical records and how they record that information, but also in terms of education of staff. So we actually have a small training package for staff, and we had a little video as well to watch, basically saying, ask, have you served in the ADF?
All right, so that is something, in terms of that specific example that you gave, for example, upon admission to hospital, that is going to be a mandatory question in this state?
No, it's not mandatory at this stage. And I think that making it mandatory may be troublesome because some veterans do not want to identify. And so there's not been a discussion at this point of making it mandatory, but what we're trying to do is build up that education, build up those systems to encourage the identification.
Why would a veteran not want to identify as a veteran?
Do you want to take that?
There's a number of reasons. Their association with their service may not be something that they want to consider. In saying that, sometimes further down the track, people may decide to recognise the service that they gave. Unpleasant experiences, maybe just wanting to move on. As people aren't serving in the ADF as long as they used to, it's one of several careers in their lives, and it just may not be something that resonates with them as an identity.
I'll come back to information sharing a little bit later, but in terms of just going back to the census question, are you supportive of that question which seeks to identify serving defence members and veterans?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Are you supportive of the census question?
Absolutely, yes.
So I'll move to the services and supports. The focus of this Royal Commission includes the contributing risk factors for veteran suicide and suicidality, and that includes an examination of the ongoing impact service may have on the physical and mental health of veterans. What do you see as the primary challenges faced by veterans in South Australia?
Primary challenges would be around seeking services, so services within the state actually having the capacity to deliver on the needs that they have. So in the areas of wellbeing, mental resilience, employment, family support.
So it's accessing services
I believe so, yes.
and funding of those services?
I can't comment to the funding of those services, just simply because services that are delivered for veterans in the community are, in the main, paid for by the Commonwealth, and that's an area that I have oversight of.
Is another issue, rather than access, also the existence of appropriate services?
Without actually doing a full audit, I suppose, of the service delivery environment, that is hard to say. From what I've heard, it is just trouble accessing and times taken to actually see somebody.
And when you, in terms of that access time, could we be a little bit more specific? In what area are we talking about?
So when people are seeking psychological services, for example, that can be a wait time of anything in excess of 6 months.
In terms of the state's proposed veteran community security framework, am I correct that the South Australian government recently allocated $2.1 million across the forward estimates to the Veterans Affairs portfolio for the design of that framework?
That's correct.
And that framework will be delivered by Veterans SA?
It will.
So from when will that funding be allocated?
So that funding is for the beginning of this financial year, so from 1st of July this year.
And before we discuss that framework, did Veterans SA historically receive funding allocations prior to this most recent allocation?
Funding for the agency prior to this financial year has been mainly in the area of commemoration and grants. Anything for programs that we have delivered outside of that has been on application for funding.
And what type of funding allocations are we talking about historically? Is it as much as what we've seen just allocated, $2.1 million across 4 years?
$2 million across the 4 years? No, nothing in that vicinity.
So they're much smaller allocations?
Yes.
Why, at this point in time, has there been such a difference in the funding allocations?
As an agency, we have moved our focus into outcomes for the veteran community, and while still reflecting on commemoration and acknowledging the importance of commemoration for the nation, supporting veterans and their families. So that means different outcomes, different programs to look at proactive preventative measures rather than reactive treatment.
What prompted that change in focus?
We've begun a rather robust community outreach program where we are actually starting to ask questions and listen to the community and hear about what it is that they need and what the challenges are that they're experiencing. And that feedback from the community then enables us to look at ways that we can explore programs that can assist them.
Okay, I'm going to come to that community consultation in a little bit, but just staying on the framework, I'm correct that it's in development?
That's correct.
So what is the framework? So what is it intended to achieve? How will it be delivered?
Yep, so there's two arms to the framework. One will be the community consultation and outreach arm, and the results from that community outreach will guide the sorts of programs and projects that we aim to deliver for the community.
And how will that community outreach or community consultation occur?
So that will take the shape of community forums, surveys, roundtables, and regional outreach.
So as I understand it, Veterans SA has already taken some community consultation, and that included a Veteran and Defence Families Forum in May 2022. I suppose I'm wondering, how will this further consultation that is now proposed be different from that which has already taken place?
Yeah, I think what's important to note here is that the needs and the wants of the community are ever evolving, and so it's not something that is static. So for us to only do one session of community outreach and say, right, we know everything, that's just incorrect. So we will need to continually evolve as the community's requirements evolve.
So it's about updating your understanding of
Absolutely.
the issues. So what is the current estimated date by which the framework will be completed and implemented?
So development of the outreach program, we are hoping to have completed by November this year. We've got a strategic planning day in August, which will be the beginning of us actually setting the program.
Okay, but as we are here today, there's no proposed timetable?
No, so it will be a 12-monthly program, so the framework will be delivered on a 12-monthly basis, with the first part of that actually being the community outreach to set the goals and the aims of what the program delivery will be.
Given that Veterans SA is not a service delivery agency, how will the framework translate into services provided to Defence members and veterans and their families in South Australia?
Yeah, so based on what we hear from the community, we will then reach out to appropriate organisations and associations, be that government and non-government organisations, to discuss how the needs of the community can be met through programs that they may run. With non-government organisations that we approach, that will be based around the services and supports that they offer.
Is it fair to say that the success of the framework is going to be determined by the uptake of your suggestions by government and non-government organisations?
It could be the case, yes.
Can I move to the strategic outlook, which is a different document that we're talking about? We've got the framework, we've also got the strategic outlook. I understand that in August 2021, that's when that Veterans SA Strategic Outlook 2021 to 2031 was released, is that correct?
That's correct.
So will the Veteran Community Security Framework that we've been discussing, is that ultimately going to form part of this strategic outlook, or will it operate independently?
They will operate in conjunction with each other.
Okay. So can you briefly summarise for me the purpose of the strategic outlook and its 4 strategic aims?
Yep, so coming out of the centenary of Anzac, we had a look as an agency, moving away from that heavily commemorative period of time and looking at how we are going to be able to continue to serve the community moving forward. And that was the catalyst for the strategic outlook to be developed. The 4 pillars of honouring service, data-informed policy, empowering community and inclusion are the 4 areas that fell out of the workshops and the consultation periods that we had with the community. And those 4 pillars came about because of everything that we wanted to deliver. They could actually fall under any one of those 4 pillars.
So those 4 pillars were things that were identified based on Veterans SA community consultation?
Yes.
And what are those 4 pillars?
The 4 pillars are honouring service, data-informed policy, community inclusion and empowering community.
And within each of those 4 pillars, the strategic outlook identified various actions that the state government committed to undertake?
That's correct.
Yeah. Was any, outside of the community consultation, was any sort of other independent research conducted to identify the specific needs of the veteran community in South Australia?
So, if I understand what you're asking, what we did was we engaged a third party to undertake the consultation on our behalf, and what happened was surveys were distributed and then roundtables, group sessions, one-on-one sessions with the Veterans Advisory Council were conducted to get as much input as we could.
And what were the key findings? Are you able to summarise any sort of key findings that arose out of that consultation process?
The key findings out of the consultation was that, Again, there was a heavy focus on family support. There was employment and training concerns and recognition of price learning. So transferable skills within the Defence Force and how they relate to future prospects in the civilian world. And children, care for children, childcare, housing. So there was nothing that we weren't expecting to hear that was actually brought up through that consultation period.
Okay, and that's what informed the 4 pillars. And
Yes, correct.
so can I now move to discussing one of the actions that the state government committed to undertake under the Outlook, which was its community consultation? Operator, can you please display the voluntary submission? It's doc ID SAG.5000.001.001 at .005. And just highlight paragraph 17, please. So while that's coming up, I'll just ask this. I referred earlier to the consultation that was undertaken by the state at the Veteran and Defence Families Forum in May 2022. Who did that forum target?
So that targeted current and former serving veterans and their families, and it was targeted at the working age demographic within the community.
And what's that? What's that working age? Is it veterans
So
under 50?
65 and below.
65 and below. So displayed on the screen, and I think over the page, are the key issues raised via that forum.
Mm-hmm.
So am I correct that these issues also informed an update to the strategic outlook that took place in December 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
So I'll come back to that, but before we move to discussing those changes, can I just ask you to briefly expand on each of the issues on the screen that were identified as the key issues and explain for the commissioners what they are?
Yep. So I'll just take a step back. In the consultation period with that Veteran and Family Forum, it was really important for us to be clear with the participants that there were certain things that were outside of our remit as a state government agency to be able to deliver, and things that were also potentially the Commonwealth responsibility versus what the state could do for them. Under wellbeing and mental resilience, that was more around family wellbeing and family unit support and how the effects of service can actually impact on the wellbeing of the family and ways to mitigate that. Mental resilience, that was something that was defined as outside of our remit because it was a health issue.
But just stopping there, irrespective of whether it's within or outside of your remit, as I understand it, those are the key issues.
Yes.
So what was the key issue raised in terms of mental resilience?
Well, mental resilience, being strong and being able to overcome adversities and lack of resilience in those areas, lack of supports to be able to actually overcome. Yep.
Okay.
Additional support for defence children and practical home support for defence families. So with defence children, there is for example, on our school application forms, historically there has not been any way to identify current or former serving children that attend public schools in the state, and knowing that oftentimes parents don't experience challenges until post-service, it was important to be able to identify this cohort of children so that if suddenly there were behavioural changes within the schooling system, the school actually has an opportunity to be able to actually identify that this is a child of a defence or military family and there could be something external going on there that is affecting their schooling. Home support for defence families. This came from a carer group and the lack of support services in relation to them caring for a veteran partner at home. Veteran and partner employment. With the partner employment, the transient nature of being a military spouse and the challenges associated with actually finding and retaining gainful employment on a posting cycle, and then also delays in being able to secure employment due to licensing and registration transfers and screenings and police checks and that sort of thing. With veteran employment, it was about the transferable skills and recognition of those skills and how that relates to employment once you've left the ADF. Veterans discount cards and ID cards, this one was actually a little bit left field for us. We didn't realise that within that working age group, discounts and concessions were something that was a priority for them. So we are now working with, the agency has a staff member on a human services concessions review working group that is going on at the moment that is actually having a look at the different concessions as they relate to people who have served in the ADF, as by and large the concessions that are available are actually only for people who have reached age pension age or are on a disability pension. Partner identity, veteran and partner identity and culture, and supporting younger contemporary veterans. This is something that, with the partner identity and culture, I think acknowledging, for example, that partners do have their own identity and do face their own challenges and issues by way of being the non-uniformed member in a relationship, and extending that out even further to those who actually do find themselves being carers for people who are suffering through illness or injury.
Thank you. Can I ask, in terms of having identified those issues, does that then, within each of those, did you then sort of go and try to advocate or do something with those issues? Do they translate into service delivery in any way?
Yeah, so we made an effort to go out and identify what areas could actually assist and provide support in these areas. So I'll go back again to the carer of a veteran partner. We held a forum for, it was called the Carers Roundtable, and what we did was pulled together people from the community, people with lived experience, ex-service associations and Carers SA to all get around the table to facilitate relationships. So I think that's a really important point to make, that as a non-service delivery agency, where we can make an impact is facilitating relationships and networks. And as a result of that carer roundtable, those networks have been formed, and one of the ladies who heads up the home post, she has formed quite strong relationships with Carers SA, and they are going to move forward in looking at a mutually beneficial program for veterans in that area. And as an agency, we are also going to be presenting to the local Carers SA group just to further that education on what a veteran is and what their families actually need and what they experience as a military family as well.
So just in terms of what's the home post?
The home post is, so a lady by the name of Julia Michelle, she heads up the home post, and it's a network, a support network, an information sharing network for partners of serving and ex-serving people.
So ultimately, from the issue that we've identified here, we've moved to try to provide a support network for carers whose partners are in the Defence Force. Is that?
Yeah, that's correct. So what we're trying to do is, because we're trying to educate the veteran community, and when I say the veteran community in this instance, I mean families and everybody as well, on services that are available to them as a member of the South Australian community, not just services not being restricted by services that they can only get through Defence and DVA. So highlighting what's available in the general community.
And is that the key sort of outcome of the identification of issues?
Sorry, say again?
Is that the key sort of action or steps that you've taken after having conducted community consultation?
Yes, yeah.
In terms of the strategic outlook that we were discussing before, you mentioned that it resulted in these findings resulted in a change in December 2022. What changed in the strategic outlook?
So the strategic outlook is reviewed annually, and that is based on what we hear from the community throughout the preceding 12 months. What we did hear about the original strategic outlook was that it was too wordy, it was too bureaucratic, and it was broad and not easy to understand. So when we look at the original actions under those 4 pillars, whilst we haven't gotten rid of most of them, what we have done is made it more, provided outcomes that are more broken down and easily deliverable and identifiable to the community if they read the document.
Understood. It resulted in a simplification of your strategy.
Yes.
You also recently commissioned Defence Families Australia to design, deliver and analyse the results of a state-focused survey that will consider the impacts of relocation on family employment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I understand that you did that because of feedback from defence spouses and partners about barriers they've encountered to relocating barriers they've encountered regarding employment following ADF relocation. Is that correct?
Correct.
What were those barriers?
So the barriers that we're hearing about are in relation to professional licensing and registration transfers. So they haven't been able to, for example, with nursing and teachers, they haven't been able to transfer their registrations and licenses until they have an address here in South Australia. So that is then a delay in them being able to take up employment when they get here. What we have done just recently is joined a national working group for the care and support network, and whilst veterans, I think, weren't in scope for the purposes that we have brought to the table, we took the opportunity to highlight, whilst they are looking at screening processes across the care and support sector, noting that there's going to be a shortage of 100,000 people in the next couple of years to work in that sector, we have a cohort of people that if we are able to remove licensing and registration barriers, they are a good workforce that are ready and set to go.
So how does Veteran SA actually bring about that change?
So what we will do is sit on that national work group until and see what the recommendations from that are. I don't have a timeline for when that is expected to be completed, but in the meantime, we will start conversations with state government agencies who are charged with taking care of those police screenings, the licensing transfers and the registrations, to see if it is something that we can expedite to offer to the community to do before they actually post into location, so that they're good to go when they get here.
So that's something, is that a priority for you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So in terms of we'll talk about the commissioning of the survey. Has it been administered?
Not yet, no. It's currently with Defence for Ethics approval.
Do you know roughly when it will be administered?
No. It'll be before the end of the year.
And then what are you hopeful of doing with the results from the survey? Is it that advocate?
Yes.
That we were talking about earlier?
Yeah. So we're hoping to be able to then, bring that data to people and say, these are the experiences that people are having. How can we as a state work towards removing that barrier for them so that they can move here and into employment?
It'd be fair to say, I think, that it sounds like it's a little bit of a way off changing.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Can I just move to the Co-work, Co-play program, pilot program? So what is that program?
So the program itself is designed to provide a finite period of time for parents or partners with children that are under school age, a set time each week. So, for example, the pilot program that we ran here ran for a 6-week period. Each week it was 3 hours where people could come, their children were looked after on site in the room next door, and that allowed them 3 hours to work on career progression, skills, training, or things that they wouldn't normally have time to dedicate to because of the lack of childcare.
So that program was to be evaluated in mid to late April 2023. Has that occurred?
Yes, it has.
And what was the outcome or the outcomes of that evaluation?
So the outcomes from that, so we had 8 ladies end up completing the course, and from that 3 people had actually gained employment. One of the biggest outcomes was that social connection. So 2 of the ladies that had actually signed up for the course, they had just posted back to Australia from overseas postings, and one lady in particular was Canadian, and she'd met her husband and gone on posting directly to Hawaii. So she'd posted into Australia for the very first time with no networks, not knowing anybody, and by joining this program, it immediately provided her with a social network.
What does the future hold for the co-work, co-play program? Will it continue?
It will continue if it's in the form that it was delivered in the pilot program or not remains to be seen, but it is certainly something that we would be looking at as a part of that security framework that we're delivering.
So no decision on whether to continue with it yet?
Not yet, no. So that will come about as part of the consultation process to verify need.
So the final area of community consultation that I'd like to touch on concerns your regional outreach program, and you have a number of regional veterans in South Australia, don't you? So what is that program and why is it being conducted?
Again, as a result of the 2021 census data that we received, we were able to identify areas where there was a condensed population of veterans, and what we have heard quite regularly over the years is that veterans in regional areas feel isolated, forgotten about, feel like they don't have the ability to provide input into areas that affect them. So once we were able to establish where our veterans were, we designed an outreach program that we go and we visit and we take partnerships with us. So, and by partnerships, I mean ex-service organisations and associations to bring services to the community in the region where they are, but to also let people know that just because they are geographically isolated, there are still organisations and associations out there that can provide them with assistance. And it has also enabled us to educate the community on the fact that there are veterans in their region. So it wasn't uncommon for us to hear that people were actually quite surprised about the number of veterans that lived in their region.
Has that community outreach program, is that something that you describe as successful or unsuccessful?
I would call it successful.
How have you evaluated that success?
So when we look at that, we look at, the people that have attended, they've sought advocacy assistance, they've sought mental health assistance, they've been provided with connections, there's been war widows and partners that have been living in isolation. We were able to connect them with people who could help them with their social isolation. So anything that is an improvement for the community or somebody gets a benefit out of is considered a success.
Is this regional sort of space one where there can be sort of more improvement?
Yes, absolutely, yep.
And is that something that you're going to consider as part of this security framework?
Yes.
So again, it's something that you don't know exactly what will be provided, but it's something that you're looking at.
Yeah, that's right. So we've currently got a regional outreach program that is underway. We sought one-off funding for that, and that runs until the end of this financial year. But then what we have got is the framework funding, so that regional outreach will continue as a part of that.
Okay. So just before we move on to discussing health services, as a result of the census, the state is now aware that its veteran unemployment rate is slightly higher than the national average. What steps are you taking to address that issue?
So one of the things that we are doing is developing an employer network. So what we do here quite regularly is that there are lots of employers out there who want to employ veterans, but they don't know how or where to go. So the hope of bringing together this employer network is for some network, some industry that already have veteran employer programs to come together with other employers who don't have one or who are looking to develop one, and they can then share that knowledge on how they reach out to the veteran community.
So in terms of an employer network, can you just explain to me exactly what, is that a database or is that something where
No,
you can
that'll
go
be
online?
a physical network. So 4 times a year, so this is also a part of the framework. So 4 times a year, we'll be looking at holding functions where we bring that network of employers together so that they can share lessons learned, provide information on what worked for them, what didn't, who they see as, or where they see that they get their veteran pool from to employ.
Do you think that's enough from a state perspective?
It's still very difficult because if we can't measure something, we can't manage it. So we hear all the time that veteran unemployment is a big issue, but then we hear from industry that they are trying to employ people and they can't find veterans. So that is an area that could certainly be grown upon.
Has the state collaborated with any local governments about veterans' employment?
We are actually beginning conversations with local government councils and things like that moving forward about veteran employment programs, as well as within the state government public service, working with the Office of the Commissioner of Public Service Employment about employment pathways for the veteran community, but that is only in early stage conversations.
Right. To date, it hasn't done that?
No.
Right, can I move to the topic of health, Mr. Monkhouse? Now, unlike Veterans SA, SA Health provides services and relevantly for this Royal Commission provides services, health services specifically to veterans. Now, we won't have time here this morning to discuss each of those services, but I would like to ask about 2 in particular, and that's the Veteran Wellbeing Centre at the Repat Health Precinct and the Veterans Mental Health Precinct located within the Glenside Health Service campus.
Yep.
However, before I do that, I'd like to note that there are a number of SA Health roles and initiatives that are focused specifically on veteran health and wellbeing. Why does SA Health have that focus on veterans?
I think we have that focus on veterans because they have unique health needs as a result of their service.
What are those unique health challenges?
So there's a range of unique health needs I think that veterans and their families have as a result of their service and their transition to civilian life. I'd say at the outset, those needs are unique and their circumstances are unique, but they're not exclusive. They're not exclusive to veterans. These are things that happen in the general population as well. There's 5 areas I think that I'd like to touch on in terms of what their needs are. The first is it's an unfamiliar health system. The health system is complex and requires, a level of health literacy to be able to navigate it, to understand the difference between public and private sectors, state government, federal government. What does my Medicare card do? What does it get me? What do I need private health insurance? And that is something that veterans may be coming out of service, not having had to look into the private insurance market before, not having had to have a Medicare card before. Similarly, the transient nature of deployment and postings means that they may be in a capital city or in a regional area where they don't know the local services. The second one is that the veteran community is extremely diverse. So you have the younger cohorts and the older cohorts, you have men and an increasing number of women over time, you have a diversity of deployment experiences from peacekeeping to active combat operations, and all of those things create there's no one size fits all to providing the health services or meeting those health needs. The social determinants of health make a difference in the health space. So there may be higher risk factors for housing, unemployment, drug and alcohol use, financial stress, and those things have a flow-on effect to health needs. There is generally challenges around help-seeking behaviours, and that's in two ways that I see that we see in the veteran space. One is around mental health help-seeking, which there's general stigma around mental health and that sort of older prevailing view of come on, pull your socks up, get on with it, and don't ask for help, and that's changing over time as well. And then there's also some stigma or mistrust for things that may be branded DVA. So we hear that people don't want to talk to DVA because they have a level of mistrust with that organisation or with government organisation. And then you have, I suppose, the direct disease, illness or conditions that come as a result of service. So typically we saw in older generations rehabilitation, physical injury, respiratory, as some of those veterans get older and what they present to health services with, and that changing to more mental health related issues and drug and alcohol disorders as well.
I gather from your answer then that you think that those challenges require veteran-specific health services.
I think they require an understanding and a focus on veterans' health. So there's certainly very specific health services like the Jamie Larkham Centre and the very specific mental health services that we provide as almost a centre of excellence, a clinical excellence or a building of those skills that are tailored towards meeting those specific health needs. And then a more general education of understanding the culture and the ethos and the recognition and respect, so that, as I said before, when you come into hospital and we say, have you served, that our staff have an understanding of what that means and how to be respectful to veteran patients.
So that's an education that needs to occur at that sort of whole face level of hospital nurses, doctors,
across the whole health system. Yep.
And is that education that you're presently undertaking?
So we do have a training module which is on a learning management system in our health department, which is commonly the way that people will learn about that, but also obviously through community engagement as well. So having open days, having different people visiting our services, the staff from Jamie Larkham Centre heading out to the Edinburgh RAF base and meeting people as a way to just increase that general awareness and education as well.
Just sticking with the training module, is that a mandatory module?
No.
Do you monitor how many people within your hospital system complete the module?
We have in the past. We can extract that data from the learning management system. I can't recall a current number.
Do you think there would be any benefit in making such a training module or education mandatory?
I think it's challenging in a complex, large public health system to look at what is mandatory in terms of there's a range of different things that people have to train on, and it is difficult to, you could make an argument for a lot of things to be mandatory, and so I think it needs to be balanced within the broader needs of the health system and safety and quality first and foremost. So we need to make sure that we're providing a safe quality health service, and a safe quality health service will always be provided regardless of veteran status. So if we do identify your veteran status, that'll allow us to be providing more tailored and respectful care because we understand those specific needs, but it wouldn't change the baseline level of quality of that service provided.
But I understand from your answer that it would be helpful to know.
I think so.
Up front,
Yes.
And then the next part of that would be educating the person if the answer is yes, isn't it?
Educating which person, sorry?
Well, let's say it's a nurse. Let's say a nurse asks the question, "Are you a veteran?" and the answer is yes. The arguably the appropriate response would not be given, or you might not have the actual benefit of the answer if that person hasn't received appropriate education.
Yeah, so I think there's a general awareness raising, sort of that education almost happens in tiers, right up to specialist clinicians, such as through the Jamie Larkham Centre, where that's what they do on a day-to-day basis.
Well, I'll go to the Jamie Larkham Centre in a minute, but maybe I'll just start with the Veteran Wellbeing Centre. Can you explain to the Commissioners what that centre is and when it was established?
Yep, the Veteran Wellbeing Centre is part of a federal government initiative from 2019 where they wanted to establish 6 wellbeing centres around the country. So there was a federal government capital grant of $5 million to each of the centres. And the centre in South Australia, there was an agreement between the state and Commonwealth governments to establish that centre at the REPAT Health Precinct in Adelaide in a partnership between the federal government and the state government. The REPAT Veteran Health Precinct is a very long-standing place of importance to the veteran community, and the opportunity to have a dedicated veteran service there with veterans working from within that service, and to have the sort of associated commemoration and naming of places and, poppies on the wall and that type of thing, I think is quite respectful and meaningful of the history of the site. The Wellbeing Centre then was established as a partnership operation. So it's managed by the state government with ex-service organisation tenants. We bring tenants into the centre. They operate from the centre either on a full-time or a part-time or a sessional basis. And the veteran community have opportunities to come in and find services that are relevant to them and meet their needs.
And which ex-service organisations do you have in there at the moment?
So presently we have the Plympton Veterans Centre, which is a community of DVA advocates, veterans advocates. So it's not an organisation as such, it's a grouping of a range of, I think it's about 17 advocates, all from related to different ex-service organisations, and they've come together to provide an overarching sort of service of advocacy, both compensation advocacy and wellbeing advocacy. We have Open Arms providing counselling services, and we have the State Veterans Health Advocate. The State Veterans Health Advocate is a long-standing role within the Southern Adelaide Local Health Network. It's not an advocate in the DVA sense. It's more of a liaison person to support people navigate the health system and on discharge from the health system.
Are there any operational costs associated with the centre?
Yes.
And who funds those?
The state government.
So in terms of, as I understand, it's a physical space where you can go and engage with support organisations. Would you say that engagement has been successful, unsuccessful?
Absolutely successful.
Okay. Can I ask then how you've evaluated and measured that success?
Yep.
Practically?
Yep.
Okay.
So there is a national evaluation framework through the hubs that DVA are leading, and we've been working on collecting data to support that. We've also been working on collecting more anecdotal, qualitative feedback from our community. But I guess the success for me, so that's the more formal evaluation, and that hasn't been completed. That is an ongoing process, and we are only just sort of 2 years into the establishment of the centre, and so we've kind of finished the establishment phase, and we are now looking at, okay, so what does the next step, what does the future of this centre look like? I think for me, success is defined by the fact that we have data that demonstrates that we are seeing veterans in the centre, and that those veterans are being helped, and qualitatively we have the feedback that we know those guys are being helped, and that's primarily through the advocacy. And if I may, I'll just touch on what's a little bit of a unique situation in South Australia in relation to advocacy.
Yes.
So unlike the other states, in South Australia, we don't have the same well-resourced, large ex-service organisations that can employ paid advocates. I actually saw on the previous witnesses evidence that there was a suggestion that Queensland had 70 paid positions of advocates. In South Australia, we have a very small number of formal paid positions. And we have a larger number of disparate volunteer advocates who work across ESOs across the state. Plympton Veterans Centre are a phenomenal outfit that need to be applauded for the work that they do. And the state government has been able to partner with them in the Veterans Wellbeing Centre to support that advocacy in South Australia. So we have those guys operating out of the centre. They have veterans coming in, but they also do the telehealth to outreach into areas in regional South Australia. And that, for us, is about the sustainability of advocates in South Australia, because it does take time to educate them, and we need a pipeline, and we need to support that pipeline of these volunteers. And so by creating almost the infrastructure, the space for them to operate, to build that community of practice, and to continue to attract new people to it, that's going to help us as a state to support advocacy when we don't have this large outside of government funded sort of environment to do so.
Can I just summarise your answer in terms of the success of this centre as I understand it? There's no formal evaluation that's taken place, correct?
It's taking place, it's not finished.
And your answer about its success relies on anecdotal evidence, correct?
And some data that we've collected on the usage, so the number of veterans that we see coming into the centre.
And how many veterans have come into the centre since its establishment?
I don't have that data in front of me. I'm not sure if we've supplied it as one of the responses already, but I'd be happy to provide that after the hearing.
Thank you, that'd be helpful. In terms of moving to the Veterans Mental Health Precinct, that consists of the Jamie Larkham Centre and the Partnerships Hub,
Yes.
Is that correct? So what programs are available to defence members and veterans at the Jamie Larkham Centre?
So the Jamie Larkham Centre is a 24-bed acute mental health unit. So that really provides for that higher end acuity mental health issues, and with a transition to recovery. So you come into those inpatient beds with a proposed treatment plan and a road to recovery to get you into a more stable situation outside in the community. It's really for when it's not safe to the veteran or others to be in the community. They come into that type of acute mental health setting. It also provides ambulatory or outpatient programs, so that's basically a day visit to come in and do a program, and that could be one-to-one session, that could be a group session. They've got a very successful trauma recovery program that they run, as well as a range of other things like yoga and mindfulness and those types of programs.
Can I turn to the Partnerships Hub? What is that and when did it commence?
The Partnerships Hub commenced at the same time as the establishment of the Jamie Larkham Centre, as effectively it was almost a precursor to the Wellbeing Centres program. When we were developing the Jamie Larkham Centre, we saw the opportunity to have the space for non-government organisations to provide non-clinical services and support to those patients. In the former Ward 17 at the REPAT, which was the mental health unit that the Jamie Larkham Centre became, ex-service organisations would come and visit and, have a chat with patients. Hey, do you need to be linked to some employment support? Do you need to be linked to a financial counsellor? Advocacy obviously was a very strong part of that as well. And so the Partnership Hub became the opportunity to replicate that co-located with the mental health precinct, with the Jamie Larkham Centre, sorry.
That sounds remarkably like the Veterans Wellbeing Centre that we were just discussing.
Absolutely, it is, and that's how we then saw a transition when the Wellbeing Centre was created. We did a community consultation. We laid all the options on the table. Do we have both? Do we have one or the other? Do we make them connected? Do we have them completely separate? We went through a community consultation process. We agreed to a transition approach, and currently the Partnership Hub is an extension now of the Jamie Larkham Centre, where the Jamie Larkham Centre runs the services, uses that space to run some of their group services, while maintaining the name and the opportunity for veterans to still use it. But any of those non-clinical ESO services that were provided at the Partnership Hub have transitioned to the Wellbeing Centre. And geographically, they are quite close, and we know that veterans from the Jamie Larkham Centre are accessing services at the Wellbeing Centre.
But it's essentially a physical space where, based on need, you can go as a veteran and an SO will speak with you.
Yes.
Okay. I might move, just in terms of funding, what funding does the Jamie Larkham Centre receive?
So it's state government funding, so commissioned activity as a health service within the commissioning framework of SA Health.
And is that sort of ongoing funding?
Yes.
Yep. So there's a commitment for a certain period of time, or an allocation for a certain period of time?
I think it is a service that we provide, and as with all health services that we provide, the commissioning process looks at population need, looks at all the data, says this is what we want to commission, and continues to. It's a yearly process in line between the department as the funder and the local health networks as the delivery agencies. So there's certainly no intention that it has an expiry date.
Okay. So on the 16th of June 2023, the Australian government announced that Lives Lived Well, has been invited to develop a business case to establish a veterans and family hub in Northern Adelaide. What involvement, if any, did SA Health have in securing the funding for that hub?
I don't believe SA Health had any involvement in that process. It's being led by the Commonwealth.
So, as I understand it, the hub's set to feature a range of tailored services to assist with transition, employment, social connection, etc. How will the existing services provided by SA Health interact with this new hub, or is that something that you're going to need to look at when it's established?
As a state government, we are always keen on partnerships. So I think the opportunity to continue that partnership arrangement that we've successfully had at the Wellbeing Centre, and that we do with Veterans SA, with SA Health, with our ESO community, we'd be looking forward to continuing that arrangement with the successful party who established the Northern Hub.
Okay, thank you. Can I turn to the issue of veteran homelessness then? The 2019 Australian Housing and Urban Research Institute final report identified that homelessness was an issue that disproportionately affected recently transitioned veterans. It's about 5.3% versus 1.9% of the general population. And there's a recent study which also suggests that a disproportionate number of veterans in Australia are sleeping rough, which is often referred to as primary homelessness. And the study also draws a link between homelessness and that being a risk factor for suicide among veterans. In your view, is veteran homelessness an issue in this state?
From what we're told through the Andrew Russell Veteran Living Centre and through the Department of Corrections, it is an issue, yes.
And is there data collection that's taking place to identify the extent of the issue?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is that something that's planned or that you certainly could look into? Or?
That would be a question for Housing SA.
Okay. So it would be a different government agency that would need to look at that. But you advocate on behalf of veterans. Is that something that you will raise with Housing SA?
We could raise it. It's not, unbelievably, it's not something that's actually come up as a key issue in our consultation so far.
Do you think that you will? I'll ask this. I know that you could raise it. Will you raise it or won't you raise it?
Yes.
In terms of a related issue to veteran homelessness concerns the incarceration of veterans. The recent study that I was talking about also suggested that a history of incarceration was more prevalent among homeless veterans than in non-veterans. Does the state know how many veterans are incarcerated in South Australia?
That would be a question for the Department of Correctional Services.
But Veterans SA hasn't looked into the issue?
No.
In terms of I understand that it's a different department, but you might be able to speak to one of the issues. I understand that there's a Veterans Services pilot program that's being conducted. Do you have any knowledge of that, or?
I have knowledge of the program and what it's aiming to achieve broadly, but outside of that, no.
Okay, well, what is it aiming to achieve?
So it's just looking at addressing the unique requirements and needs of people who have served, who have found themselves incarcerated.
And when was it commenced?
2021, I believe.
And do you know what?
Mr. Sheptower, can I just ask one question at this point, if I may? The material you've submitted actually says that 3.5% of inmates have been identified as veterans, and 13.8% of staff in corrections have been identified as veterans. But it doesn't say what those numbers are. My memory, and I'm happy to stand corrected, is that around 1,100 people are in the corrective services system. Does that sound about right? We're just trying to get an idea of the numbers of actual.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't answer either way on that, Commissioner, sorry.
Can I ask you to take it on notice? If you're able to somehow
Absolutely.
gather that information and get back to us, we'd be grateful. Thank you, Mr. Sheptower.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are you aware of the current status of the pilot program?
No.
I might leave it there then, because it sounds like it's a question for a different department. In your response to the Commission's notice to give, you say that the services provided for veterans by other government agencies were in place before the strategic outlook. So we're talking about service delivery there. In the wake of that strategy being introduced by Veterans SA, has there been any evaluation or re-evaluation of those services?
Not an evaluation in its formal sense. I think I alluded in that notice to give that there was the Department of Correctional Services, SA Health, that provided bespoke services, if you like, to the veteran community. Outside of that, I can't think of any government agency that does actually provide specific services. What we are doing as a part of our aims is to actually educate other government departments on how veterans actually can fit into the services and the business of their agency. For example, the fact with the Office for Women, the fact sheets on family and domestic violence, the conversation that started with the Office for Women, they did not think about or consider how the veteran community may have additional challenges into reporting incidents and things like that. So what we did was we sat down with them and we explained challenges of being a defence partner, and as a result of that now the Office for Women understands that it's a unique cohort of people that may require different levels of service and support as a result of being a part of that cohort.
Okay. This probably really goes to the heart of what Veterans SA is doing. So can I ask, how do you intend to actually evaluate the success of your proposed framework and your strategic outlook?
Yep, so that will be a part of the development process and how we will actually measure success at the end of the year.
Are there any sort of measurables that you can, KPIs or anything that you can give me
That
now?
will be established through the process.
Okay. So again, we're sort of still at that more embryonic level of
Yes.
what does it look like? How is it going to come into effect, right? Can I turn expressly to the issue of veteran suicide and suicidality? Do you receive advice about suicide monitoring data, for example, from the AIHW? Yes.
No, we don't. We are very careful as an agency to make sure that we manage expectations on what we can actually have influence to, and things in that realm are certainly best left to the organisations that or the agencies that can actually help. But no, we don't receive figures.
And does the state provide any funding or services specifically directed to the issue of prevention of veteran suicide or suicidality?
Sorry, Sergeant?
Does the state provide any funding or services which are specifically directed to the issue of the prevention of veteran suicide or suicidality?
Not veterans specifically, no. There is a Premier's Suicide Prevention Council that does have veteran representation on that council.
And is that sort of like an ideas or an information sharing space?
I'm not sure.
Okay. In terms of, can I turn to the engagement with the Commonwealth? So Veterans SA engaged with the Commonwealth. Operator, can I please ask you to display the state's strategic outlook? It's document ID SAG.5000.00001.0001 @ So this is the strategic outlook. And under the first strategic aim, empowering community, and it's that last dot point in the far right-hand column, it refers to Veterans SA continuing to participate in the Veterans Wellbeing Task Force and the Commonwealth, State and Territory Committee meetings and any working groups that develop from these. So pausing there, in terms of improving service delivery to veterans, do you consider it important for Veterans SA to work collaboratively with the federal government?
Absolutely.
And why?
Because in regards to veteran wellbeing and services that they receive as a result of service-related injuries, the Commonwealth Government are the ones who provide funding for those services, but the states most certainly need to be in a position to be able to deliver those services. So any conversations that can be had at the ministerial level down to agency level across jurisdictions is very important in being able to meet those needs.
Am I correct that you attend meetings of the Veteran Wellbeing Task Force and also the Commonwealth, State and Territory Committee?
That's correct.
Committees on behalf of the state?
Yes.
Are these the two primary channels by which the state engages with the Commonwealth on veterans issues?
At the ministerial level, yes. States and territories, whilst we do attend those meetings a couple of times a year, and there are a couple of other work groups that have splintered off of the CSTC group, states and jurisdictions talk quite regularly, not formally, but we share ideas and information on things that we're doing in each of our states.
That's between states, but just in terms of the primary channels by which you engage with the Commonwealth, am I correct that it's just those two that I mentioned before?
Yeah, we do have a relationship with the Department of Veterans Affairs locally, and we do regularly engage with them.
Can I ask how many meetings of the Veteran Task Force have taken place in the last 18 months, so perhaps since January 2022?
Face-to-face, there has been 2 that I am aware of. So the state government was actually going into caretaker mode in February 2022 when there was a Veteran Wellbeing Task Force meeting held in Darwin. So the minister didn't attend. I attended that one as an observer. And then the next one, I believe, was in August 2022, held in Melbourne.
You say face-to-face, that sort of implies that there were other task force meetings that occurred electronically or...
At times, and as on an as-need basis or ad hoc, they will call a teleconference or a team meeting, a Teams meeting.
Okay, well, how many of those have occurred since January
None.
2022? Right, so the answer is just 2 meetings?
Yes.
Right. So did you raise any matters at those meetings?
In the February one, I was there as an observer, so no, I did not. And the minister did not raise anything in the August meeting, no.
Can I ask, sort of, given we were talking earlier at the start of this about the extensive community consultation that Veterans SA has undertaken, and there were a number of issues that you'd identified throughout that process. Given those identification of issues, why have you not raised that in those task force meetings?
Oh, the Veterans Wellbeing Task Force meeting is at the ministerial level, and the meeting that they conducted in August 2022, going on memory now, there was no specific agenda item that the State Minister for Veterans Affairs spoke to, but there were issues that were addressed in that meeting.
I might come to that, but I guess my question is why didn't the state of South Australia raise any issues at that meeting?
I can only guess and say that the issues on the agenda were issues that we are experiencing here in South Australia as well, so it was spoken about at that national level.
Right. Okay, well, if there's a commonality of issues then, what issues were discussed at those meetings, or at that meeting?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Have there been any practical outcomes arising from those task force meetings?
Not that I'm aware of.
In terms of turning to the Commonwealth, State and Territory Committee meetings, how many meetings of those have taken place over the last 18 months or so?
So there's there's the Commonwealth, State and Territory meeting of officers, and then there's also a couple of side working group meetings. So there's one on veteran employment, there's one on commemoration, and I believe there's been one on incarceration as well. So across the 18-month period, they'd meet quarterly.
Okay. So about, what, between 4 and 6 or so?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Practically speaking then, so these meetings don't occur on the same date as the task force meetings? Do they occur around the same time?
Not normally. So what normally happens is that there will be a forward meeting of the CSTC to just discuss what will be put up to the ministers to discuss at the Veterans Wellbeing Task Force meeting.
Okay. So we've had 4 to 6 meetings that have been conducted in the last 18 months or thereabouts. What matters has the state raised at those meetings?
So we have raised the disparity of concessions. It's a topic that has been on the agenda for a long time, but what we had done prior to that August 2022 meeting was conducted a bit of a research project on the difference between the state and territory concessions. The challenge is because concessions are very much state-based, it's not easy to get a national consistency across those.
Can I just sort of understand what that issue is? Are you saying that there are concessions that certain veterans are provided in each state and territory?
Yes.
And that they are not uniform?
Correct.
Right. And that's an issue. So you press for national consistency?
Just national consistency would be utopia, but I don't think it's something that we're actually ever going to be able to achieve just because of the difference in the numbers of veterans in each state and all the other underlying issues that I'm not aware of when it comes to the concession area.
And what is it about that issue that's so important for veterans?
There's just no there's no consistency, there's no routine around what a veteran on the East Coast is entitled to versus what he's entitled to when he or she moves to South Australia. So it's lack of consistency.
Okay. Did you raise any other issues?
No.
I have to ask why again.
Again, there's those on the agenda, there's those shared issues that get spoken about and raised by other states. And then there's that group discussion about them.
Okay, so the answer, as I understand it, is you didn't raise other issues because on the agenda it covered all the other issues that you would otherwise have raised. Is that correct?
That would have been the situation, yes.
Okay. So what issues were raised at those meetings?
Employment, commemoration, incarceration, and concessions.
Okay. And can you be a little bit more specific? In terms of employment, what was the issue that was raised?
I would have to get back to you on the finer details of those.
Are you able to do that for us?
Absolutely.
Thanks. I'll ask the same question I asked with the task force meetings, and that's, have there been any practical outcomes arising from those committee meetings?
As a state, I think having involvement in concessions working groups, being involved in apprising the national groups of what we're doing in relation to veteran employment within the public service, that sort of thing. They're the things that we're doing on the ground.
Okay. But no actual on-the-ground change in terms of a program or initiative?
No,
that's
it's all
actually
certainly
been-
still in that developmental stage.
How does what is raised at those meetings move to becoming a plan or a policy that is actually implemented?
From a national level, do you mean?
Yeah, so when you raise an issue at those meetings, how does it then move from an issue that's raised and discussed at the task force meeting or at the committee meeting level to actually translating into something that has a meaningful program or services delivered to a veteran?
I can't say that I've noticed any at this point, so I can't reference that.
Thank you. I think it'd be fair to say it's really just a forum by which issues are identified, aren't they?
Yes.
When is the next task force meeting?
We don't have a date for the next task force meeting yet, but the next CSTC meeting is scheduled for the end of August.
Are the task force meetings sort of more ad hoc in the sense that there's no formal schedule, they're just sort of called whenever?
When the what is now known as the task force, was first implemented, there were, I think, at least 2 face-to-face meetings annually, and then COVID and everything else, changes of government and that sort of thing, task force reviews, it has dropped off since then. But yeah, I can expect that there will be one before the end of the year, given that a CSTC meeting has been called for August.
Who calls the task force meeting?
Department of Veterans Affairs.
At the Commonwealth level?
At the Commonwealth level.
In terms of the committee meetings, are they similarly sort of ad hoc or?
They're usually done as a precursor to a task force meeting, so that we can sort of know what we're going to be briefing up to our ministers for their attendance at that meeting.
Can I ask, how do you think Commonwealth and state and territory collaboration can be improved so that it actually results in meaningful change for veterans?
From the state and territory perspective, we all have very good relationships. We share ideas, we share everything that we're doing for better outcomes for veterans. I think from a Commonwealth level, possibly once it's been established what is required and what the states and territories can do, funding. At the end of the day, I don't think that the Commonwealth has, apart from funding, I don't know what sort of influence the Commonwealth can have on service delivery within the state for supports and things like that.
So it's about providing that funding for services at a local level.
Yes.
Can I move to that then? Can I sort of, operator, please display doc ID WAJ.002.001.0031 and highlight the page at .0038. And perhaps just if you could highlight the words or that part of the page above the words evaluation and cost. Ms. Bowen, you've likely not seen this before, but it's the State of Western Australia's submission to this Royal Commission, and it was a subject of some discussion during the recent Perth hearing block. On the screen are some of the issues that the State of Western Australia identified with DVA delivery of grants direct to community groups without reference to its state government. You'll see it there. I might just give you a moment to read it. I'm just wondering whether the states encountered the same issues.
It's not something that has been brought to my attention. If the reference is to community, if the reference to community groups is actually ex-service organisations, there is an inequity, if you like, in relation to ex-service organisations and associations that provide services in South Australia. They are, so the DVA definition of an eligible ex-service organisation means that it has to be membership-based. So we have a lot of ex-service organisations and associations here in South Australia who are not membership-based. Therefore, they are not eligible to apply for grant funding unless they are auspiced through a membership-based organisation. So we have people like RSL Care who administer the Andrew Russell Veterans Living Centre. They are not available. They are not able to apply for grant funding on their own because they are not membership based. So they have to find an auspicing organisation with a membership base for them to be able to apply for grants. Now, that in itself provides issues if the membership-based organisations also want to apply for grants, but it also is placing a burden of risk on those auspicing organisations that they are the ones that are actually responsible for the money that is being given.
May I just also refer the commissioners back to my comment earlier that South Australia doesn't have a range of larger membership-based ex-service organisations, so the experience of WA or other states is going to be slightly different to South Australia's in terms of that competition, the unsustainable operating models, the single duplication of services, multiple sources, etc. We have a lot of little groups that are all out there trying to do the right thing, but don't have that same funding base to be able to take on large grants and deliver large projects.
No, thank you for that. In the state's response to the Commission's notice to give, it says that additional funding from the Commonwealth would assist in responding to the needs of the veteran community that are not currently being met. Has the state sought additional funding from the Commonwealth?
We have, so Veterans SA as an agency has only been the recipient of one grant from the Department of Veterans Affairs, and that was for a commemorative project. I don't believe that we are eligible to apply for grants.
Okay. Can I now move to the topic of information sharing? One of the 4 strategic aims of the Strategic Outlook is titled Data-Informed Policy Best Practice, whereby the state committed to the ongoing pursuit of data relevant to the veteran population to help further inform evidence-based strategies, priorities and policy development across government. Now, am I correct that the state government does not presently have any process by which it systematically or routinely captures interactions with veterans and veteran data?
That is correct.
Does it follow from that that the state, even with the benefit of the census results, has certain gaps in its data veteran profile?
Yes.
Operator, can I ask you to please display document ID GBR.0001.001.001 at .003? And can I ask you to please highlight the paragraph commencing with the words, aside from the ongoing issues around the backlog of claims, and the dot points below? You see, there it says that South Australian veterans could be better supported by the Commonwealth Government through better access to Commonwealth de-identified data, in brackets the Department of Defence and DVA. So what de-identified data does the state wish to receive from Defence and DVA, and why?
So things that we would find helpful in this space is the transition cell, for example. They follow veterans post-transition for up to 24 months. And what would be helpful to us would be to know where so 3 monthly, I believe they touch base with the transition veteran, and that's to follow up on if they're still employed, if they're still living in the same state, if they have moved, what their current situation is. Information about that would help us to ascertain if we have had an inflow or an outflow of veterans in the state. Also, de-identified data in relation to reason for separation from the military. So if it was a medical discharge, administrative discharge, and if it was a medical discharge, potentially just categorising if it was a physical injury, if it was a psychological injury, just so that we can try and better prepare the state for services that it may need to provide down the track.
Also, may I add from a health point of view, utilisation of health services. So health cuts across private sectors and public sector, as well as the Medicare benefits, so general practice. So understanding the utilisation veterans of primary care services, but also being able to understand utilisation in comparable units within the veterans' mental health space. So Jamie Larkham is one of 2 public mental health veterans services. Other states have those services provided in the private sector. And so it's difficult for a service like the Jamie Larkham Centre to be able to benchmark its performance against comparable services and understand that they know they're doing well from their own evaluations and feedback, but that benchmarking relationship to other states is difficult without a good picture of the data.
Okay, so I think in your response there you identified 3 categories of information. Can I just start with the first? It was the transition data. And you mentioned the joint transition, you mentioned a transition cell. Can I just confirm that that's the Joint Transition Authority transition cell that you're
Yes, I
referring
believe
to?
they are now responsible for transition seminars.
Now, do they presently provide the state with any data?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Have you had any dialogue about that?
Pardon me?
Have you raised that? Have you had any dialogue with the JTA
Actually,
about that?
can I please go back? The defence, and it could be through JTA, they do provide us with the broad stroke number of people who have transitioned.
Okay, so you get, so from either Defence or through the JTA, you do get a broad number?
We do get a number,
You get
yes, yeah.
Do you get a precise number of those who have transitioned in this state?
So in the state, yes, we do get a state breakdown of how many people transitioned, but it doesn't go down to the detail of whether or not South Australia is their final posting. So on discharge, they could head back over east or go west. So we don't actually know what the final numbers are.
Understood. So what you're actually, just because I just want to be specific with what you actually want, what you want are updates from the JTA about, through their engagement with those veterans, then about where those veterans are settling.
Correct.
Second category that I thought you mentioned concerned the reason for separations from Defence. Do you receive any information like that at all at the moment from Defence?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. And is that something that you would like to receive through JTA?
Yes, we would, yes.
Okay. Is that something that you can raise with JTA?
I believe that we may have raised it and we're still waiting on a response.
Okay. And when did you raise it?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Thank you. The third category, I think, was health. So what health data do you presently receive that is helpful from Commonwealth DVA?
Yeah, so we do get a reasonable amount of data in terms of DVA admissions because patients identify and elect to be a DVA admission to a public hospital, and then that funding, that data is used to support the exchange of funding with DVA. So there's a reasonable data set there. More generally, though, health data about outcomes, I think, is probably where I was touching on before. So in terms of utilisation, for example, length of stay. So how long has a patient been within a public hospital or a private hospital?
Is that information that you could obtain, though, at the state level?
That we could obtain? We could obtain that for the services which we provide for patients with which we have identified as veterans.
Yes.
But of course, as I touched on earlier, it cuts across the public and private sectors. and across the primary and acute sectors, so it's very hard to get an overarching picture.
Right, so that's information that you would like to receive.
Yes.
Now, I understand that Veterans SA and the South Australian Office for Data Analytics were involved in a project relating to identifying veteran profile data issues and gaps in August 2021. And am I correct that that project resulted in a discussion paper being prepared by Veterans SA and the Office for Data Analytics in February 2022 titled A Consent-Driven Model for Data Sharing?
That's correct.
So can you just tell me, what was that model?
So that was about an opt-in model to have veterans voluntarily, or to give their consent to be identified as a veteran, and then from there, for example, on your driver's license, when you're renewing your driver's license, you may be asked if you're a veteran. Then the only impost on DVA or defence would be to actually verify if that person had actually served, and then from there, within a system, we would be able to potentially identify touch points within government where those veterans had actually sought services or support.
So is it like an app or an application?
Yes,
that you can sort of
yeah.
opt in?
So that was the original. That was the design model that was put forward. Yes.
And who was that model, or who was the discussion paper shared with?
So that was discussed with a working group of people. So Prime Minister and Cabinet were the secretariat for that large working group, and the discussion paper was endorsed by that larger working group and was then forwarded to the Digital Transformation Authority, or DTA. I could be incorrect in the name of that authority. And then...
That's the Commonwealth Digital Transformation Agency.
That's correct, yes, yeah. And then I believe the intent was for that paper to be delivered to the Data and Digital Ministers meeting, neither of which occurred.
Do you know why that didn't occur?
The federal government went into caretaker mode and then there was an election. That is the reason, I believe.
And what's happened with the issue after?
Nothing since then.
Is that something that you plan to raise again?
It's certainly something that is a topic that we would like to further explore, because not all veterans in the state seek health services. So at the moment, that is the only sort of touch point where we could possibly gain any data. So if we are able to come up with a way that people can self-identify and then we can identify those touch points, it would be great. There'd be IT systems, and who's going to manage that system, who's going to manage that data. So all the questions that come along with data collection, but it is certainly something worth exploring. And I do believe that Victoria have just recently implemented a veteran card, which is going a ways to have a look at that self-identifying.
Is that something that the state's considering doing?
We're certainly looking into it. We're going to be meeting with Victoria in the not too distant future to have a discussion around the success of that and lessons they've learned and the implementation requirements.
Okay, thank you. We're going to Melbourne next, so that'll be a good question that we'll be able to ask. We were speaking earlier about the census. Given the issues we've been discussing, is there any other question that you would like to see asked by the census?
We'd probably like to be, we would like maybe just to drill down a little bit into that question. So once somebody has, again, identified, yes, they have worn the nation's uniform, how long they had served for, and that would sort of give us a bit of an indication on, one, how long people are actually serving, and then if we can have a look at the reason for discharge based on sort of around that length of service. Was it medical? Was it voluntary? Was it administrative? Again, all of this sort of stuff helps us to sort of build a picture of the community that we have in our state, so that we can try and position ourselves best to provide supports and services for them.
Mr. Monkhouse, did you have anything to add?
No.
Commissioners, I have no further questions for the witnesses.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you very much. I have a lot of questions, but I may not get through them all. Can I just first of all congratulate South Australia for the initiative that you've taken in relation to Veterans SA. It does sound as though you've given it some, good consideration and thinking about the needs of veterans, which is terrific. I guess having said that, though, I'm wondering why Veterans SA has not looked at the issue, for example, of homelessness or incarceration. I understand that there's a government department that's responsible for it. That's a given, because Veterans SA is kind of not actually responsible for anything. You're all looking to coordinate and oversee. So, as I say, I'm a bit curious as to why there are these kind of somewhat big ticket items in terms of social determinants, etc., that are not currently areas of focus. But my question is there a whole of government committee or something that supports Veterans SA to bring all the government departments together to actually look at the service delivery on the ground?
Not at this point, no, there isn't, Commissioner.
Okay. Do you have a forum whereby you liaise with the local councils? Again, I heard when you go out and do the outreach, you kind of liaise with them, but is there a systematic way in which you do that?
Not at this point in time. So about 18 months ago, we did actually present to a local government and council conference that they had. And what we did was we brought to the table 3 contemporary veterans, so 1 current serving and a male and female former serving member, and presenting to the room, highlighting to them that these people were actually veterans, so challenging their perception of what a veteran was. And within those local government councils, there was an overwhelming surprise, I guess, for want of a better word, that I'm a veteran sort of thing, and then a desire to actually dig deeper in how can we help these people in our community, how can we reach them. So it is something that will form a part of the framework moving forward.
Yeah, so lots of opportunity there.
Absolutely.
So can I just ask then, in terms of your 5 FTE, I'm just wondering, do you have a sense of whether that's sufficient to meet the need?
That will also be a part of this planning process that we're going through, and working out if the resourcing that we currently have is adequate. I would hazard a guess and say that it is not, but that will be a part of the planning process that we are going through.
Okay, so just roughly as a percentage of the population, 100,000 veteran community, what's the population of South Australia?
I actually don't know, Commissioner.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to get a sense of kind of what level. I just had a question. You said early in your evidence that mental resilience was outside of the South Australian government remit, if I heard you correctly.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't articulate myself properly there. It's because we're not a service delivery agency, we are very conscious of managing expectations of the community and over-promising and under-delivering. So whilst we certainly advocate to organisations and associations and other government departments that can provide services and supports in those areas, it is not something that is within our bailiwick.
And but absolutely within SA Health.
Yes, I was just going to go there. I'll come to health in a moment.
Yeah.
So, and again, I just want to understand from the perspective of SA Health, what level of collaboration there actually is with Defence and DVA as you're doing this work, and I'm not talking about health here, I'm talking generally, as you're doing the work that you're doing, looking at your strategic framework, your 4 pillars, etc., what level of collaboration is there with them to know what services they are providing so that you're actually not duplicating, that you're identifying where the gaps are, and hopefully minimising any confusion in that kind of, navigation space?
So for Veterans SA, what we have managed to do over the last little while is vastly expand our connections. So as far as I'm aware, the state has no place in providing service to current serving members. That is a Commonwealth responsibility. What we are doing is reaching out to partners, families, to establish what their needs are. And then once we've collated that information, then we can reach out to other state government organisations. So
I appreciate that, but my question really is about where is that collaboration? Are you actually collaborating with DVA in the department and Defence in the department to actually understand? So, for example, Defence Member and Family Services provides a whole range of services to support families. How do you actually know what they're delivering in SA?
we've met with DMFS a couple of times now. They've just had a recent change of staff here in South Australia. So we're continuing those conversations about what they actually do deliver for the community, so that there is not that duplication of service, or are we as a state able to enhance what they are delivering?
But is there a systematic approach to getting those updates, or is it
Not
a
at
bit
this point, no, Commissioner.
No. Okay. So again, when we were in the United States recently, we met with their Department of Veterans Affairs, and we heard that they get information about every discharging member from Defence, and the veteran can elect to have the state government notified of their details. Mm-hmm. So it's actual specific identified details, and they are then able to pass that on to all government departments and on to the local counties. So I'm just wondering, would that kind of information be useful to you?
That would be absolutely amazing if we could do something like that. And again, for my thought, when people join the ADF now as an opt-out system with a white card, that could be a question that is asked at that point in time on enlistment. Would they like their information shared with state governments post-service or even pre-service? They can access state government services and supports whilst they're still serving. So if they would be happy for that to be shared, that would be incredible. And I think that one point where they're a captive audience, if you like, in regards to their white card on their enlistment forms, that could be a way that we get that approval from the serving member.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask whether you're aware of the Australian Defence Veteran Covenant?
Broadly, yes.
Does the state government have any input into that in any way?
No, we did not.
No. Okay, can I move on to ask some health questions then? I'm just interested, you spoke about the veteran precinct, sorry, the rehab precinct. REPAT, sorry. Yes. If I understand correctly, that's the old repatriation hospital that used to be run by the Commonwealth, was handed over in the 90s?
I don't know the exact date that it was handed over, but yes, it was state, and then it was state-run. Yes.
But it's now state-run?
It was state-run as a hospital, and then it was no longer a hospital. There was obviously a plan through government for some reform that saw that opportunity for that to become a sort of public space. Change in government. Change in government then led to a change in that policy position, which looked at reactivating that repat space. Another change in government, and currently where we sit is we have a health precinct. So it's not a hospital as such. It has a range of different services. It's really set up as a community asset with a range of different services, including public services, so brain and spinal injury rehab, aged care services in terms of dementia care, and a private hospital is being built on the site as well.
Right, okay, thank you for that. And you talked about having a state veterans health advocate at the Wellbeing Centre, I think it was. Just tell me how that works.
Yeah, so Mr. Darren Renshaw is the state veterans health advocate. He has been in the role, I asked him earlier this week, since 1985. So he has a long history of building a relationship with this community. It's a supportive role within the system. It was originally set up when REPAT was the REPAT hospital and had a focus on veteran admissions to support people navigating their services and then navigating their discharge, so perhaps link them to a service on discharge. The role transitioned to a statewide role as we moved to the Jamie Larkham Centre and we looked at it more holistically. And I think it's a level of credibility and trust that's built from time in the role, knowledge of local services, and connections and knowledge of people. So, you know, he can pick up the phone and he can talk to the guys from Andrew Russell Veteran Living, and because he knows them, it's not a cold call.
So that's a government-funded position?
Yes, it's a government-funded position.
And so is there some succession planning? Not that I wish to suggest any ill for the incumbent, but if he's been there for 30 plus years.
He has, but surprisingly, he started that role, I think it was about 18 or 19. So he's still going. I'm not aware of any succession planning at this point in time.
Because, I mean, again, when we were overseas, we heard of a couple of models where there was the capacity for a kind of national assessment or national referral after assessment of needs. And it sounds to some extent like maybe not providing the assessment, but certainly the referral onwards, which is an incredibly valuable service. But you need to have a broad knowledge. Do other states have something similar?
I'm not aware, but I think that the wellbeing advocacy role also plays a very similar role in being that kind of navigator, guidance. You know, almost another term that's used is air traffic controller. So it's helping to direct a person to the supports that they need because they have that local knowledge.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll finish with this question. Just in terms of, you talked about the Jamie Larkham Centre providing that kind of higher acuity inpatient care, but before people get, you know, a veteran gets to the stage of needing inpatient care, what is available?
I think there's a mix of general mental health awareness raising and education that's provided both from public and private sectors across Australia. Obviously, the mental health services and the level of literacy within the community has changed over time quite significantly. But also, we try to connect with people through those ESOs, through those partnership arrangements and through the advocacy. So like the guys at Plimpton, who can connect with them, and even Darren, connect with them and identify their needs early.
Sorry, I said that was going to be my last question, and obviously it's not. I appreciate that there's a range of different options there, but I'm thinking about in the crisis kind of context, because what we hear from a lot of individuals and a lot of families in particular is that there is nowhere to go in that really, in the crisis point of time, and the inpatient beds are filled. So do you have options for that circumstance?
I think that would sit within the broader health context. So, you know, people in a broader context, there's emergency departments, there's the urgent mental health care centre, there's other things like Lifeline. So there's probably the broader context. There's not necessarily a specific escalation pathway for veterans only.
But do you get any feedback about the adequacy or otherwise of those other options?
I don't have any evidence of that, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I could ask you a million more questions, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Ms Bowen. I'd like to ask a couple of questions about South Australia's Charter for Veterans, which I gather you're familiar with.
Yes.
And you've helpfully included it in the submission that the South Australian government put in voluntarily. It's on page 21 of that, I think if you have that. And there's an explanation of it about page 6, and I gather it came into being in about 2012.
Yes, I believe so, Commissioner.
What I'm asking is, based on a couple of other bits of information, the UK has a similar covenant which is backed by statute and has real teeth in the sense that it gives rise to rights and obligations. The Commonwealth has one too, a covenant here passed by statute in 29, but explicitly doesn't give rise to rights and obligations. I was wondering if you can tell me what gave rise to the South Australian Charter. I couldn't find a statute backing it in your legislation.
Sorry, Commissioner. So this charter was actually signed off by Cabinet back in, I think it may have been 2012. We have only just recently actually discussed within the agency that it probably does need to be reviewed. And
when you say it's signed off with Cabinet backing, did it become some legislative instrument of some sort? Was it taken to the Executive Council and signed by the Governor or anything like that?
it was actually before my time, Commissioner, but I understand that it was just signed off as a commitment. There's no legislation or anything that's actually behind the charter.
Okay. But is there some consideration being given to whether that should occur?
It's not something that we had considered, but it can certainly go onto our workload, yes.
And so there's no suggestion that you know of that it should be treated as a legally binding document creating rights or obligations either in veterans or in your department?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of points from me, if I may. Ms. Bowen, you mentioned earlier you were surprised when the census results came out and it was somewhere just below 48,000 people serving and former in the state. Did you expect it to be higher or lower, or what were your thoughts?
It was significantly higher. So we were working on probably 50% of that, or around the 50% mark. So when that number did actually come out from the census data, it was quite a surprise, yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say you'd be supportive of the question being continued in the process, the census process?
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's another discussion we'll be having at some stage. I just want to echo what Commissioner Brown said in commending South Australia. You clearly have thought about issues. You have an office dedicated to monitoring this space. You have a whole range of programs, not only your 4 points, but the charter that Commissioner Douglas mentioned, the Veteran South Australia Strategic Outlook, the Health Advisory Council. There's so many initiatives that you're on top of. I think it's very good. In the material you've submitted, there's mention of the South Australian Alliance to End Homelessness. And I think I read that they identified only 5 people in South Australia as having been veterans, but it might be something you might come back to us on. Is that out of how many, or what? Is it an ongoing sort of effort to identify veterans who are homeless, or?
It is certainly something that is on the agenda for the Minister's Veterans Advisory Council. We work very closely with the CEO of RSL Care, who administers the Andrew Russell Veteran Living Centre, and I certainly think that number is incorrect. And I think the by name list, when organisations and associations go out and connect with people that are sleeping rough, I don't believe that the question of have you served is actually on their list of questions. So that is certainly something that we could start raising.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Just apropos that the Housing and Urban Development Department in the US has an annual survey using volunteers where they ask homeless people that precise question, whether they're veterans. And they too have a significantly higher proportion of homeless people than they should, I suppose.
Definitely.
I think there's 2 initiatives I'm particularly interested in. One is the Veteran Concession Program. Are you aware if that's replicated in any other jurisdiction?
No, I'm not, Commissioner. No.
You're not aware, or you don't think it is?
Both. I don't think it is. It's only a very new initiative of the state government, and yeah, it's certainly imperative that we are on that working group to make sure that veteran consideration is given.
Okay, thank you. And then perhaps most excitingly is the Commonwealth project in relation to data sharing and actually identifying veterans across the landscape. Is there any discussion, or can you shed any light on whether that's coming back up in the agenda for the National Forum?
It was something that has been brought up just recently in regards to the upcoming Commonwealth State and Territory meeting at the end of August. They do want to, my understanding is that they want to get a working group back up and running to look at that issue.
Okay, thank you. It's certainly, we think it's a positive step, and it's something we'll watch with interest as it goes along. Mr. Sheptua, you had some follow-up questions?
Just a few. Just in terms of one of your questions, though, Commissioner Brown, I think the 2021 census revealed that South Australia has approximately 1.8 million people living here.
Thank you.
Just a few follow-up questions. We were speaking earlier about the Lives Lived Well, the Australian government's announcement that Lives Lived Well had been invited to develop a business case to establish a veterans hub in Northern Adelaide. I was just wondering, was SA Health or Veterans SA consulted about that location or at all prior to that announcement?
No.
Not that I'm aware of.
So I know you said that DVA grants direct to community groups was not an issue in this state, but that is an example of that occurring, isn't it?
Sorry?
Well, I know that you said earlier that DVA grants direct to community groups was not an issue in this state, but that is an example of that occurring, isn't it?
Yes.
Can I ask, would you like to have been consulted prior to that?
I think, absolutely we would have. I think that there's a lot of valuable information that could have been shared around the development of the hub, or considerations that need to be given in developing the business case.
And obviously particularly in relation to location as well.
Yes, we've been, a Northern Hub has been something that the community has wanted for quite some time. What that is going to look like obviously will remain to be seen from the business case.
No, thank you. Commissioners, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Darton, for the Commonwealth, any issues?
No, thank you.
I apologise for the setup mistake. I couldn't see you, but any questions?
No questions, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other matters, can the witnesses be excused from their summons to appear? Okay. Thank you for your evidence today. Thank you for the amount of effort you've put into the significant amount of material we've received from South Australian Government and for hosting us. It's very much appreciated. You're excused from your summons to appear today. Thank you. Are there any other matters, Mr. Sheptua?
No, Commissioners.
Okay, if that's the case, we'll adjourn for lunch.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn until 1:45. Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ebergotti.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Commissioners, between October 2022 and March 2023, this Royal Commission received more than 530 submissions. Of those submissions, more than 145, so that is some 27%, address physical injury and its concomitant adverse psychological impacts. A number of the authors, both serving and ex-serving, submitted that service-related physical injuries destabilise psychological and social well-being. It was said variously to have disrupted everyday life and to have created a sense of hopelessness, isolation and loss of identity. It has also been said in the submissions that poor service supports, a lack of recognition by the ADF, and adverse experiences in applying for compensation exacerbated adverse psychological outcomes. The literature suggests that injury and pain can lead to poor mental health outcomes, including higher distress, higher anxiety and depression, lower social functioning, and lower health-related quality of life. Some of that literature appears in the tender list, to which I will shortly take you. In its submission to this Royal Commission, the Royal Australasian College of Physicians in February 2023 observed that physical injuries can also have an adverse effect on mental health, and the research supports the association between physical disability and suicide. In its submission to this Royal Commission in September 2022, Pain Australia, a national peak body to prevent and manage long-term pain, suggests a link between chronic pain and mental ill health and suicide behaviours. The Honourable Darren Chester MP, the previous Minister to Defence Personnel and the Minister for Veteran Affairs of Australia, has given evidence to this Royal Commission that physical injury has contributed to poor mental health and suicidality among some ex-serving members. And Ms Sue Weston, the former CEO of Comcare, stated that as a secondary psychological injury and it is a feature of some people's physical injury. Commissioners, you'll recall that during the previous hearing sessions in Perth, you heard from Group Captain Drynan and Ms Annalise Hilda in relation to a report prepared within ADF HQ, being the Assurance Check Report of 2022-04. And you may recall that that report constituted an analysis of some 59 IGADF reports released between June 2016 and June 2022. And those reports related to the death by suicide of some 57 ADF members. That Assurance Check Report sought to analyse the IGADF reports to identify common factors in ADF members' death by suicide, with particular focus on factors that relate to the member's service. Among the most common factors identified were chronic pain, injury or illness, which featured in some 11 deaths, being 19% of the reports analysed. Chronic pain, injury and illness also featured comorbidly with what was said to be mental health issues and relationship breakdowns. Commissioners, Professor Rodney Pope, Dr Stephen Rudsky AM and Dr Rob Orr in the witness box. In this examination, these experts will address the adverse impacts that physical injury can cause in serving and ex-serving defence members, and relatedly injury, surveillance, injury prevention, and the health economic benefits associated with reducing physical injury rates. Might the witnesses be sworn in?
Do you, Professor Rob Orr, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you, Professor Rodney Pope, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Do you, Professor Stephen Rudsky, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, Dr. Rodney Pope is a professor of physiotherapy at Charles Sturt University, which position he assumed in 2017. In his position, Professor Pope co-leads collaborative tactical research involving researchers from Charles Sturt University and Bond University. He also conducts research and provides advice to military, law enforcement and fire and rescue organisations in Australia and internationally. Professor Pope has been an honorary adjunct professor of physiotherapy at Bond University since 2017. From 2014 to 2017, Professor Pope was the Associate Professor of Physiotherapy at Bond University. From 2012 to 2014, Professor Pope was the Director and Principal Physiotherapist at Penambular Physiotherapy and Therapeutic Exercise. Professor Pope holds a Doctorate of Philosophy in Biomedical Sciences from Charles Sturt University, which he obtained in 2002, and a Bachelor of Applied Science in Physiotherapy from Cumberland College of Health Sciences, which he obtained in 1988. Professor Pope also holds a Graduate Diploma of Psychological Studies from Deakin University, which he obtained in 2000, and a Graduate Certificate in University Leadership and Management, which he obtained in 2007. Commissioners, Dr. Stephen Rudsky is a sports physician in private practice at Canberra Sports Medicine Deakin, which position he assumed in December 2014. Prior to his position as a sports physician, Dr. Rudsky was a regional medical advisor for the Joint Health Command, Southern New South Wales Area Health Service from September 2012 to October 2014. Dr. Rudsky has a military background, having joined the Australian Army in 1984 as a doctor, and he then served in the Paratrooper Battalion. He has held a number of senior roles in the Australian Army, including from January 2010 to September 2012, where he was a Director of General Policy and Research Coordination of Joint Health Command, and from October 2008 to December 2009, where he was the inaugural Director of Army Health, and from 1997 to 1999, where he was the Commanding Officer for Canberra Area Medical Unit and a Senior Medical Officer for Defence in the ACT, Wagga Wagga and Albury-Wodonga. In 2009, Dr. Rudsky obtained a Doctor of Philosophy from the Australian National University, and the topic of his thesis was the cost of injury to the Australian Army. In 1997, Dr. Rudsky obtained a Masters of Public Health from the University of Sydney. In 1991, he obtained a Bachelor of Medicine and a Bachelor of Surgery from the University of Adelaide Medical School. And in 1986, he obtained a Graduate Diploma in Sports Science from Cumberland College of Health Sciences, now known as the University of Sydney School of Health Sciences. Most recently, it would be noted that Dr. Rudsky has engaged in research into post-traumatic stress disorder, and in 2022 published 2 papers on the topic. Commissioners, Professor Rob Orr is the Director of the Tactical Research Unit at Bond University, to which I referred earlier. Professor Orr assumed that position in 2015 and is actively involved in research with the Australian and Foreign Defence Forces, law enforcement departments and first responders. Professor Orr joined the Australian Army as an infantry soldier in 1989 and has held a number of roles in the Department of Defence, including as a Human Performance Officer for the 2nd Division of the Australian Army, Special Operations Command and Royal Military Colleges, a clinical physiotherapist for Duntroon Health Centre, and a physical training instructor for various postings. Since 2012, Professor Orr has also been a Human Performance Officer in the Australian Army Reserve. In 2013, Professor Orr obtained a Doctor of Philosophy at the University of Queensland. His research was titled Soldier Load Carriage, a Risk Management Approach. In 2005, Professor Orr obtained a Master of Physiotherapy Studies from the University of Sydney. And in 2001, he obtained a Bachelor of Further Education and Training from the University of Southern Queensland. Having introduced the experts, Commissioners, I might refer to the tender bundle. And if I could have the tender bundle list displayed, thank you. That is the list to which I referred earlier, and I tender those documents. In doing so, I note that the submission to which I referred from Pain Australia and the submission from the Royal Australian College, Australasian College of Physicians is noted, together with the literature to which I earlier referred. I tender the documents.
Thank you, Ms. Rigotti. They'll be accepted into evidence then and allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Panel members and Commissioners, as an introduction to this topic, we wish to display some data that have been obtained by the Royal Commission from Defence and other sources, variously addressing injury, medical discharge rates in the ADF, but essentially as an introduction. We are not intending to suggest any correlation between the data shown because they have been obtained from different data sources. Nonetheless, they constitute a snapshot of what is known to this Royal Commission about physical injury and medical discharge in the Defence. In the first instance, might I ask to be displayed DEF.1151.0005.0032 at .0179. This, Commissioners, is the Defence Annual Report of 2021 to 2022. And if I could ask operator, please, for you to zoom in on the table shown at the top there. Yes, I'm most grateful. This refers to work health and safety incidents in Defence, and in particular in the given periods, so you'll see there 19 to 20, 20 to 21 and 21 to 22, the number of incidents and the number of people involved in those incidents. Among the incidents identified, you'll see references there to serious injury or illness and also minor injury, among others. This report from Defence indicates that approximately 8,000, in some cases more than 8,000 members, receive some form of injury in Defence in service every year, whether it be minor or major. I might ask now for another document to be displayed, and this is DEF.001.001.4178 at 4332. This, Commissioners, will be a document from the Transition and Wellbeing Research Program of 2018 on physical health status. And the table that's shown at the top there refers to the estimated number of service-related injury types sustained during the military. So following on from the data that you have seen where some 8,000 or more injuries are sustained each year, what this indicates is both in transitioned members and also in the regular ADF there in 2015, the number of injuries that have been sustained. And I won't ask you to do the mathematics here, but you'll see the number on the side refers to the number of injuries. If one calculates those injuries shown, it will be possible to discern that almost 3/4 of ex-serving ADF members in that relevant period sustained a service-related injury, and over 2/3 of serving members have sustained a service-related injury. This is to convey the significance, really, of physical injury within the ADF. Moving from injury to the topic of pain, might I ask you, operator, to display again from the Transition and Wellbeing Research Program, in this case physical health status, DEF.001.001.4178 at 4346. This is a table that, when it's brought up, you'll see refers to the estimated pain intensity and disability in the preceding 6 months in the transition, again, the same cohort, transitioned and regular ADF cohorts. And what we use, if the operator needs to be assisted with the number, I'll repeat it. It's DEF.00001.001.4178 at 4346. Whilst that's being located, I can summarise it in this fashion. It certainly shows that the majority of members reported experiencing some kind of pain of graded intensities from a lower disability or lower intensity through to highly disabling and pain of severely limiting pain. And that is the table there, and I'm grateful for the operator. So you can see, as I indicated, the grades from pain-free through to high-grade pain, and then a collapsed grouping of pain indicators. And as I indicated, the majority of members experience pain at varying levels of intensity. So that is the background, we say, to the experiences of physical injury and pain in the ADF. We appreciate that these numbers are from a little while ago, but nonetheless, the data, we do have data to indicate, at least in relation to physical injury, that it persists. In relation now to transition, it is known to this Royal Commission that members frequently transition on medical grounds, and in that connection might I display Joint Health Command's annual review from 2017 to 2018. That is DEF.1029.0001.0151 at 0161. And this table, when it is displayed, Commissioners, will show the permanent members discharged on medical grounds in the 2017 to 2018 period, and in particular the conditions for which they were discharged. The predominant conditions were mental health conditions, and you will see there musculoskeletal conditions and spinal conditions being back pain. And we should add, separately from the information that's displayed there, in some 366 cases, mental health conditions and musculoskeletal conditions coexisted. More recently, Commissioners, Dr. Darryl Duncan, who is the Director of Strategic Clinical Assurance and Ethics in Joint Health Command, responded to a notice to give issued by this Royal Commission, being ntd.gmo.0001.0067, and that need not be displayed, but it's dated 9 June 2022, and it concerned, among other things, the Military Employment Classification System, transition services after discharge, and the ADF rehabilitation program. In an annexure to the response to that notice to give, Dr. Duncan and I might invite that annexure to be shown on a confidential basis, and that's DEF.999.0015.0001, sought to indicate the diagnoses associated with the relevant medical discharge in the period from 1 January 2021 to the date of the notice in June 2022. Now, conformably with the data displayed in the Joint Health Command annual review and what was noted there, mental health and behavioural disorders and musculoskeletal conditions featured prominently. I note the document that hasn't been displayed, but nonetheless, that is the substance of what we wish to draw from that to indicate, and is shown there, and not very legible, but nonetheless it records numerous conditions, but those conditions predominate, and it demonstrates to us that things have not changed over the relevant period. Against that background, we then see that serving and ex-serving Australian Defence Force members who have served since 1985, their details of suicide rates.
I think that's on the general screen, is it? Did you want that? Is that meant to be?
A redacted version was shown.
Okay.
So we turn now to suicide rates by reason of separation for ex-serving male and females from 2003 to 2020. And I might ask that that document be removed and another be shown. And these will be figures with which you would be familiar. DEF.007.0004.0136 at 0168. This is a table that, once it is shown, will indicate the reason for separation. And those reasons, you'll see that involuntary medical separation predominate in the ex-serving male population of suicides, and also in serving females. If I'll repeat the number, it's DEF.1167.0004.0136 @0168. And what this table will show in due course is that clearly medical separation is a risk factor, as we know, for suicide in the ADF population. Maybe there's a little bit of difficulty locating the table, but in any event, that is again the proposition upon which we wish to rely. And that is the background to the examination that I wish to undertake with these witnesses. Having gone through that material, and I think you'll see the table there now at the top, but having gone through that material, I might turn now to each of our panel members and start perhaps, Dr. Rudsky, with you, and ask you, from your professional experience and your observation, having treated ADF members, whether you could elaborate on the nature of the physical injuries you have encountered, and whether they accord with some of the data we have addressed here. And separately, might I ask you to elaborate on what observations you have made on how physical injury can adversely affect ADF members?
Thank you, Council. I think it's important to note that injuries are common, but injury itself is not the problem. It's failure to respond to treatment and failure to recover that is the problem. And this speaks to, particularly with my speciality, accurate diagnosis, appropriate treatment, and adequate rehabilitation. What we've seen in the data is that many of the ADF members did not respond to treatment and were then involuntarily separated. If you fail to respond to treatment, you generally continue to have pain. And unfortunately, if you get injured and then get better, it's okay, you've got your badge of honour. But if you don't get better, people start raising questions about your veracity and your credibility. You're often on prolonged restrictions, and this can lead to questions about, are you faking it? This leads to accusations of malingering, ostracism, mental distress, and then mental distress can lead to impulsive action. So I guess my observation is, if you treat the injury correctly first time, the subsequent consequences don't happen. And I think that when we look at how Defence is delivering its health services at the moment, it has a committed and dedicated workforce, but none of them have any expertise in the diagnosis and management of musculoskeletal injury. They're general practitioners by and large, and the uniformed medical officers do very little work in the garrison space. So you're reliant on a contracted workforce of general practitioners, and if one looks at the General Practice College syllabus, there's a very broad range of topics under the musculoskeletal space, and they have to cover this very broad range of musculoskeletal issues in addition to all the other requirements of the general practice curriculum. And frankly, I don't believe they have the requisite knowledge, skills and expertise to correctly manage these injuries. And I guess I'd argue that the proof is in the pudding. Medical discharges in the ADF were 10% of total discharges in 2007, and now they're 29% of all discharges in 2020, 2021. That speaks to people getting injured, not getting better, and being transitioned. I think we can do better.
Thank you. I will come back to the question of relevant expertise in due course. But before doing that, I might ask each of our other experts to comment. And Professor Orr, perhaps I could start with you and could ask you whether you're in a position to elaborate on the connection between physical injury and adverse impacts in the ADF and possible psychological impacts that might flow.
Sure. I guess I'll come at this from several different directions. Firstly, obviously, I was in the battalion as an infantry soldier. Then I was a physical training instructor responsible for training others, and then I was a physiotherapist responsible for fixing those that had got broken. But you've got to remember, when you join the military, you aspires, particularly the Australian Army, to its key values: courage, initiative, teamwork. You're indoctrinated into those key values. Courage to push through during adversity, and pain to achieve the mission. Teamwork, not let your mates down. And if you look at the research on why soldiers fight, yes, it's for country, yes, it's for honour, but predominantly it's for their mates next to them. So teamwork is a critical factor. So if you end up with an injury, you'll push through. You won't report it, and you'll try and push through. It gets to the point where you try to keep up so you don't let your team down, and unfortunately your injury can often get worse. On the other side, if somebody is not keeping up and you consider them not to have an injury that is as serious as they make it out to be because they're not recovering, then you get this feeling that they're no longer part of the team and they're not putting in like the rest of the team, which is not in line with Army values of courage, initiative, teamwork. And therefore, you've got this conundrum where you want to espouse the key characteristics, but at the same time, you've got to deal with the second-order effects of those characteristics. And this is where it becomes very difficult, because ultimately you've got to remember what Army are training soldiers for, and that is to win the land battle. So factors like courage, initiative, teamwork are critical for mission outcome, but there are secondary factors that come with that, particularly when somebody suffers an injury. And to fail to consider that when you look at how best to rehabilitate and reintegrate somebody who is injured is where a lot of the disconnect of the individual who has been injured from the rest of the team, and a negative downward spiral can often commence from there.
Might I ask you to elaborate on the nature of reintegration and perhaps what are some of the key features, factors that play a role in a successful reintegration of the individual post-injury?
Sure. So a classic example, I suffered a avulsion fracture of my right ankle, and I was taken out of my unit and put into a separate unit. This is when the medical system, the 2HSB, wasn't even actually inaugural, it was at a separate base. So I was disconnected. The PTIs did a fantastic job, the physiotherapists, even the doctors did a great job at managing my injury, but I was away from my unit. And when I came back, they very kindly kept up all the duties that I'd missed and then gave them to me. So I was on guard duty for a while, which is very thoughtful of them. But that disconnect is very, very important because I lost what was happening in the battalion. I'd missed out on key events. Now, what we do know is in training, as soon as you take soldiers out of their training platoon, they disconnect from their cohort, and that can have ramifications. One of the ways that this is most successfully ameliorated was the Physical Conditioning Optimisation Review in 2007 at the Royal Military College, and was then progressed for the next 4 years. And one of the things that happened, and this won a Defence Health Safety Award, if I remember correctly, and was presented at the Australian Military Medicine Association Conference circa 2017-2018, is that if you were able to integrate the injured person and keep them with their battalion or keep them with their unit during training, their outcomes were better. In fact, they were able to start returning injured officer cadets or staff cadets back into training, which they hadn't been able to achieve before. And one of the ways they did that was to make sure that those personnel were integrated back into the physical training continuum as soon as possible. So they gave them a different colour shirt and let them jump back into PT sessions, but they were monitored by physical training instructors and physiotherapists. So they still did their training with the cohort. If they couldn't do that training, they had a separate area still on the gym floor where they trained whilst the rest of their cohort trained. So the rest of the cohort could see them training. And they were integrated back into doing other key tasks, just like all the rest of their staff. And they weren't given menial duties. They were given meaningful duties, which was critical. And I think that has been the most successful reintegration that I've seen.
Thank you, I'm grateful for that. And you just mentioned two acronyms then. PTI, Physical Training Instructor, and PT, of course, Physical Training. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Professor Pope, if I might turn to you now, do you have any comment to say in relation to any relationship between physical injury, pain, and potentially suicidality, suicidal ideation and the like?
Sure. So look, I think there's some good evidence around this that both injury and chronic pain and also pain catastrophizing or fear of pain, that those are all independent risk factors for suicide. So what that means is that that the decision for suicide is not always mediated through issues of mental health that arise from the injury, that the injury itself or the pain may actually be a reason for the decision that someone takes for suicide. So that's a key issue, I think. So when we look at the literature on this, the evidence is that probably in about half of cases there are some mental health issues that often pre-exist that actually mediate that decision once someone's had an injury where injury has been a key factor. But in just under half of the situations, that's not the case, and there's other reasons. So some of those other reasons may be the pain itself. Someone doesn't want to live with that pain. It may be that they find themselves unemployed and financially stressed. So there can be a whole range of these other sorts of factors that I'm sure you've heard plenty about over time that can mediate that.
Thank you. And might I ask you just to elaborate on the nature of pain catastrophizing?
Yes. So I don't particularly like the term because it sounds like someone is unreasonably, making assumptions about their pain or, for want of better words, carrying on about their pain. But often this is a legitimate fear of pain and what it might mean for them. So if someone's had an injury, and you can imagine the sorts of activities that ADF personnel have to return to after they have been rehabilitated, and often not an office job. Even if it is primarily an office job, they still have to be able to undertake their obstacle courses, they still have to be able to undertake their weapons training. There's a whole range of quite substantial, physically arduous activities that they need to be able to return to. And so there's legitimate reasons for people to query, what does pain mean? So if I'm getting pain as I'm trying to get back into activity, does this mean that I'm at risk of another injury or of my injury getting worse? And if so, should I actually be doing this activity at all? And so in that situation, one of the key solutions is to think about activities like graded exposure, where we get people gradually back into activities, step by step them through so that they understand that actually, although they might be getting some pain, they're not going to come to more harm by re-engaging gradually with those activities. And that's a key tenet, I guess, of the rehabilitation that we would do when I worked at the Army Recruit Training Centre for about 10 years as a contracted physiotherapist there.
Yes, thank you. And Dr. Rudsky, might you have anything to add to that?
I think to add to Rod's point about integration and return to the workplace, this is the model that workers' compensation authorities around the country employ. They seek early return to the workplace to re-engage with the colleagues in the workplace, because they know that the longer you spend outside of the workplace, the less your chance of returning to the workplace, and also you become distanced from your work colleagues. So the exact same analogy applies. And obviously in the workers' compensation space, we have graduated return to work programs which are structured. I'm not convinced that structured graduated return to work programs is the norm in defence, but I could be proven wrong.
Sorry, could I just ask that the microphone be brought closer to Dr. Rudsky?
I'm sorry.
Could you bring the microphone closer?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And Professor, while that's being done, might I ask whether you have anything to add, say, to what Professor Pope has said, or are you content with the responses that have been given?
Yeah, look, I agree 100% from a variety of different aspects. In terms of that reintegration, one of the tactical agencies we've worked with is a state law enforcement agency. They specifically went out of their way to redesign their rehabilitation, which included in the workplace rehabilitation with a physiotherapist, a strength and conditioning coach, and a psychologist. And the return to work outcomes were phenomenal. Again, they won a Treasury Award, I believe, for their active re-engagement. But I think some of the outcomes that were more personable were produced in that agency's newsletter, which went out to all 18,000 or so of its staff, that showed that there was particularly one young officer who stated that if it wasn't for that program, he would not be alive today, because he did not want to go back to the environment which caused the injury in the first place, and he had a fear of it. And likewise, he did not know if he could go back to that job and without proper rehabilitation. So he shut himself off, and this program actually engaged him to go back to the workplace, re-engage with his peers, and was highly successful.
Yeah, thank you. I might turn to locations where injury can occur, or parts of defence life where injury can occur, and I will start with recruit selection and training. And I wish to just consider the relationship between recruit selection and training and physical injury. Having flagged that, I might refer to some responses that have been given by Army, Navy and Air Force concerning the rates of injuries at ADF recruit schools. I won't ask for this to be displayed, but I will simply note that during the period from 1 January 2012 to 30 June 2022, Army recorded some 5,474 injuries during Army ab initio training, the majority of which were indicated as being minor. And the largest injury types were being lower limb injuries, knee, ankle and foot injuries. And I'm referring there, and again, we needn't display it, but I'll provide the reference. It's DEF.999.00350009 at 0014. Navy at 0012 indicated again during the same period in respect of ab initio training that Navy recorded some 666 injuries. Navy says the majority of these physical injuries were minor. And Air Force at 0015, again during the period from 1 January 2012 to 30 June 2022, recorded some 761 injuries during the ab initio training. Again, the majority were classed as minor. So they are injuries during ab initio training. Professor Pope, is it correct to say that you undertook a study into pre-enlistment fitness standards and the likelihood of injury and training attrition in the Australian Army recruit training?
Yes, that's correct.
Could I invite you, please, to consider that research or discuss that research with the commissioners?
Sure. So that research took place, I guess, in several parts. So it began in 1994 with male recruits at that time, and in the Army context particularly. And I conducted that research as part of my PhD research, was on prediction and prevention of injury in Army recruits specifically. And that research ultimately led to the establishment of barrier fitness testing for Army recruits. That was followed by some further work in the early 2000s, where I looked at the other two services and data from them as well, and did a similar analysis and had a look at what the fitness levels would mean, I guess, for injury and attrition. So that study was a prospective cohort study, so we assessed the fitness of each person, the aerobic fitness of each person, with a shuttle run test or a beat test as they came through the front door of the Army Recruit Training Centre. And we then followed them over time to see which ones of those recruits were injured and which ones were discharged ultimately and were not successful in completing training. So what we found was, in effect, that aerobic fitness was quite a strong predictor of injury risk, and particularly important for those at the lower end of fitness levels. So the important thing here is that those people with very low fitness levels, so below level 7.5 on a multi-stage fitness test in Australia, that beep test, that they were at risk or they had about a 30% risk of of being discharged during their time in training and a 50% chance of injury. And in fact, if they were injured, they then had a 10 times risk of being discharged from there if they were at those very low fitness levels. So implementing a barrier test as a result of that meant that we actually protected those people from that very catastrophic situation of coming in knowing that they had only a 70% chance of success of getting through the program if they didn't get injured, but they had a 50% chance of being injured, which would then increase their risk of being discharged tenfold. So that meant, in effect, that they were very, very lucky, those ones, if they actually survived and got through the training, and survived, by that I mean just completing the training successfully. If they did that, they were very, very lucky, and most didn't if they were in that fitness category, that very low fitness category.
And tell me, Professor Pope, when you speak of a barrier test, what do you mean? Is it a test to screen out, or is it a test to provide for additional training, or something else?
Yeah, sure. It can be used in different ways, and it is used internationally in different ways. And so at the time, it was in fact a barrier test for selection of recruits when it was first implemented. And so basically what that meant was that if recruits didn't pass that test, they would be excluded from recruitment, but they would have opportunity to go away and to undertake some physical training and come back and retest again so that they could gain entry that way. But often the issue around that is that the applicant pool is small in relation to the numbers of personnel that Defence wants to get through recruit training. And so as a result of that, an alternative is that those recruits who fail the test are trained internally in a pre-training program or a preconditioning program before they then enter the main training program, and that's been used.
Yes, thank you. And Professor Orr, in that connection, do you have any view about the relationship between entry standards and lengths of training and how people might be best protected against physical injury at the ab initio training stage?
Sure. So firstly, I'll just draw on a variety of bits of research. What you have to realise is that ab initio training is taking somebody from a civilian sector and turning them into a serving military member. Training isn't service. The primary role of a recruit is to undergo training, so their job is training. That often means that there's a high increase in physical activity requirements because they have to collapse down a lot of physical and cognitive and technical knowledge into a very, very short space of time. So to give you some context, we did a study with Glenn Morby in 2006, where we stuck GPS on Army recruits and we looked at how far they walked during the day, excluding all physical training. They covered around 7.5 kilometres per day. Now, what we also know from the research we've done, physical training only accounts for around 12% of the physical activity and lower limb musculoskeletal distances that are covered during recruit training. So that means the other 88% comes from things like moving around the area, marching on the parade ground, marching to or from sessions, doing drills, doing weapons, etc. So when you start to look at that load, recent research by Bulmer in 2021, which was published, I believe, or 2022, on the Australian Army Recruit Training Centre, found that the average recruit covers around 17,031 steps per day over their training. So if you think about that increase in physical activity for the average person, their risk of injury is going to be higher. Hence, the research around the globe, whether it be Australia or some of our overseas colleagues, and whether it be military or paramilitary organisations like law enforcement, have found that recruits in training are 3 to 5 times more likely to suffer an injury.
Yes, thank you. And in that context, Professor Pope, might I ask you to address the relationship between selection criteria and what is inherent to an individual trainee, their physical fitness, and then the nature of the training. Are you able to comment on that and the different impacts that can be had on the likelihood or otherwise of physical injury?
Sure. So I guess the issue here is that even people who have a low starting fitness can be safely trained up to a much higher fitness level. And we see that every day in gymnasiums around Australia and elsewhere. And so the question is the Army training or is the defence training that's been taken, if it's Navy or Air Force, is it appropriate to the starting level of fitness of the recruits? And so when we look at this from the proportion of individual variability and injury risk for each of these factors, what we find is that fitness levels in themselves account for about, or usually less than 2% of the individual variability and injury risk. And it's the training program and the training programming, the volume of work, that accounts for about 50 to 60%. So when we look at what we can change, if we implement barrier tests, we can see about a 2 to 3% reduction in injury rates and in attrition rates if we implement similar levels to what I've just discussed previously. If we implement changes to the training to actually make it much more appropriate for the starting level of the recruits that are coming in, we can make a 50 to 60% change in the injury rates. And so that's a very big difference. I'll stop there.
And thank you, Professor Pope. Professor Orr, just by way of background, perhaps, could you describe that the nature of physical training that is generally undertaken by recruits from your experience, at least in the Army?
Sure. Remembering that I'm going back to, I was never posted to the Recruit Training Battalion as an instructor, so I was only posted there as a recruit, and that was in 1989. So it is a little bit blurry, but it was well structured and very, very formalised in terms of the conduct of the lesson. And I know when I was at the Australian Defence Force Physical Training School, we spent a lot of time teaching PTIs on the skills needed to take a formal physical training in session. So those sessions were formal. They met with more purpose than just the physical training. It wasn't only about increasing fitness. It was about learning how to adhere to discipline, how to work as a team. So there are many second and third order benefits that were part of that training itself, apart from just the physicality of the training. But there were your typical training sessions. Unfortunately, I'm slightly biased because I was actually in a specialised platoon that was developed specifically for research that Brigadier Rudsky was conducting at the time, and I was put into a load carriage only platoon where we didn't do any running. So basically every session was a lot of load carriage, apart from your normal circuits, swimming sessions, etc. So I undertook a high volume of load carriage training during my initial training.
I might turn now to Dr. Rudsky to explain the nature of the research you were undertaking at the time.
I served at Kapooka and was staggered by the number of lower limb injuries that we were sustaining, which I think the figures presented by Defence here are simply not credible. I think the mechanism by which they were captured does not truly capture the true extent, but I can speak to that later. But during that time, we had huge numbers of injuries, and I did some reading and research, and it was very clear to me that in the published literature at that time, the running distance and the amount of kilometres per week you ran was directly proportionate to your risk of lower limb injury. So I conducted a randomised, sort of controlled trial. We had 4 platoons who went through the standard recruit program and 4 platoons that only wore backpacks and webbing and walked everywhere they went. And as it turns out, I have the injury rates here. There was a lower injury rate, and there was a significant reduction in lower limb injuries and knee injuries. But what was ironic, and Rob will talk to this, is they did a 5-kilometre run at the end of their 12 weeks of training, and 8 of the first 11 finishers in that 5-kilometre run were those who had not run at all during their 12 weeks of training. They had just carried a backpack and walked everywhere. Now, there were 2 ways of interpreting that outcome. The first is that the walk gave them sufficient fitness, which it did. But more importantly, the way I interpreted it was that those that had done the running had sustained injuries and that at the end of their 12 weeks, their performance on running was sufficiently degraded that they couldn't run fast. The ones that had done the marching had had fewer injuries and were better able to perform at the run.
Might I ask you perhaps, Professor Orr, how does Defence manage a pool of recruits who have varying abilities at the starting point that they wish to take to a certain benchmarked endpoint?
So one of the easiest ways to start off is to actually have a benchmark, a starting point, which is why the initial fitness assessments when they came in were so critical, because at least you knew that everybody who turned up could do level 7.5 on the shuttle run, and they had approximate VO2 of around 42, which meant you knew your starting point, which means you know your progression point to the end state, which was the exit standard of fitness. So you could plot your training appropriately. So that was at least a starting point, but there is a lot of variability in every individual. Unfortunately, a lot of military training around the world and paramilitary training in military-like organizations, including law enforcement, they use what we call a one-size-fits-no-one approach, where basically we're all going for a run because it's the easiest physical training to do. It requires the least amount of resources. Everybody line up and we all run. And we run at the speed of whoever's instructing and whoever controls the speed. So for some, they actually end up being what we call undercooked. They actually lose fitness during their recruit training. Those in the middle don't change in fitness very, very much, but those that are less fit tend to increase in fitness, but at the same time, whilst they're increasing in fitness, their risk of injury is increasing because they are being overloaded. So what has changed slightly, and again, a lot of this has been done, taken a little bit from research, but I'd say implemented by forward-thinking physical training instructors who have done some additional training and learning. They start to use what we call ability-based training. Now, the only study that I know of in Australia is one that we did for a state law enforcement agency where we implemented ability-based training in a randomized control fashion. Injury rates dropped and fitness went up. And likewise, actually, the nature of time in the training meant that those that were doing the training had more time to do other things because they weren't constantly having to come back and do additional training in order to pass the test they'd failed because they were overtrained in the first place. I know there are some studies done in the US by Professor Joe Napick, but to be honest, I know it was positive, which is sort of where we got the idea from. But I've seen lots of PDIs take that concept of ability-based training and apply it. Now, as of 2019, I was still taking a lot of sessions down at the Physical Training Instructor School. And at that stage, I don't believe it was part of the actual training management plan that was being conducted. So it was more of a implementation by forward-thinking physical training instructors and by opportunity as opposed to by organisational led.
And if I could ask you, please, just to expand on, in practice, what does ability-based training look like?
Okay, so ability-based training, it's modifying the nature of the training to accommodate for varying levels of fitness. So a classic example would be you do your shuttle run test, you see those that are at a higher level, medium level, lower level, and you might get them to do, say today we're doing intervals and we're going to work on 40-second intervals, but those that are on the higher level of fitness, they'll go out and back and their distance might be 80 meters, whereas those that are slightly less fit would only cover 60 meters, and those that are the least fit would cover 40 meters. And you'd all leave at the same time on the whistle blast, you'd go out to your designated point and come back, and you'd all finish together. So you're leaving and finishing as a cohort, but the distances covered account for your differences in fitness. What made this so useful is if they'd, the staff cadets had been out playing a game of rugby the night before because they played in civilian competitions and they pulled up a little bit stiff, it was very easy to say, we want you to drop down to group 2 or group 3 or group 4. Likewise, when you saw somebody improving, you'd say, look, do the last 2 intervals at group 2 or try group 1. So you can adapt the actual training stimulus to meet the various levels of fitness. Likewise, in a circuit, they set up a system where you had 8 key movement patterns, like a push-up is a classic one. But what they had is the basic push-up was your starting point, your 0 point. If they couldn't do a 0 point, well then yes, you still did push-ups, but you might have done it on your knees. But if you could pass your 0 point, well then you might do a decline push-up. So you'd actually have the same exercise, but you'd have scaled variations for the individual to progress up and down because they may be really bad at push-ups, but they may be fantastic at squats and deadlifts and lunges. So you needed to be able to manipulate the system to best allow for that individual to improve in their overall performance.
Tell me, Professor Pope, do you have anything that you wish to add to that?
I would just add that one of the key programs in the US that Professor Napick organised was a victory fitness program, and that was with basic combat training. And the results of that, of taking that ability group training approach, were that there were half as many Army physical fitness training failures in the group that had the ability training approach, and 30 to 40% less overuse injuries. So that was a great outcome.
Thank you. And Tommy, might I ask each of you to comment perhaps on what would you wish to see in training, ab initio training, in defence in order to reduce the rates, if possible, of physical injury, particularly those injuries that we've noted?
Wants to start?
I'll start. We have to accept that there's tremendous variability in the recruit who walks in the front door. The general principle is we're going to start, we're going to train everybody in exactly the same way, and they're all going to end up at a fixed end point. If they all start at a fixed start point, which is basically what Rod's work was, get them up to a certain level of fitness so they're all at the same start point, we can progress them to the end point in a safe and sensible way. But if they're all above and below the start point and we maintain a rigid fixed progress, we're going to get attrition and injury. The other thing is that there's a concept called periodisation in training, where you don't overload the lower limb or the upper limb by doing repeated activity. If you're going to do a heavy lower limb session, you build in recovery, and then you may do a lower limb session so that an upper limb session, so that the lower limbs have an opportunity to recover. Certainly what I saw in the early or the late 1980s at Kapooka was we were just lower limb, lower limb, lower limb. And we made them run, we made them do an obstacle course, we made them walk, and we overloaded their lower limbs. Now, this is not rocket science, and Rob and Rod can speak to it more than I can. But we train hard, but I'm not convinced we train smart.
I guess from my perspective, I think there's a few things that we need to look at. One is I think we need to look at active injury prevention in those recruit training contexts to detect problems as they arise. And a key example here is some work that I was involved in back 1990s, mid-1990s, around ACL ruptures. So ACL ruptures, anterior cruciate ligament ruptures being a common injury amongst sports people that many here would understand. A very significant injury for a recruit, and generally at that time meant that they were discharged. But those hadn't happened for a long time, and then suddenly there was a spate of 5 of them that occurred. By detecting that and identifying where they occurred at one particular obstacle course, we were then able to conduct an investigation and to identify that there had been, or that each of the injuries occurred at one particular place on the obstacle course, which was as they landed after they'd jumped over a pit. And in that situation, what we identified also was that just before the ACL ruptures started to happen, some rubber matting had been laid at that site where they were landing. And to keep the story short, what we figured out eventually was that, in fact, the rubber matting was interacting with the rubber sole of the boot. There was a massive torque that was generated through the knee, and as a result, the ACL was rupturing. The outcome of that was that we were able to remove the matting, replace that with river pebbles, and as a result, eliminate those ACL ruptures at that site. We still got a couple more after that at a wall on the same obstacle course where some rubber matting had been placed as recruits took off and as they landed after jumping the wall. It was the same issue that was occurring, but we just didn't see those up front. They weren't occurring, but they did occur subsequently, and we were able to, again, eliminate that rubber matting at that site. That's one example. The PTIs, the physical training instructors at Kapooka, were really vigilant also around pelvic stress fractures in female recruits, and we had a massive increase in the rates of them at one point. And so they undertook and initiated some changes to the training that was being undertaken. to focus particularly on, again, ability level training, so running on grass, reducing the surface pressures, changing the length of strides that recruits were required to take by various means. And those changes that they put into place, because they identified that issue, basically that was able to again virtually eliminate those pelvic stress fractures at that time, which can take up to 3 years to recover. They mean discharge again in most cases, so they're a really difficult injury to manage and really difficult for the people who sustain them. So there's just a couple of quick examples of how important it is that injury prevention in every unit is everybody's business. Everybody is paying heed to it. There's surveillance going on to detect these sorts of issues so that they can be jumped on straight away and so that something can be done about it. So that's one key thing, I think, is the active injury prevention. We've talked a bit about training volume and control. Leadership is the other thing I want to touch on. And so I think within the units, leadership around managing the training effectively and controlling that. As we said, that can produce 50 to 60% reductions in injury rates and really control those issues, but also in managing the injury prevention and that being everybody's business. So that leadership is critical. And if we look at the literature on what makes the most difference to injury rates, they're two of the key things that we see are the training volume control, monitoring that, and the leadership aspect within units.
Thank you, Professor Pope. And I might come back to in more detail the questions around leadership and also injury prevention. But before doing that, might I invite Professor Orr for you to comment to the extent that you wish.
Sure. So Dr. Rutsky hit a key point there about periodisation, the ability to undulate the acute-chronic workload ratio, being volume and intensity. They're both manipulated to allow active periods of recovery. But one of the concerns about periodisation is if we don't know the starting point, the periodisation that we set itself can be problematic. So for example, if I said, okay, week 1, we're going to start with a 50 kilometre run. Week 2, we'll do 60 kilometres. Week 3, we'll do 80 kilometres. But you know what? Week 4, we'll drop back down to 50 kilometres. That is periodisation. But the level of intensity and effort is beyond the capability of the individual. So you can periodise a structure very, very well. You can periodise a program very, very well. But unless you have an accurate starting point, that becomes your first problem. The second problem is what we call program-induced cumulative overload. And again, we looked at physical training. That only accounts for 12% of the lower body loading during recruit training. So the rest of the program needs to be considered as part of this overarching periodised program. And some classic examples when we're looking at doing a couple of the physical conditioning optimization reviews, we had a sudden uptick in brachialis tendinopathy, so overuse injury around the elbow. And we're looking at why they had the sudden uptick in injuries when they're doing the exact same PT session, which is a rope climbing and chin-up session. Why this uptick? And when we looked at it through a Haddon's matrix of trying to figure out what happened, well, they changed their weapon training. The weapon training was now done the day before, and rather than doing 2 sessions, they did 3 sessions back to back to allow for less time going to and from the armoury, handing in weapons and taking them out. So it was a logistic change. Cocking the F88 requires a lot of elbow flexion. So they were overloading that muscle group, then the next day they were going to PT in this beautiful periodised program and ending up with injuries that weren't typically there. We see inline training. So that's training that's done with the intent to try and improve outcomes. The staff want the recruits to pass. They want the recruits to do well. They want the recruits to serve. They want to help them pass their final fitness assessment. So sometimes they actually give them additional physical training to help them pass. So they might go into the lines that night and do extra push-ups and extra chin-ups. Little do they know, the next day they're going to be doing an obstacle course and they're going to try low down from the wall, but their upper body is so fatigued they release too soon and they don't low down with control and either end up with a shoulder injury from dropping too quickly or an ankle injury because they drop off before they actually lower down properly. So there's this integration of not only a well-designed periodised program that needs to start with a starting point using ability-based training to optimize everybody's training along the continuum, but it needs to be designed and developed in a way that considers the overarching training program and intent. And finally, you need a way of monitoring this. Are they getting fitter? Do we know they're getting fitter? Are we increasing fitness but at the same time increasing injuries? Are we not even increasing fitness but increasing injuries? Where is the monitoring and closing the feedback loop to make sure that the physical training is effective and to make sure we're not increasing the source of risk that comes as part of physical training?
As to the second last of those points you raised, and really the physical training instructor knowing how to train given the circumstances that have been before when the training and also those that are to come. I want to come to another topic, and that is the importance of a skilled workforce and a skilled physical training workforce. Put simply, what is its relationship to physical injury management or reduction, more to the point?
I guess, firstly, what I would like to say is, having worked with these sorts of personnel around multiple countries around the world, I would say that our Army physical training instructors, I'd say our ADF instructors, but I know Army physical training instructors a lot more intimately, they are generally very well trained relative to what they're required to do. They do, however, need to move beyond what has been the current focus. So around the mid-90s, we followed the fitness industry because that was the only source of truth at the time. We then shifted away from the fitness industry, and we're now more or less following a sporting model. Unfortunately, that's like getting a square peg and a triangular peg and both trying to shove them into a round hole. It's the best that we've got at the moment, but we need to progress beyond that to use ability-based training that is designed by the military for the military. We need to upskill the physical training instructors to include things like detailed anatomy, detailed biomechanics, and critically, particularly now, we need to teach them motor control and motor learning because the movement literacy of our young Australians is getting worse. So the ability to perform a squat, a basic movement skill, is getting worse because they're doing less gross motor skills. We also need to support their ongoing professional development. And this is where we want to consider taking PTIs to become a professional organisation. By professional, I mean in the US, to be a strength and conditioning coach, you're required to complete continuing education credits. So they're required to conduct professional development, and it is registered and audited every 2 years. As an allied health professional, as a physiotherapist, I have to declare to AHPRA every year my professional development. So they need to be supported and provided with professional development, and at the same time, they need to be given the right information, because at the moment, a lot of PTIs will go out and they'll do professional development off their own bat, because it doesn't actually exist organisationally, so they'll go and do it. But what professional development do they do? Well, they do what's most well marketed, what's most popular at the time, rather than that which is most evidence-based. And I think if you can support the PTIs to move into a professional workforce, give them the support, the ongoing training, I think that will help move us forward, because you can only teach what you have done and you have been taught. And without upskilling and constantly moving with the current literature on what is best practice, you're at risk of falling behind and just repeating the same cycle over and over again.
Thank you. And tell me, from which cohort are physical trainers drawn?
So where do physical training instructors come from?
Yeah.
So there have been some variations in the actual initial selection. So when I went through, you had to do a 7-week subunit PT leader course, which is now, last I saw, was still the 4-week combat fitness leader course. You had to be one of the top students on that course. You then spent time in a gymnasium, and then from there you went away and you did the basic PTI course, which is a tri-service course, actually run by Naval Training Command. So any serving member, must have been a serving member, can apply. And if they go through and meet the prerequisite entry courses, they can be selected to then, if they're released from their commander, to then go and complete the basic physical training instructor course.
Thank you. And you mentioned there that it's a tri-service course. Are there particular features of the training that are taught to physical training instructors to attend to the particular aspects of, say, Army service or Navy service or Air Force service? And should there be?
Ooh, that's a nice question. Yes, there are differences. And the nature of training and what is required. When I was there as an instructor in 97, 98, the basic concept was that Army was to train for combat fitness. Navy was to train for teamwork, which was more critical on ships, particularly when they're overseas. And Air Force was to train for health and well-being. So you had these slightly different characteristics that were the primary focus. Navy and Air Force didn't want to go spend time doing obstacle courses because they're very unlikely to do an obstacle course on a ship, for example. So there was often a lot of contest between what was being conducted. However, at the same time, by me as an Army person doing the course, I learnt about the other services. I learnt more about teamwork. I learnt more about health and well-being, which is critical to a holistic approach. So there are benefits, but yes, I do believe that there needs to be some service-specific training to optimise the conditioning for those specific service elements.
Thank you. And tell me, is there a systemisation at the moment or a curriculum for physical training instructors?
Yes, there is. As last I know from when I was down there last in 2019, pre-COVID, they had a structured physical training compendium training management plan, which was approved by Naval Training Command, and they basically had key criteria which they were supposed to meet all the way along.
And do you think it is adequate, or do you think it ought to be improved in certain ways, and if so, how?
Interesting question. I think there is always room for improvement. As I said before, key areas like anatomy, biomechanics, movement literacy, motor skill development is critical. But at the same time, you've got to acknowledge that their ability to take physical training lessons, their ability to take large groups, which is not common anywhere else apart from in the military, is beyond par. And I can say that having seen the training of PE instructors at schools. I can say that seeing and running and accrediting Certificate 4 in physical training. So compared to the civilian sector, there is a high focus on military-specific training that focuses on how to implement and conduct military training. And I think because it is military-specific, it is so effective. Again, that parallel that I was raising beforehand, we can't just take information from the fitness industry or the sporting industry and then try and apply it. Yes, it's what we have at the moment, and yes, it is moving us forward, which is fantastic. But where military training does its best is when it's designed for military trainers, by military trainers, understanding the military training outcome.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Rudsky or Professor Pope, might you have any comments about where we might look to find best practice models for physical training in other jurisdictions or elsewhere?
Look, I partly disagree with Rob in that the sporting model is a proven one and it's highly successful. I think contextualising it and perhaps adapting it to the specifics of military is the way to go. I wouldn't wholesalely dismiss it as a way forward. But I've always argued that if we benchmark the way we train soldiers to the way professional athletes are trained, there's a pretty big gap. Now, some of that gap will always exist, but as Rob says, we can get better. And we get better by learning and by, okay, there's an old saying, you can't be what you can't see. So exposing our physical training instructors to the way professional sports teams strengthen and condition their athletes gives them a benchmark. Now, they can take or leave what they learn, but they'll take some learning away from that and they'll see how the best of the best do their business, as opposed to basically looking at themselves and repeating what they've done in various iterations. So, if I was king for a day, I'd have all of our physical training instructors spend time with professional sporting team medical setups and see how they do their business.
Professor Pope?
I'd say that at moments in time, we've had some very good programming and, best practice models in place within the ADF. It's unfortunate that we have lost those over time. They tend to only last for a short time and then they go again. Having said that, certainly looking at the Victory Fitness model that we talked about earlier from Joe Napick in the States, I think that's certainly a good model to look at. And that team has been working, I guess, in parallel to what we've been doing, and we often compare notes on where we're going. And in fact, Joe's been Professor Napick's been an adjunct professor with Bond University for a while. So I think there are some good models that are there, but often they are there for a time, and I think that's their quandary as well, is that they are there for a time while a focus is on that and while there's a project in place. And I think this is where the leadership issue comes in, that if we need to get sustainability in these models so that things are done really well. And an example there, I know we'll talk about the Defence Injury Prevention Program later, but coming back to what Rob was talking about physical training, instructor training, a key feature of that was actually promoting physical training instructors as key advisors for injury prevention in anything to do with physical training. So they would be able to advise other military instructors who were conducting physical training of various sorts around the area. And the ultimate, I guess, role then for a physical training instructor was to be a warrant officer, PTI, who was an injury prevention advisor at a brigade level or equivalent. And so we had a number of those in place for a short time. That's now gone. So we've had these models, but they do tend to go, and this comes back to the leadership issue.
And tell me, what is the value in that, in those physical training instructors being able to engage in that?
Look, the physical training instructors, as Rob said, they're well trained. They have a really good understanding of physical training. A lot of the physical training that goes on is ad hoc, and it's coincidental physical training that happens as people move around the military area or to and from barracks, those sorts of things. And so it's really important that you have people who are professionals who know their information about physical training, about periodisation, about volume of training, all of those sorts of things, who can work with other instructors to make sure that the overall training package that recruits undertake is actually well tuned, and that there's that right volume of training across the board, not just in physical training lessons, which are a very small part of the overall program, but across the whole program as a whole. So they're really well placed to do that. We integrated training in injury prevention into each level of the PTI training as part of the Defence Injury Prevention Program. And again, my understanding is that that has now gone, but there's probably some elements still there as part of the curriculum that will come in anyway, just because as part of the professional training of them. But there was that clear career pathway for PDIs to actually become injury prevention advisors ultimately, and they were working towards that all the way through their career progression and undertaking tasks around that at various levels all the way through.
Thank you. I will come very shortly to the Defence Injury Prevention Program because you have foreshadowed it in a little bit of detail. But just before I leave this topic, might I ask one other question? And that is, to what extent is there scope for a multidisciplinary approach to training? So not just looking at physical training, but looking at specialists, say dietitians or specialists in expertise in sleep or other areas that are relevant to training. Might you comment on that?
Sure. So I guess one of the best ways I can describe this is many people would have heard of the term tactical athlete. Now, the person who actually termed the coin tactical athlete is one of my PhD students now, Mark Stevenson, with a wealth of background serving in a variety of different tactical environments. His concept behind the tactical athlete wasn't that tactical personnel need to be athletes. It was that they should be given the same amount of support that you would give to an athlete. That includes nutritional advice and support and good quality food. That includes optimal recovery sessions. That includes well-trained physical training, strength and conditioning coaches. That includes well-trained and knowledgeable physiotherapists. So it was more about giving them the holistic requirements that we focus on for athletes. Why are we not doing that to personnel that we physically condition and we want to survive for longer than an athlete? Remember, the professional lifespan of an athlete is typically very short. We want to train somebody to do this for a career of 20, 30 plus years, and then when they retire, not be broken. So it's a slightly different construct, but it requires the same sort of holistic approach that I think is critical to optimizing outcomes.
Thank you, Dr. Odsky.
The key intersect is performance. We do all these things for athletes because we want them to perform at their best. We want them to compete. We want them to win. Those are exactly the same outcomes we want for soldiers, sailors and airmen. We need them to compete. We need them to win. So we have to equip them with what we believe or what they ask to help them be performing at their best. But that's not the construct, that's not the model, that's not the paradigm of defence. And I think that there needs to be some reflection on that.
Professor Pope?
I guess from my perspective, things like diet, they're really critical because we talk about fatigue, and as part of this training volume and thinking about the training program, we want to avoid that over fatigue, which can then lead to injury. There's a whole range of reasons for that I won't get into. But if we look at something like diet, it is critical because we've got situations like relative energy deficiency that happens in sport, and it's often referred to as red S because the S is sport, but it's equally relevant in the defence environment where basically people may not have enough energy to actually be able to fulfil what they're being required to do in terms of the workload they're expected to undertake. Now that can lead to then bone breakdown, stress fractures, fatigue. There's this whole range of issues that can then occur and so injury as a result. And so those are important issues, but I guess where I see some of that fitting in is we don't necessarily need the dietitian there every day on the ground, but we need them very accessible so that they can be brought in wherever needed, wherever we suspect that there may be some issues like this that are occurring, so there can be some review done. And I think in the past we've probably relied a bit on the Defence Science and Technology Group to provide that sort of expertise, but they're not always available. They haven't always been available to do that, and I'm not sure what their capability is around that now.
Thank you. Might I turn now to the Defence Injury Prevention Program that you have mentioned a couple of times, Professor Pope. Could I ask you to introduce that program to the commissioners? Explain when it was initiated, where, why, its methodology and the like.
Sure. So I've discussed already, I guess, the couple of examples of pelvic stress fractures and ACL ruptures and being able to, through surveillance, identify those problems and resolve them through investigation and putting into place some countermeasures. Those key examples came to the attention of the Director General of the Defence Health Service at the time, who was keen to see that replicated across Defence, that sort of surveillance and putting that into place. And so I was invited then to basically look at how we could scale up that program to be rolled out across the ADF, across the three services. So that happened in 2000. And I joined the Directorate of Preventive Health in the Defence Health Service branch at that time, and we began that work to think about and I guess to design that program to be able to be rolled out more fully. That program has a number of different elements to it, or it had a number of different elements to it. So first of all, it was based on, I guess, best practice and best evidence around injury prevention programs. And so we looked at models like that of the World Health Organisation Safe Communities approach. We looked at, I guess, the theory of planned behaviour I'll mention because it has been central to what we've done there. So it's thinking about how do we get the action that we need. So we addressed all of the aspects within that theory of planned behaviour. So thinking about the behaviour we want, which is injury prevention behaviour. We need to think about the attitudes of people, which is based on what their beliefs are and their evaluations of those beliefs. We need to think about what the cultural norms are. And to do that, we need to think about, okay, what are the normative influences? What are those norms? And what's the motivation of people to comply with those norms or not comply with those norms? We need to think about facilitators and barriers to putting into place injury prevention activities. And so there's a whole range of things we need to think about. And so the program was designed to address all of those different features. So there was different aspects to it. One key feature of it was an injury surveillance system that would actually provide data to the local command and safety structures and health teams within the local unit so that they could actually have ownership and injury prevention could then become everybody's business. And so that injury surveillance system was designed ultimately so that it would provide some automated reporting at certain periods. So you could print off a report of what had been happening in terms of injuries and you could get the detail of what had happened. So not only that an injury occurred on an obstacle course, but which obstacle course it was, what was the local name for that, the colloquial name locally for that particular obstacle course, so that anyone reading that report immediately could say, yes, I know where that is and I know where that's happened. So that would then allow people to direct their attention to those particular locations, particular activities, to do some investigation like we did with the ACL ruptures and then develop some countermeasures from that. So that was one key feature. Now, injury surveillance works really well if you've got repeated cycles of programs where people do the same thing year in, year out, or even shorter cycles sometimes, like recruit training often. And so injury surveillance can pick up trends in what's happening, and then you tend to see the same thing repeated in the next cycle unless something is done to change things. And so injury surveillance is great for that. It can identify those issues. What it's not so good at is identifying risks and injury risks for new and novel types of activities. And so that would be particularly relevant in the defence environment if people are involved in new missions, in different landscapes, those sorts of things, new environments or contexts where there hasn't been a lot done before. And we've seen warfare change over time as people have done different things in different contexts, and that's important to recognise. And so when that's the case, we need to fall back on different ways of identifying sources of risk. And so often it's going to be the subject matter experts, the locals within the unit who understand their tradecraft and understand the context in which they operate, and they can identify, okay, based on where we know we're going, what we're going to be doing, the types of experiences we've had before, we can identify these are going to be some of the key risks we're going to identify. So it's important so as part of the program, I guess, the Defence Injury Prevention Program, personnel within units were taught both aspects, how to manage from the injury surveillance perspective and how to do injury risk assessments and injury risk management. From there, once the key risk areas have been identified, to then identify what the priorities were for attention, so to prioritise those risks, and then to develop some countermeasures for the priority risks, and then to follow through with some further evaluation through injury surveillance or through monitoring what actually happens during the activities that are undertaken. So they were some of the key features of it. That program, we then progressively began to roll out. And in 2003, there was funding secured from the Defence People Committee to fund that program and its implementation broadly across the ADF. As soon as we received that funding, there was a recruitment freeze put into place so that we couldn't actually expend the funding on what it needed to be expended on, which was personnel to actually man this project or this as it rolled out, and places to be. And we had developed a Microsoft Access database for local use originally, and that was working really nicely. We were then basically, I guess, tied to the Health Keys project, which is a defence medical records project at that time. That was going to be the solution for the injury surveillance, and so there was no further development to happen on any other aspect of the injury surveillance database. The problem was that Health Keys fell over effectively. It didn't deliver, and it wasn't able to deliver. And so we had those two key reasons that program then basically, I guess, ran into difficulty in terms of expending and achieving the implementation or the rollout. Subsequent to that, there was a decision made at a secretary level that the program was to be institutionalised, and that it was not to be reliant, I guess, on individuals. As a result of that, so I was on a contract at that point, and I had a contracted team with me, and so that contract expired, and there was a couple of people left, APS personnel, but they didn't have, I guess, that full understanding and knowledge and the breadth of expertise required to keep that program going, and from there it ultimately fell over. There was an effort for Army wanted to look at taking it on, and Steve was in the seat driving that at one point. There was ultimately, I think, a decision, and Steve can probably speak to this, that it was a joint health issue that needed to be addressed, and so it should sit with Joint Health Command, but perhaps Steve can speak to that. But that's it in a nutshell.
Thank you.
I don't really want to, but I will. It was one of the most disappointing features of my military career, actually. The project had kicked goals. It had proven its effectiveness. It had prevented a large number of injuries. This was a great program. But as so often happens in defence, show me the money. There was significant financial constraint at that time. Army saw its value but did not wish to fund it because they argued that it was a health activity and therefore it should be funded by health. I sought funding from the relevant individual within the then Defence Health Organisation and was told that injury is primarily an Army problem, not a defence problem. So they declined to take the program on and continue its funding.
Just to elaborate on what the experts have indicated about the effectiveness of the program. Commissioners, I might take you to a document received from Defence, being DEF.1237.0001.0183 0183 and also 0184. This is a Defence briefing document on the Defence Injury Prevention Program, and it notes its purpose, impact, and its likely financial benefits that are likely to accrue from its implementation. It's useful to take you initially to paragraph 1 of that document, where they talk about the project purpose. Following up from the witnesses have indicated, in particular Professor Pope, its intention to improve the retention of ADF personnel, reduce non-combat injuries, improve individual readiness, reduce direct medical costs of injuries, and then reduce the demand for rehabilitation and then also consequent compensation costs. And it was certainly regarded, you'll see there, as a key strategy of defence. And then at paragraph 2, and then if you drop down to paragraph 4, you'll see too that it is confirmed that the DIP had demonstrated an ability to improve reporting of ADF injuries, and I might come to the question of reporting in due course, by at least sixfold compared to traditional approaches, and that it also had a demonstrated ability to reduce injury rates. It's recorded here by some 30% within 2 to 4 years of implementation. Its primary components are indicated, those being the injury surveillance, to which Professor Pope referred, and then detailed risk analysis and assessment of injury accidents, and then development of an injury prevention plans and actions to eliminate or reduce the cause of the injuries, and given some specific examples there, Professor Pope. And finally, it is worth noting too, in the following page, paragraph 6, the financial benefits that are expected to accrue from the implementation of this program. And you'll see there that they're not insignificant. So when one compares the outlay back at that time that was indicated, and then the significant calculated anticipated costs that are expected to be reduced that are indicated there in direct medical costs, rehabilitation, compensation costs, and others. So it is recognised by Defence there that the DIP significantly reduced injury in the areas where it was introduced, and it was likely also to significantly reduce costs to Defence and presumably also cost to DVA down the line. Professor Pope, you'll see that I noted there that the fact that DIP had a demonstrated ability to improve reporting of ADF injuries. Would you be able to speak to the Commissioners, please, about the relationship between reporting and injury prevention in a program such as this?
Sure. So reporting is really quite critical. If we can identify, I guess the more injuries are reported of the injuries that are occurring, the better the statistical power to identify some of the sources of those injuries, where they're occurring, what activities they're occurring in, those sorts of things. So we need minor injuries reported as well as more serious injuries. Often minor injuries we can consider in some ways near misses for more serious injuries, and if we can identify the causes of those, we can head off a lot of those more serious injuries. So that's really important. When we look at some of the data we saw earlier, which is from the Defence Sentinel system, and previously that was DefCare, so that's provided by Defence. What we saw there, rough back of the hand calculation, was somewhere between 15 and 20 injuries per 100 persons per year that Defence identifies through the Sentinel system. Now, our best estimate currently is that in fact we're seeing 400 injuries per 100 personnel per year, so 394. And so we've published the basis for that. And I guess the other side to that is that the more data we're starting to get in, the more that sort of figure is being supported. And so we do know that what is being recorded in Sentinel is a vast underrepresentation of the injuries that are actually occurring in defence. So that raises a few issues. I guess one of the key issues around Sentinel, the difference here, Sentinel is based on the individual themselves or their commander reporting an incident. And so they have to go to the trouble to find the form if an incident's occurred, to fill out that form and to submit that form. They have needed previously to get witnesses, and I don't know that that's still now required, but there were a number of steps to go through to do that. And so we saw relatively low numbers, low levels of reporting through that system, and hence we get those sorts of figures that we've seen, which are a huge underrepresentation of the injuries. When we looked at the Defence Injury Prevention Program, we looked at, okay, how can we do this and what's done in sporting contexts? And so we identified a system that was used out of the Monash University Accident Research Centre in sports injury surveillance. And so out of that, what we chose in preference was a simple form that would be completed at point of care when someone presented with an injury. So basically the individual who'd been injured would fill out the first part of it, the medical person treating them would fill out the second part of it. A lot of it was tick and flick with some details added, some narrative text to identify some of those key features we need for the injury investigations to direct those. And so those forms would be completed immediately when someone presented with an injury rather than there being some delay afterwards, be submitted to the system, entered, and pretty much ready in real time to be examined. That could then lead to those reports being produced for the local unit so that they could start to manage their own injury issues. So that's why we see the difference. Now, the difference between those, we published a paper in 2017 looking at the differences. And we see on Sentinel, we detect about 10% of the incidents, of the injuries that we see recorded through that point of care kind of injury surveillance system. So that system sees or records a whole lot more injuries. But in addition to that, we also know that there's a whole lot of injuries that are unreported for medical care or to Sentinel. And we estimate that at about half of all injuries that occur are not reported. And there's been a number of surveys that are now backing that with data, so that we're starting to see that in fact is the case. And so it's that missing segment that we're still not quite getting yet. The other thing I should add is that Sentinel does play an important role, and that type of reporting does play an important role because it picks up near misses and dangerous occurrences which haven't actually resulted in injury. Whereas point of care injury surveillance will only pick up what's actually happening and resulting in an injury that requires medical attention. So we really do need, going forward, we need more of a hybrid kind of an approach, so we are picking up those near misses and dangerous occurrences as well, which can be really important to detect so that we can do something about those and head off a catastrophe.
Yes, thank you. So to the extent that I took you earlier to data that indicated that maybe there are about 8,000 odd injuries recorded by Defence each year, do you think that data is perhaps an underrepresentation of the true injury rate that will be experienced in Defence?
Yeah, so we would be expecting that the number would be, much more like about 200,000.
I see. Dr. Vrodsky?
Yes, I was involved with the procurement of Sentinel, and I think it's important to note that it's a defence-wide system that covers the APS and the ADF. During the initial stage of the procurement process, I attempted to get elements of DIP incorporated into the system because it provides very generic, non-specific injury categories that are not actually beneficial for injury prevention. But there are far more APS than ADF at that time, and the decision was made that we'll go commercial off the shelf. The ADF will no doubt, come along for the ride. But it's really important to note that Sentinel was a off-the-shelf civilian-based civilian workplace system that really was never intended to provide the level of granular information needed for proper military injury prevention.
In that connection, might you be able to indicate what sort of specificity might be required in order to...
Well, we need, for example, I was looking through the data provided by Defence for the injuries for medical discharges, and they're using antiquated terms like gonarthrosis, I thought it was something else for a minute there, but dorsalgia, coxarthralgia. I mean, I've never heard these diagnoses. These are the diagnoses being listed in the data defensive providers. I presume it comes from International Classification of Disease 9 or 10. But within this, well, I can speak from my context, which is a musculoskeletal injury specialist. We like to provide anatomical diagnoses. So it's either an ACL rupture, a medial or a lateral meniscal tear. It's a lateral ligament tear. It's a medial ligament tear. It's a pes anserinus bursitis. And in fact, one of my colleagues at University of New South Wales developed a specific sports injury diagnostic set, which was very detailed and allowed us to really drill down into what was the injury that was sustained. And the more specific you can be with the injury type, the more you can analyse the mechanisms of injury that might have led to that particular injury. And that's what Rod's work is really all about. They got an injury. How did they get that injury? How can we prevent that injury from occurring?
Yeah, so there's additional information that surrounds the injury. How did it occur? Where did it occur? So then you can go back to undertake the sort of analysis I think you were referring to before, Professor Pope, when you were talking about the ACL ruptures on the rubber matting. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. And tell me, Professor Pope, who do you think is best placed to report injuries and to participate in injury surveillance? Is that something that ought to be done by the commanding officer, the injured person, the clinician? Do you have a view about that, how that might be managed?
I think the only person that's going to know what's happened is going to be the injured person themselves. They really have to be involved in the reporting process. The medical personnel have to be involved if the injury is going to get any sort of accurate diagnosis, because it's only that way that they can provide an accurate diagnosis.
Thank you. Now, if I can just go back, I just want to return to the DIP itself before we get into further detail about injury surveillance, because I think it was the DIP was implemented in an army setting. I think you've indicated that's correct. Is it correct to say that it's also capable of being implemented in other settings as well, in Navy settings and Air Force settings?
Yeah, so in its early phase, it was actually implemented at 1RTU, the First Recruit Training Unit of Air Force, and it was also implemented at RAF Wagga. It wasn't fully implemented at a Navy base, but the intent was that it was going to roll out to all three services, and it was going to be basically, I guess, adjusted as needed for each of those services. And there are some differences between the services.
Thank you. And tell me, I think in that connection, was it proposed that a Directorate of Injury Prevention be established? Do you know that?
Yes, so at the time that I guess my contract finished, we had a workshop just before that, and I've just actually read back over some of the notes from that. So there was an intent that there would be a Directorate of Injury Prevention that would be set up. And there was, I believe, a business case put forward for that, and that's the point at which, yeah, my knowledge goes. I don't know what happened after that, apart from some of the documents you've just provided recently.
Yes, thank you. Now, if I might take you, please, to another document concerning the DIP, and that is DEF.1237.0001.0064. And this is a portfolio evaluation report of the DIP, effectiveness of the Defence Injury Prevention Program. Are you familiar with this evaluation?
I am.
Thank you, Professor Pope. And if, in that connection, can I take you, please, to 0142? Of that, and in particular at GH and I, you'll see there that this is an evaluation of the program that was undertaken by Defence, And it is stated there that it's a very sound approach to injury prevention. It was, as we know, not implemented. But if we go, and I'll give you an opportunity to read that. If we go shortly to 0144 at 6.44, the team that have within Defence that evaluated the program in fact stated that it be retained as the Defence's structured approach to injury prevention, and its implementation be reinvigorated by a full review. Are you aware, Professor Pope, to your knowledge, was it ever re-evaluated, or was there ever further consideration given to how it might be effectively implemented across Defence?
No, I'm not aware of any further action that was taken.
No, thank you. And to each of the witnesses, are you able to comment on the program, any Defence injury prevention programs that might presently be in place in Defence? Are you aware of any such programs, and if so, could you comment on them?
I'm not aware.
I guess on the safety side, there has always been activity going on within the safety branch within Defence to, I guess, monitor injuries through Sentinel largely, and then to do some high-level analysis across Defence to look at what some of the priorities are for attention. And I guess the intent of that is to put some steps into place to intervene or to address some of those issues. There's also generally an intent at a unit level for safety personnel to investigate particularly higher profile or more serious injuries where they might occur, or incidents that occur that may involve more than one person being injured. And so that also often occurs, is that there is some investigation on that basis. But again, those would generally be notifiable injuries that occur, where that would be the case, or something that is fairly high profile. It's been quite a serious incident that's occurred, and some external experts may be brought in at those sort of times. So those sort of actions definitely should not be discounted, and they are important things that are undertaken by safety personnel.
Thank you. Now, when it comes though to the Defence Injury Prevention Program, we are of course talking about a program that was proposed some 15 years ago and was ultimately not instituted. Do you consider that the program retains relevance to injury prevention in Defence today, and if so, why is that the case?
Yeah, I absolutely do think it remains relevant, that type of a model. I think we need injury prevention to become everybody's business, and it's this type of model that will make sure that happens. We do know, although the implementation wasn't complete, you'll see from the Inspector General's report, the evaluation they did, that it was implemented in some sites, and we did see some great reductions in injury rates. So at the Army Recruit Training Centre, I've talked about a couple of the specific focuses of some investigations, but overarching, taking into account those and a whole lot of other things, basically we were able to reduce injury rates and discharge rates by about 70% at the time through implementation of this model. We then saw that replicated at 1RTU, which was the Air Force First Recruit Training Unit, within a shorter time span when they were able to put into place the lessons learned at Kapooka. We were then also able to roll this out and see some reductions in injury rates of around the 20% mark in 3 Brigade in Townsville. So we have seen it operate in a number of different contexts, and we've seen some similar sorts of impacts at ADVA and, can I say RMC, Rob? Yeah, I'll look to Rob because Rob was based there to say that. But we have seen some reductions there. So we do know it's a successful program. It can reduce injury rates markedly. It just needs to be implemented properly and to a mature stage within a unit to be able to get those effects.
And I think you mentioned among some of the barriers previously of the IT issues as well as resourcing. Do you consider that if they could be overcome, that this would be capable of being introduced in defence?
This comes back to leadership again. There's got to be the political will for this to happen, if it is to happen. And if that political will is not there, it will fall over again if something was to be implemented, or it just won't get up. That's, I guess, based on just my experience with what happened the first time around, was that's where it fell over, was that there wasn't that political will for that to happen at the time, and so we didn't see that happen. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other remarks?
Yeah, can
Dr.
I just
Rodsky?
add to that? Injury is in large part an army problem, and the joint nature of some decision-making can hamper progress. There is a concept in the Defence Force called single service management, where a single service takes over a particular function and runs it on behalf of the other two services. If we were to reintroduce DIP, I think it would be best placed with Army as the single service manager, who could then provide support and service to the other two. Now, my experience with the first iteration of DIP was it fell over because it lacked a sponsor and it lacked resources. Obviously, giving it to Army creates the sponsor, and obviously Army would want the resources because it's not resource free and it's not cheap. And the other key thing is that people and commanders in defence are very, very busy. One of the risks we found with DIP was that it was perceived as an extra regimental duty. It was yet another task that a very overworked and overburdened staff had to do. If you try to do that, it will never work. The ROD was instrumental in getting dedicated staff who would supervise the data collection, do the data analysis, and then provide it to the commander on a plate, saying, "Sir, here's all the information you need, make a decision, yes or no." And the commanders are great at that. That's what they do for a living. What they don't get is the information handed to them in an easily digestible and actionable manner. That requires resources. So it's great to talk about the reinstatement of DIP, but it has to be properly reinstated, properly resourced, and given to somebody who cares about it, which I think is Army.
Yeah, thank you. I note the time, so we might take a short adjournment and then we'll return after the break.
Thank you, Ms. Ribagotti. We'll adjourn for 15 minutes.
All right. All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide will adjourn until 4 o'clock. Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Ms. Ribagotti.
Thank you, Commissioner. Panel members, might I turn to the topic again of leadership and injury prevention? And in particular, might I ask each of you to consider whether the regular reporting of injury data through chain of command might have the effect of encouraging greater command responsibility for unit physical performance and physical well-being. I don't know who wishes to take that question first, but I'd be interested in hearing from each of you.
I'm happy to start. So I think one of the issues here around data is it's got to be the right data. So there is a risk that if we start to see increased rates of reporting of injuries, that a particular unit then might be seen to have a bigger injury problem than other units where the injuries are instead hidden under the carpet. And so what we've got to do is provide a variety of data. And so one thing is the key injury records of what's occurring. We also need to know what category they fit into in terms of whether they're mild, moderate, serious personal injuries, so that when we start to see that the reporting is resulting in a lot more mild injuries being reported, we know that actually it's the underreporting that's being addressed. It's not that the injury rates are going up if the more severe injuries are remaining roughly the same. So we do need that sort of data. I think the data that we need, it needs to be accessible to people on the ground who can then work on local injury problems. It also needs to be able to be aggregated up so that commanders at higher levels actually can see via a dashboard what's happening. The biggest problem with commanders at higher levels is a lack of time. And so I think with the development of technology as it's been, there are some great opportunities to operate some sorts of statistical control processes where commanders are actually getting push notifications when particular injury types are escalating beyond acceptable limits or beyond tolerable limits. And when there are injury rates that are also exceeding tolerable limits. So I think they're the sorts of opportunities that are there for Defence to play with.
Thank you. Dr. Rudsky?
I think if we do the comparison with the civilian sector, executives in most large companies in Australia are assessed against the lost time injury rate of the people that they supervise. And they've got quite, robust occupational health and safety systems in place. To my knowledge, I've not seen any lost time injury data in the Defence data that's been presented. Now, that data should be available in terms of restricted duty days on the Defence Electronic Health. And certainly the loss of work days represents a cost to the organisation, but it's also a measure of the severity of the injury. Injuries are going to occur no matter what we do. Rod made a very, very important point. Tolerance levels. We have to establish what level of injury we're willing to accept and then really drill down into organisations that exceed our tolerances. What are they doing that's generating that excess? And also, if you get a lot of minor injuries that don't require a day off work, that's just okay, I'm sorry to say. I mean, we can never eliminate injury. But what we want to get rid of are the injuries that lead to medical separation, the injuries that lead to long-term disability. So it's not just injury per se, it's the really bad injuries that cause long-term disability we need to address. And we need to capture the data on that long-term disability and really hone in on that.
Thank you, Professor Orr.
I think just moving on from what Dr. Rudsky said is we need to capture even the small injuries, because what we know from the research is your biggest risk of injury is previous injury. And we know there's chronic underreporting. So if we had a way for soldiers, sailors, air persons to actually, on an app, report injuries prior to point of care, so injuries that they themselves self-manage, which we also know occurs through a variety of military forces, if they're going to self-manage the injury, because it's just a minor niggle, it happened on the Friday, they're going to see how it goes Monday, Tuesday, during the week, and then they may or may not report it. So if it is captured, at least, where they take onus, they've got to be given some onus of responsibility as well, but they report it, then we can start to identify trends, particularly for minor injuries. We can start to address what's causing those minor injuries before they lead to second and third order more serious injuries. When it comes to command, we've got to be very cautious of time. They've got a whole bunch of other competing priorities. And if we're going to give them information, we've got to be very cautious of what we call data overload. How much information do you want to give them? And how bogged down are they going to get in this information? So one thing that DIP did really well, so there was a period of time there in 2002, I believe it was, when I was acting OC of the Duntroon Fitness Centre. So I was in charge of all the Royal Military College staff cadets for their training. And I get the report. It was a 3 or 4 page report with big graphs, and I could tell exactly when injuries were occurring, where they were occurring, and if I had to do anything about them. So it was very sharp, concise, to the point, giving me all the key information I needed. So in that sense, I wasn't being given lots of information all the time. I was given key critical information at the right time and point. So providing leadership with the right information at the right time in the right amount is critical. And finally, I just say the biggest thing at the higher level of leadership is one thing that we commonly call the posting cycle. No plan survives 2 posting cycles. Once you start to go through a posting cycle and new staff come in and old staff go out, and then somebody comes in and wants to change something because they don't know the history of how we got to where we are, there is this danger of things like the Defence Injury Prevention Program being replaced because nobody was there at the inception. They don't understand where it came from, why it got there, and why it's effective. And of course, the old saying is you don't get promoted unless you make change. So just leaving something that's working alone and not fiddling with it is often not seen as an option. So 2 posting cycles, and we've lost all those valuable lessons, and it starts to degrade, like a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy.
Professor, I'm going to come back to you, because I know Dr. Rudsky has something to say, but I'll come back to you on another topic.
The importance of reporting injuries is beyond the injury prevention, though. I see a lot of veterans, I treat them, and I often have to help them with their appeals to the Veterans Review Board. And the key stumbling block for so many of them is, yes, I hurt myself, but it wasn't recorded. And DVA's rules of evidence for acceptability are quite strict. If there's no record of an injury in your service health record, the injury never happened. And so many of the patients I see regret the tough it out, don't report it sort of issue. And then, one young Special Forces soldier I saw who had 18 undiagnosed medical conditions, tried to get them recognised prior to his discharge, and he was accused of lying by the doctor who he was seeing, and he was furious about it and stormed out of the consultation. But reporting has ramifications beyond simple injury prevention. It speaks to liability, it speaks to entitlement, it speaks to the provision of healthcare post-discharge. It's really important.
And in that connection, it does relate to a question I did wish to ask you, Professor Orr, around reporting, even of minor injury, is that normalisation of reporting through a process and a culture of reporting. Do you consider that has the effect of reducing stigma, and it becomes accepted that injury is a part and process of what happens, but can be managed? Can you comment on that?
Indeed. I think one of the critical things that has to happen, and this is what will drive forward culture change in many ways, is message framing and the way the message is interpreted. So it's not just reporting an injury. They need to be given context about what that means. If you want to be effective, we'd rather have you have a minor injury now that we can treat and mitigate before it becomes a serious injury where you can no longer be part of your team. But again, you can reframe it. Just like if you were a soldier and you noticed something faulty with your weapon system, what would you do with it? If you noticed a crack, if you noticed, the base plate wasn't going in properly, what would you do? Well, you'd report it to an armourer. Why? Because if that system malfunctions, there's going to be consequences downstream. Well, you are part of a system. If you have an injury, it will get worse. You need to get it treated. If we make it more normalised and we treat it from a bottom-up and a top-down approach of being important, then hopefully it'll become more normalised, because people only focus on what is important. And if I can just draw an analogy for this, if you talk about fitness testing, for example, if you've got push-ups, sit-ups and a run, and we've only got limited time to train, guess what we're going to train? Push-ups, sit-ups and a run. We know strength is critical for load carriage, but while everybody focuses on whether or not I can pass my BFA, so I will focus on push-ups, sit-ups and a run. So whatever the organisation sees as important is what everybody else will see as important.
Thank you. Professor Pope, do you have anything to add or
I was
not?
just going to say the other importance of reporting is so that there is evidence of the injury burden that in fact exists, which is the biggest obstacle to getting things into place, like the injury prevention program, getting the resourcing that we need, getting the priority that we need for injury prevention. We've got to understand the injury burden that we've got. And if we think it's 8,000 injuries a year, that's not going to have as much priority as if we think it's 200,000 injuries a year that are having an impact on people. And when we look at the links then from all of these, even mild injuries, to then chronic pain going on into the future, and we know, defence personnel are having significant issues with chronic pain going forward, then, that understanding of that injury burden and that understanding that if a defence person says that they have had an injury in the defence environment, if you've got everyone in defence having 4 injuries a year, it's most likely they have in fact had that. Don't disbelieve them.
Yes, thank you. Just in that connection, when you talk about 8,000 injuries, or perhaps being more like 200,000 injuries, do you have any view, and you may not, but I'll ask the question, on whether injuries occur more frequently during physical training compared with deployment? Might any of you speak to that?
Yes, I think the evidence is pretty clear. I think that most of the injuries occur in sport and training context. We get much lower numbers of injuries occurring in deployed settings, and we know that from a couple of perspectives. So the Defence Injury Prevention Program, the injury surveillance system, was deployed to East Timor at one point informally with one of the physiotherapists who went there. So we know from that, but there is also evidence in the literature to indicate that most of the evacuations that happen from deployed settings tend to be for reasons of even training and sport being played rather than for injuries actually occurring in combat.
Thank you, Professor Orr. I see you're nodding.
Yeah, I agree. Look, we've done lots of research, and this goes back to some of the earlier work that Dr. Rodsky did in the early 90s, 89, 90s, where they looked at sport and physical training were the leading sources of injury. That was then reiterated in the Defence Health Status Report in 2000. Sport and physical training were the leading sources of injury. And then from the research we've done, sport and physical training and combat training are the leading source of injury. The reason, one of the things you have to understand is the why, however, and this is why risk management is so important, because quite often the physical training in sport is the end point, is the yield point. It's the point where there's so much stress on the system that it decides to shatter. And the example that I gave you before, I can go do 3 weapon sessions cocking a weapon, and then I'm going to go to PT and I'm going to do chin-ups, and suddenly I've got a brachialis tendinopathy, pain in my arm. But is it actually from the PT? Yes, the PT was the yield point, but the precursor was the 3 drill sessions I did beforehand. You've got somebody passing out from heat stroke during a run in the sun, but they spent 3 hours on the parade ground beforehand marching around in the sun on a black surface. So yes, typically we see sport and physical training as the yield points, but that's because it's the most physically arduous component where the system is more likely to break.
Yes, thank you. And Dr. Rodsky, you're nodding now. Might I ask you to comment?
I think that we talk about cumulative load, and we're a bit narrow in our focus. We think you hurt yourself going for a run, but Rob's actually nailed it. It's all the other things you did before you did that run have contributed to the overload on your body. And yes, the run is the straw that breaks the camel's back. And we saw that at Kapuka when we talked about periodisation. Military organisations hate this concept of rest and recovery, particularly in recruit training. There's 12 weeks, we've got 16,000 things we have to teach you in that 12 weeks. We're not going to give you any time off, and we're going to make you do extra stuff after hours because we're running behind time. That's not malicious, it's ignorance. The people running the programs don't appreciate the consequences of their programming decisions. And maybe if we can educate them through injury data that says there are consequences to the way you program your training. And if you change the way you program your training, you can get benefits.
And just on in that regard, if I can take you back perhaps something to you said earlier, Professor Oren, about the physical injury trainers, sorry, I withdraw that, physical training instructors becoming warrant officers and some degree of accountability and leadership. Do you think that there is a role to play there for those physical training instructors?
Definitely. I think, however, the warrant officers, at this stage, that's the most senior rank of physical training instructors, and that does create some caveats, and I've seen situations. Luckily, I had a very smart warrant officer who knew how to deal with the situation because he dealt with it so often, where a junior captain would come in and tell him, well, we're not doing that for PT, we're doing this. And because the junior captain had seniority and a higher rank, all that warrant officer's experience and knowledge was automatically disregarded. I think the IPA positions were invaluable, where the warrant officers had direct contact to the commanders and direct authority to actually talk straight to the commanders and say, well, this is the problem and this is what we need to do about it. Unfortunately, trying to work up through a chain of command, it becomes part of all the information trying to flow up, and it becomes, less critical because there are so many other things that have to go up the chain. And sometimes it is forgotten and disregarded.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can you interpret that for me? You said the IPA positions?
The injury prevention advisors. Those
Thanks.
were the warrant officer positions.
Thanks.
I'm grateful, Commissioner. Now, we've talked about injury prevention and we've talked about injury surveillance and reporting. Might I turn to the topic of injury management? Tell me, panel members, you're of the view that members are being adequately managed and treated for the injuries that they receive? Might you comment, Dr. Rudsky, perhaps?
Others will disagree, but it's my opinion that they are not. Why? I think there's some prima facie evidence. One only has to read the testimony of people that have come before the Commission to encounter stories of inadequate medical management. The figure that struck me most was that we had 10% of our transitioning people medically discharged in 2007, but 29% of all transitions in 2021 were medical. So you've gone from 10% medical discharges to 29% medical discharges in the space of 13 years. To me, that speaks to inadequate treatment leading to medical discharge. Personally, the veterans that I see in my clinic are very badly injured when they come to see me. And they have just put up with those injuries until they couldn't do it anymore. And I think some of the testimony of the Commission speaks to that. I'm treating active duty military people, and yeah, some of them just haven't been diagnosed. Now, I'm a specialist in musculoskeletal medicine. This is what I do for a living. We have general practitioners contracted to serve and provide care in our facilities. They, to my knowledge, don't get any specialist musculoskeletal training. There's very little musculoskeletal training in the general practice syllabus, and it's a mile wide and an inch thick. If you don't know what you're doing, you can't really do a very good job. And yes, they refer to external specialists, but often those external specialists are surgeons. And my job as a sports physician is to do everything in my power to keep my patient out of the surgeon's hands, rehabilitate him or her, get them back to doing what they want to do without resorting to surgery. Now, in some cases, surgery is absolutely warranted. It's clear-cut and they're straight off to the surgeon. But the primary indication for surgical management is failure of conservative management. And I'll have the others speak to it, but my observations are that there's not a lot of good conservative management of musculoskeletal injuries.
Do you wish to say something on that, Professor Pope, Professor Orr?
Look, I think I've been too far removed from the clinical work in defence now to be able to speak to that directly.
I can only talk historically from when I was in. One of the things, I was one of the first uniform physiotherapists at the Duntrin Health Centre, and one of the things that I did was I actually took our physiotherapists out, the civilian contractors, and showed them an Army PT session that the cadets did. I then took them out to the range and got them to do a rifle shoot. And many of them were shocked when they first saw the PT session at how physically demanding it was and what it looked like, because they had no contextual knowledge of it. And therefore, when we said, well, when you clear them for duty, when you clear them to go back to training, you're happy for them to turn up tomorrow and do this level of physical training. And they went, hell no. When we took them to the range and showed them the positions that soldiers lie in, which is what we call 30 degrees of hyperextension, which is the position that many of your spinal joints actually lock out. It's end range of motion. And you're lying in there for 30 minutes doing a range shoot. For somebody who's got a back injury, when you clear them, you're happy for them to be able to do this. So that contextual knowledge, I think, is often lacking. So they have a lot of good knowledge, but the context and the ability to understand what the military requirements are and what they look like in real world creates a knowledge gap, which is one of the problems. And just to add on to what Dr. Rudsky said, is when you have your practitioners constantly referring, what that does is delays treatment because, okay, now I've got to wait till I can get in and see a specialist. So what treatment am I getting in that meantime? And the research has shown, and there's a really nice study by Cohn in 2021 that showed that the longer you delay an ankle injury, the more likely to end up with recurrent ankle injuries, so you do it again and again, as well as that your medical costs and your number of treatments will increase exponentially. So getting ahead and treating soon, because the treating physician or treating physiotherapist can identify, correctly diagnose and implement the right treatment is critical.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Rudsky, is there anything you might say to that?
I just wanted to go back a bit. There are three types of prevention. We've primarily been talking about primary prevention, which is prevention of the initial injury itself. But there is secondary prevention, which is appropriate treatment and robust rehabilitation of injury. And tertiary prevention is surgery that prevents worsening of a particular condition, a fracture or a ruptured ACL. Where there is a potential for benefit is in the secondary prevention, and that requires skilled, trained practitioners. And I note from a paper published in Military Medicine in 2020 by Malloy et al., they have brought forward special treatment groups to the battalion level in the US Army with a physiotherapist, a strength and conditioning coach, and they've got nutritional advice on board as well if required. And the theory is that if we can treat the injury early enough, if we can rehabilitate it quickly enough, it won't become chronic. It won't lead to medical discharge. Unfortunately, we had that system, albeit imperfect that it was, but we've now centralised everything as a cost-saving and efficiency measure. Whilst I'm all in favour of cost-saving and efficiency, there's also outcome and effectiveness. And I'm not convinced that the current system delivers the outcomes or is effective as its proponents advocate.
Why is that?
Well, the outcomes. I mean, 29% of all transitioning defence members are medically discharged. To me, that speaks volumes to failure to adequately treat.
And how would you do things differently?
Well, this was heretical, and I'll no doubt be burnt at the stake subsequently. But I would bring back uniformed medical officers into garrison because we have this artificial separation between operational and garrison healthcare. And it was created back in the late 80s when it was said that employing uniformed medical officers was expensive. And we shouldn't be spending money on employing uniformed medical officers when we can contract civilian doctors who will be much cheaper. By separating that nexus between garrison and operation, you lose that military context that Rob was speaking about. Like, if I sent someone into the field, I would be really detailed about their restrictions, and I would generally talk to their subunit commander about them, making sure that the problem and the context were well understood. In terms of, bad things happening in units, patients would come and tell me about them. And the thing about a uniformed medical officer is we're quite privileged in a battalion setting in that you have unrestricted access to the commanding officer. Only the padre and the doctor had unrestricted access. Everyone else had to go through the chain of command. So if I found out about bad things happening, I would go to the commander and say, "Sir, are you aware of this?" We lost that because the contractors are paranoid about breaching the privacy principles, which can lead to compromise of their registration. So I had to battle the whole privacy issue with doctors all the time when I was supervising contract civilian doctors. Consent is really easy to obtain, but you need to know that you can ask for it, and then having obtained consent, go and disclose relevant matter to commanders. And my experience has been 95% of the commanders I dealt with were very happy to accommodate concerns and issues once they had the necessary information and context. We have commanders trying to make decisions through a welfare board, but the welfare board's a bit high level and a little bit late. By the time you get to a welfare board, you're on the one-way road out, by and large. You need to address issues early, and the uniformed medical officers provide that opportunity to identify and address issues early. And also you can invest in your uniformed medical officers. You can give them specialised training in mental health. You can give them specialised training in musculoskeletal injury. They're part of the organisation. I ran the hospital at Duntroon. Just prior to Timor, I had 7 uniformed officers working for me. But I also had contracted doctors who were part of my team. I had contracted physiotherapists who were part of my team. And I emphasise that phrase, part of my team. By us employing them, they bought into what we were trying to do. They were happy to share things with their uniformed supervisor, and if bad things were going down, the uniformed officer in charge of the section would bring it to my attention, and I would then bring it to the attention of the relevant commander. We actually had a really great system of checks and balances. Sadly, my observation is that we've lost that. And the premise of the health contract being cheaper, I looked at the Australian National Audit Report recently, which was looked into the Defence Health Contract. It's something like $600 million over budget, I think. And the service delivery, from my observation, is not what I would call optimal. So I think the whole premise should be re-examined, because I think what we have now is not working.
Thank you. I don't know, Professor Orr, Professor Pope, whether you have anything to add to that. You may or may not.
I might just add, just to note that I guess there is evidence that early treatment, as compared to delayed treatment, does reduce later mental health issues and opioid use. So there's some evidence around both of those things. So that's relevant, I think, just to understand that early treatment that has been talked about is really important.
Thank you. I'm grateful for that. And might I ask one final question, and this is really directed to Dr. Rudsky. Following on from what you had indicated, or you just recently raised with the commissioners, and that is economic costs and benefits. Could you speak to the topic of the economic benefit of injury prevention? It seemed to be recognised by Defence when it came to the Defence Injury Prevention Program. Do you have a view?
Yeah. My PhD thesis was entitled The Cost of Injury to the Army. The costs are extensive and they're in multiple areas, but the key thing is Army and Defence are shielded from those costs. The costs are borne by government through Defence DVA compensation payments, invalidity pension benefits. I mean, I did develop a model that I called the capital investment model, because Defence would love to trumpet the phrase, people are our greatest asset. And so I said, well, if people are our greatest asset, let's treat them like an asset. Because what we do in Defence is we invest considerable sums in training people. And the more niche and specialised the training role, the greater the investment in training. And for example, if you, say, invest $100,000 in a soldier and you expect them to serve for 4 years, then you would depreciate that $100,000 investment over that 4 years at a rate of $25,000 per annum. But if that person you've invested the training in is discharged after 1 year, you've lost $75,000 of your initial capital investment. You're writing off that asset. And more importantly, there's a knock-on effect. For every person that separates prematurely, there's a gap. There's a gap in your capability. There's a gap in your readiness. And you're continually trying to chase your tail to fill that gap by increasing the number of recruits because you're attriting prematurely. Now, that would be relatively simple for Defence to adopt and would give them a real sense of what's our return on our investment in training, and is premature attrition really costing us big bucks? And I could talk a lot more about it, but I don't know if you wish me to.
No, if there's something else you have that you wish to say that's relevant, by all means.
Well, look, just that I went and checked out the, who was it? It wasn't the Audit Office, but it was another, I think the Australian Government Actuary looked at pension liabilities for Defence. And my note here that in 2017 there were 10,951 invalid pensioners being provided for by the two ADF pension schemes, DFRDB and MSBS, at an annual cost of $449 million. Now, from my earlier work, the thing that did distress me was that in 1996, 54% of the Army invalid pensioners were aged 29 or younger. So if you're an invalid pensioner at the age of 25, you're going to be on an invalid pension for another 40 years. And the government's liability for that is going to increase quite substantially. I don't have any up-to-date data from recent, but looking at the age spread of the invalidity pensioners, I think would be most instructive to see what the potential liability for government going forward really is. So whilst I was going to, and the other issue for Army was the loss of readiness, okay? We should and can capture days lost, the lost time injuries, because that represents an indirect cost to the organisation, a loss of productivity. So every day that soldier, sailor or airman is not on duty, someone else has got to cover for them, okay? And we pay these people to do jobs, and if they're injured and can't do them, Defence suffers.
Thank you. And presumably also the person who's covering can suffer too because they are taking on additional responsibilities.
But we're good Defence people, we suck it up because that's just what you got to do.
Thank you. No further questions for the witnesses. I wonder if my friend has questions, and then commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Rigotti. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you for an excellent discussion and for your candour in responding. I have to say that I'm sitting here and I'm thinking that all of the veterans listening, and indeed all of their families, are quite likely feeling very angry, I might anticipate, because many of them will have injuries that led to functional limitations, chronic pain, psychological consequences, premature discharge from their career, and what we've heard from you is that not only is it quite likely that their injuries weren't recorded and may well have made claiming their benefits and pensions difficult, we heard that the cultural factors within Defence Force mean that that they impact in this space. People are not necessarily kept within their team, within their unit, rehabilitated where they will get the best outcome. We heard that there's likely to have been inadequate management because the treating practitioners may not have the relevant knowledge and expertise. Just last week I heard it takes 6 weeks to get a GP appointment at Edinburgh Air Force Base, so it takes time. We heard that there's a lack of other expert input, multidisciplinary input, not necessarily getting the training and recovery time, the dietitian input, etc. We heard that we had a terrific injury prevention program and it was lost, whether that's because of the 2 posting cycles or the cost shifting. And we heard that you need political will, and I'm not sure whether you're talking there big P or little p, but probably both. And I can't see why someone listening to that wouldn't feel exceptionally angry. I have to say I feel somewhat angry having heard it, because it just speaks to an absolute travesty of people's lives being impacted by woeful constellation of inaction, I guess. I don't expect you to comment on that, but it was a long-winded comment from me. I do have a couple of questions. You talked about the potential for there to be links between training in the ADF and professional sports. Has there ever been any partnerships with professional sports that you're aware of with the ADF?
I did hear of one anecdotal comment that someone in the West had done some work with the West Coast Eagles, but I have no flesh to put on those bones of anecdote. Apart from that, no.
I have heard of, particularly in Canberra, some of the physical training instructors spending time at the AIS. I know they were looking at setting up a collaborative agreement. How that progressed, I have no idea.
And associated with the Defence Injury Prevention Program, we would often have some interaction, I guess, with the folk from the Australian Institute of Sport on various levels, just comparing notes as much as anything on what we were each seeing and what the differences were and similarities and what we could learn from each other. But there are some quite significant differences, because in the defence environment, often the recruits coming in are not athletes. They're not well-developed athletes like the folk at the AIS see. So some of the types of injuries, for example, that they see, the stress fractures and those sorts of things, are quite different to what the experience is in defence, where we see much larger numbers and different types that they just wouldn't see generally.
Okay. Can I ask, Dr. Rudsky, you talked about the antiquated terms that you can find in the report. Do you have any theory as to why we're still using terms like dorsalgia? And
I haven't seen that ever. Now, I can only assume it's in ICD-9, but I looked at the ICD-9 and ICD-10. There are alternatives to that. You know, back pain, for example, as an alternative to dorsalgia. But I thought I was being transported back to the 18th century reading some of those diagnoses.
I'm pleased to hear that, because I have to say, when I first saw dorsalgia, I had to go and look it up myself.
But you know, gonarthrosis, I have never heard the term gonarthrosis. I've heard its synonym, but not that one.
Can I just ask about the reporting? You talked about perhaps needing a hybrid system, something that gives you both the injury data, but also the near misses. So kind of the sentinel type plus the more contemporary reporting. Does such a system exist elsewhere? Like, are there any other military, armed forces in other countries that use a good system?
Not that I'm aware of. I guess my discussions with our US counterparts are that they're looking at the same sorts of issues, so they're grappling with it, and we've exchanged information on that. but I'm not aware of a system that exists currently that does that. The other thing just worth mentioning on that note is that Navy actually does quite well hazard identification as historically that's been a key focus for their safety system, and that's an additional piece of information that can be added into a hybrid system quite nicely as well.
I'd further support that. In other countries apart from the US that I've worked with, they don't have a system, and they have been looking at specifically not only military, but law enforcement and other government agencies have been looking at the DIP.
That's interesting. So what would it take to actually establish the kind of system that we need?
Actually, not a lot. You need the taxonomy, which is the diagnostic specificity, but in order to make a specific diagnosis, you need the skills, knowledge, and experience to make a specific diagnosis. You know, I get a lot of referrals from GPs with knee pain and back pain, right? Now, I'm not bagging GPs, please do not, but they have a really hard job. They've got to cover a huge, broad array of subjects. They're under constant pressure with turnover. You can't expect them to be musculoskeletal injury experts, right? It's an unrealistic and unfair expectation of them, okay? Now, in terms of generating the system, there are systems of taxonomy already available that are used in sports medicine clinics around the country. With technology today, you would create a DIP app. You'd have it on people's phones or on an iPad. If it was at a medical centre, the member would come to the medical centre, tap in the data into the iPad. It would have to be going to a separate database on a defence secure server farm because the existing defence IT systems are highly expensive. Trying to modify them in any way, shape or form is prohibitively expensive. But what you can do is you can export data from a third-party software into the systems either as a Word document or a PDF so that you still create a record that is stored within the existing defence systems. But yeah, it has to be a niche, standalone, that's analysed separately, but it's easily doable because we did it 20 years ago? We did it 20 years ago.
Yeah, so the Microsoft Access database that was developed, you know, it's a simple technology, but, you know, that took one IT person some time and some iterations to develop alongside me. And I guess what we need is an industrial strength, you know, database system structure. And it does need to talk to some of the other systems to avoid data duplication. So we don't want to have to re-input all of the personnel data. If a PM Keys ID can be put in and all the personnel data is drawn out of PM Keys into, you know, the injury surveillance system, that would be ideal. So there's those sorts of things that need to happen. And in fact, all of the specifications for what would need to go into a system like that have been developed. I did that under contract for Steve within Army previously. So that was after the DIP finished when they were looking at what they could do within Army. So a lot of that's there. But, you know, there's been technological advancements and I think we could take advantage of a lot of that to more quickly develop a system that would serve our needs. But I think the other key thing to say is it's got to take priority. So there's got to be a priority assigned to injury surveillance for injury prevention. And it can't be just a secondary, you know, thing to medical records or something like that. It's got to actually be in there as a primary purpose of the system.
Thank you. Dr. Rudsky, you spoke there at the end about the costs and the fact that Defence doesn't actually wear the costs. As you're probably aware, the Productivity Commission made a recommendation in their report in 2019 that Defence essentially should have a premium imposed upon them to give them some skin in the game, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm a bit conflicted on that, but I'll give you some data. In 1996, the Australian Government actually calculated a notional premium for Defence, and for Army it was 3.8% of salary which was the highest in Australia at that time, twice that of Navy and Air Force, and 2.5 times greater than the civilian industry benchmark of 1.5%. Whether a premium would be sufficient incentive, I'm not sure. But there needs to be an incentive. Now, whether that's transparent reporting, there's nothing like good old-fashioned naming and shaming to drive motivation. You know, we need to be really, really transparent about how many people we injure, how severely we injure them, and how better they get. That, I think, is the accountability measure I would prefer. But government's probably got to step in here, because government's picking up the tab. And if Defence doesn't lift its game, the tab will get larger, and there's more human suffering as a consequence. And I look at this as much as a moral and ethical issue, but I did learn that people were really only interested in money, which is why I did an economics thesis, because I thought that if we could demonstrate the costs that our approaches were incurring, then maybe that would be an incentive to change.
Thank you. And just my last question is, we're hearing that part of the, if I've got this correct, part of the approach that ADF is currently considering, or indeed taking, to deal with its numbers shortfall is to reduce the recruit training time and to essentially try and make sure that everyone gets through their IETs as well. And again, just recently I was told what that means is that there's a whole host of very new and less trained and experienced new recruits coming out into the units. And I just wonder what that might mean in terms of the potential for injury to be occurring. And it may not mean that at all, but I just wondered whether there's any thoughts you have.
We know that the duration of the training and the intensity of the training leads to injury risk. I'm not familiar and have no visibility of current recruit and initial employment training changes. I'd have to defer to Rob on that, but my sense is if they slam 12 weeks worth of training into 6 or 8 weeks, we've gained nothing.
What I can advise of is a study that we did in conjunction with both the Defence Science and Technology Group and the United States Army Research Institute for Environmental Medicine. It was a combined study with over 22,000 recruit data sets brought in from the DIP program, and we compared injury rates for the 28-day course, which was for the reserves at that time, and the full-time 80-day course. Now, at that stage, everything coming in was the exact same. It was just the nature of training to train a recruit to be a reservist versus being a full-time soldier. And from the stats, 18% of the cohort for the 28-day course got injured, as opposed to 35% for the 80-day course. However, when you look at the days of training and you equate out the days of training, the injury rates were 2.29 injuries per person per year, as opposed to 1.56 for the 80-day course. So the longer course per person of injuries was actually lower. And as the concern raised by Dr. Rudsky is, what is going to go into that course? Are they going to do the same amount and collapse it down? Now, what is the start point going to be? That's not going to be a problem if you raise the starting level. So we're going to make the fitness standards higher so that they can more likely be robust enough to survive the training? Or are we going to lower the fitness standards? Because at the moment, we're finding it difficult to find physically capable people to join the Defence Force. And this is going to get worse. Movement literacy in our schools has gone down. So gross motor skills and aerobic fitness has gone down. COVID-19 has impacted on youth fitness and potentially their ability to optimize their VO2 max. We still don't know the impacts of long COVID. So poorer movement patterns, less fitness, and we want them to then go into a physically robust occupation. That means we have to be more selective in who we select. But the problem is, it's not only defence that want these people. Firefighters want them, law enforcement want them. So now you've got diminishing resources that everybody's going to want. And I think the only the way they're going to try and deal with this, and this horrifies me, is by dropping the standards. And if you drop the standards with the evidence provided by Dr. Pope, my question then is, where is our duty of care? If we know that if we put you into this same training cycle without changing it, and we know that you are more likely to be injured during training, where is our duty of care to not put you in that training because we are increasing your risk of injury and long-term consequences?
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Douglas.
Professor Orr, just on that point, when we recently visited the US, we are told that post-COVID, the percentage of people within the recruitable age cohort were about 23% of that population, whereas pre-COVID they've been about 29%. Do you know of any comparable figures here?
I'm not aware of those statistics. What I am aware of is some work done in the UK where they have found that soldiers who suffered COVID sufficiently severe enough to be admitted to hospital were still approximately 20% below their VO2 max. So they still hadn't recovered their aerobic fitness levels, which means that they are now, as we know, aerobic fitness is a primary indicator of potential risk of injury, they are now at more risk of injury. I know that in operating personnel, but not recruits. Sorry?
That's pretty comparable. 6% off 29% is about a fifth.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Rudsky, we've heard quite a bit of evidence about soldiers who wish to retain their deployability, concealing their injuries. Would the Defence Injury Prevention Program have had anything built into it which could try to overcome that problem?
No, that's a cultural problem. And it's about the secondary prevention. And it's how we manage rehabilitation and it's how we manage recovery. The overriding principle of medicine is early treatment equals better outcomes. I've had a couple of defence patients who had surgery and then required physiotherapy post-operatively, and they just couldn't get it because the physiotherapy clinic at an unnamed place couldn't see them for 2 weeks. And one guy had to go to Nowra, he was Navy, he could get access to the physiotherapist at Nowra. So he went to Nowra where his family was, by fortune, and he got his physiotherapy there. And another guy, I just said, look, can't pay for the physio yourself and try and claim the reimbursement back. Access delayed is access denied. Okay?
If you have medical officers embedded in the force, is it likely that they're more likely to pick up soldiers hiding their problems?
Well, the Army, and I guess Navy and Air Force as well, revolves around trust. And if we look at the team doctor analogy, the team doctor's a really important person in the team. The players trust him, the coach trusts him, the ancillary support folk trust him or her, because we've got a lot of female team doctors. And it's the same in a military organisation. You're in a position of quite extraordinary trust. Now, you can use that to benefit, and I'd like to think most of our uniformed people do, because we're now recruiting medical officers from our existing military populations, sending them to medical school at huge expense. But when they come into the Defence Force, we then send them off to do general practice training, and they spend minimal time treating ADF members. I have continually railed against that as an appalling return on investment and a waste of a great resource. Now, part of that is their remuneration. So if a defence doctor treats defence patients and doesn't get his or her GP training, they lose out financially big time. So we need to change the financial parameters about what value does a uniformed medical officer bring to the table. I put forward the idea that we create a Masters of Military Medicine that had specific modules on musculoskeletal injury and mental health so that we could upskill our uniformed doctors to deal with the problems they routinely confront. And my experience with our uniformed doctors is that they're outstanding. they're not taught the medical, they come out of a university system, they go into a public hospital system, and then they come into a military system where the patient population, the patient morbidity is completely different. It behoves us to train them for the conditions they are going to experience. And it should be no surprise that we don't diagnose very well if we don't train our people to make those diagnoses.
In the UK, we discovered that their College of General Practitioners has introduced a training module to equip general practitioners there with relevant skills for the military to enable them to say they've developed some form of skill in that area.
Quite possibly, but we have a College of Sports Physicians in Australia, right? I'm a sports physician specialist. We train registrars. There's no reason we can't train uniformed doctors the same way we train our registrars, right?
Yes.
And in fact, there's nothing, well, there was, because the contract we currently have, I'm led to believe but cannot confirm, does not allow for the provision of visiting medical officers on base. But when I was the commander of Duntroon, I had 2 registrars who became sports physicians, both in Navy. One of my colleagues ran a clinic at Holsworthy where registrars rotated through the clinic. The workload we have is so phenomenal that we could easily train specialist sports physicians in uniform on our own bases and have civilian registrars coming on in lieu of general practitioners. I mean, I kept proposing that, but I was routinely accused of having a vested interest by virtue of being a sports physician. And as I was salaried at the time and was obtaining no financial benefit, I said the only vested interest I have is in the care and welfare of soldiers, sailors and airmen, but that didn't go down very well.
My last question is, it might have been answered to Commissioner Brown, but is there an equivalent to the Defence Injury Prevention Program in any other military at the moment?
The Americans are trying to develop one.
Right.
Because
and they've had a look at the model that was proposed here?
No, I'm not familiar with, they quote it, but I don't know what it is. But they've realised the limitations of ICD-10 and ICD-11 based diagnostic labels.
They have a big network of military hospitals and facilities, both
yes.
for the serving and the veteran forces and veteran members too.
Yeah. They're certainly trying to get better granularity.
Thanks.
I want to thank you for your evidence and for your candour, as Commissioner Brown said, and I echo her concerns, having heard today from 3 of you. You've given us an awful lot to think about. I just have 2 issues I want to explore. One is in relation to inadequate reporting, people not reporting their injuries for whatever reason. I must admit we were somewhat surprised to find that malingering is actually an offence in the Act. It's very subjective, but that culture of the stigma around anybody who injures themselves, whether it's physical or mental health issues, what would the 3 of you suggest in terms of tackling that problem in the culture that in many ways inhibits and prohibits people from putting their hand up to say that they're not well or they have an issue?
From my perspective, it comes back to that leadership issue again of encouraging reporting of injuries. So with the Defence Injury Prevention Program at 3 Brigade, what we saw within the first year of implementation was that we saw an increase in the reporting of minor injuries, and we saw a reduction in the number of days it took someone to report their injury from when it occurred. So both of those things were occurring whilst the overall injury rate was reducing. So we were seeing less moderate and severe injuries, more of the mild injuries being presented. So I think that's really important. We need that leadership to encourage that reporting. And that was, I guess, a brigade commander that was behind the program going into place and supporting that with an injury prevention advisor in place, so that there was, from the top down, a clear understanding that this was going to be supported and people were encouraged to report.
And I think it needs to start early. It needs to start when they go through ab initio training, that this is the new norm. And I think if they see the commanders see it as important, then they will see it as important. And if it's given due diligence and importance, then hopefully It'll lead to culture change. And one of the key things that needs to happen, there needs to be a change of terminology. We need to change the message. Malingering has negative connotations to it. And therefore, it's very easy to develop negative connotations towards somebody who has an injury. And it's a very easy term to throw around. If we see it as actually showing courage to identify the fact that you have an injury and you wish to address it so that you can be a better team member, is a better way than saying, oh, go report an injury, and don't let your team down. So I think a lot of message framing needs to be part of this. As my key thoughts.
I'd probably just reiterate some of my earlier points. Injury per se is not the problem. It's injuries that don't get better are the problem. And even when they get better, they don't often get fully better, and people just suck up the pain because they don't want to be perceived to be a malingerer. And the most significant risk factor for injury is a previous injury. So if you don't adequately treat the initial injury, it often compounds. And I co-authored a textbook in the clinical sports medicine textbook. I co-authored a chapter on military medicine. And my opening statement was, the thing that distinguishes military patients from civilian patients is they often present with multiple presenting complaints. Your average athlete turns up with a single injury. Your average military patient turns up with 2, 3, 4, or 5 injuries, because they'll carry the ankle injury that will alter the way they run. That'll do their knee. Then they'll limp with their knee injury and that will do their back. It compounds, and then they just can't keep going, and then they turn up on your doorstep.
Thank you. One other question, if I may, for Dr. Rutsky. And I just want to tell me if I've got this right, but essentially with the DIP program, the Army said they couldn't fund it or wouldn't fund it because it was a health activity, I think you said, and Defence Health said they couldn't fund it because injuries were basically an Army problem.
That was my interpretation of the conversations I had. They may not be strictly accurate, but that's how I perceived them.
I suspect it was quite accurate, but thank you. Ms. Seckler, any questions?
No questions, Commissioner.
Thank you. Ms. Ribagotti, any matters arising?
If I might just make an inquiry,
Sure.
Commissioner. No further matters arising. The witnesses may be released from their summons.
I just want to thank you again on behalf of the Commission, not only for the evidence you've given today and for your candour, as Commissioner Brown quite rightly highlighted, but for the amount of effort you've put into preparing for today. It is very much appreciated. You've given us very significant insights. I can assure you we'll be talking and thinking about what we've discussed with you today for quite some time. Thank you. You're excused from your summons to appear today, and thank you again. If there's no other issues, we might adjourn till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, quite.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn until 10 a.m. Wednesday the 19th of July.